Hello and welcome to LoR Masters Europe. We're coming into our playoff series for the quarterfinals. We're going through all of our quarterfinals today, and I'm coming at you live from a Sydney that is way too hot, and hopefully a Germany that is much more temperate. My name is Pulse, and I'm here with Max. How you doing, Max?
I'm doing very well. I'm a little bit envious of your temperatures, but I also don't want to be at like a 40-degree place. So
40 degrees is too much. Yeah.
in between would be awesome. But we're going to have somebody else bringing the heat, and we're just going to be the players today. And honestly, today has a bunch of amazing games, and I'm really looking forward to all of them.
Oh yeah, man! Look at you, already professional caster. Look at that sick segue. This is Max's first event ever. So first of all, be kind. But I don't think he needs it. He's been fantastic all the way through. You also recognize me from League of Legends. I'm here now, so hello. And yeah, no, it has been a crazy tournament. We'll be going throughout the day. We'll be talking a bit about how the teams got here, but we're getting exactly into that during some of the series. But yeah, it's been a crazy tournament. I think the biggest thing for me has been the format and how everyone was looking at it and we're like, this is not going to be like a strong competitive format. And I think like some of those concerns are maybe more justified now that we've actually seen the format play out. But it has also created some of the best Legends of Runeterra action we have seen today.
100%. Honestly, I couldn't agree more. And honestly, most of the players also agreed with that, right? There are some gripes when it comes to certain paper, scissors matchups that you can always have in card games. But overall, players have been very satisfied with how the tournament played out. And I was very happy to see this very bold take on a new format where a pick and ban system was introduced, which we'll go over in detail a bit later on.
Yeah. And I also think that we've been in a very healthy meta, actually. I think maybe that's a controversial opinion. I think that I'll say this and a lot of people will be like, no, there's only 2 competitive decks. But if you take a look at the decks people bring, they bring 9, and every single one of them are competitive decks in ladder and in competitive, and those are on the only 9. Like, we see a pretty good spread of different decks across the board. There's probably like 15, I would say, different decks altogether. So I think it's the perfect time to host a tournament like this, and I'm just excited to see what players have coming into the playoffs, because we've had some teams who have been exceptionally good, specifically at their preparation. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings, actually, from last week and just the tournament, how we got here. So if this is your first time tuning in, we had 16 countries competing, and as you'll see, there were a couple upsets coming in here. We can take a look at Group A, where we had Spain and Croatia making it through, and Romania and Belgium were out. And the most interesting group, for me at least, is what we called the Group of Death, which is Group D. You had Germany, Czechia, UK, and Norway. And I think looking at that group initially, you wouldn't necessarily say that this is the Group of Death, but Czechia came out swinging. They actually were the ones to make it out of the 2nd seed, and many considered after week 1 to make it out as the 1st seed. So Group D definitely turns into a significantly stronger group than anyone could have imagined.
Yeah, to double down on that, honestly, while Group A was the closest of all the groups that we've seen, down to the wire up until the last day, Group D was definitely the one with the biggest surprise, right? Czechia coming in as the 16th seed, literally the lowest seed potentially going into the tournament. Huge underdogs, but completely smashed the meta, out-mind-gamed the opposition, and definitely pulled out ahead of UK and Norway, and actually challenged Germany for the 1st place. It came down to like the 2nd, 3rd tiebreaker, and even that one was tied with Germany, so people had to flip a coin in the end to decide who would be 1st and 2nd seed in Group D.
Meanwhile, in Group B, we had Team Poland, which I think that a lot of people will know specifically because of their lead player, Alan ZQ. However, they didn't come out as number 1. Portugal actually came in hot on their heels and then overtook them coming into the final week, which for many people, including myself, was unexpected. Poland actually, in the last 3 games they had, a couple decisions a lot of people didn't agree with.
Yeah, definitely, honestly, a big surprise from my perspective. And while obviously there has been like some ups and downs, some roller coasters going through the groups, overall, when the dust settled, it was actually everybody where we expected them to be. Spain number 1, France number 1, Germany number 1, the respective 1st seeds going into the groups. The only one left out is Poland. So definitely they have something to prove going into quarterfinals today.
It's definitely true. I think that's a really interesting point, because you may be coming into the point and being like, oh, well, this was obviously expected, right? It wasn't. Looking at week 1, week 2, and even week 3, as you said, Group A was up in the air until the very final day. this was probably not how we expected it to go. We were looking at other teams actually not maybe the top seeds to even make it at all. So now coming into the playoffs, yeah, I think that a lot of these teams will buckle down and we'll see very different performances. I think that can definitely be said of Poland specifically. I think they'll be playing very differently. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket as we'll be going into the quarterfinals today. And as I mentioned earlier, we will be going through every single quarterfinals today. So that's 4 series back to back. We'll be starting with Spain, top to bottom, Spain, Czechia, France, Poland, Portugal, Italy, and Germany, Croatia.
Yeah, and all of these are going to be incredibly exciting from my perspective. Every single match of those will be, I assume, to be fairly close. And the one team that we haven't spoken about too much in the group stage just now is France. They were actually the only team that was able to secure 5 out of the 6 wins in all their matches. Definitely one of the tournament favorites from my perspective after groups.
Yeah, I will also draw attention to the fact that the top of the bracket is absolutely stacked. Spain, Czechia, France, Poland, like any one of these teams could be a finalist contention. And meanwhile, in the bottom, you're looking at Germany as by far the favorites out of Portugal, Italy, and Croatia. I think that Portugal will probably give them the biggest run for their money, probably followed by Italy. And Croatia definitely coming as the underdogs in that bottom side of the bracket.
Yeah, we'll see how it pans out, but like given based on the draw, Germany was so incredibly happy when the draw took place because they were dodging France, just to mention, tournament favorites. Poland, definitely one of the top teams going into the tournament, and if they can go back to the original form, definitely also a team that can contest. And then Spain and Czechia, also based on group stage performance, incredibly strong and creative teams, especially, which in this format will be coming in clutch.
All right, Max, it's time to put your money where your mouth is. Who do you think is going to be in the finals? I'm going to just ask you straight up.
In the finals, putting my money where my mouth is, I think it's going to be Germany, completely unbiased, and then the other team's going to be France.
Yeah, because we were talking about this before we went on air, and I completely agree. I think that Germany will be going to the finals, but I actually have France being eliminated first round by Poland, and I think that either Czechia or Poland will go into the finals. I think, honestly, it's more likely, based off of the week 3 performance, that we'll see Czechia going to finals. That being said, I think it's so difficult to discount Poland, specifically because of their star power coming into this tournament. So one or the other, but if I had to choose, it would be Czechia or Germany.
Yeah, I think France versus Poland, by far the closest out of the 4 from my perspective. It's incredibly tough to call. If France keeps up the level they performed at group stage, I would still put them there as favorites, just simply due to the downward trend we've seen from the Polish side. But Poland has showcased so much strength over the recent weeks as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they actually come back. And if they go back to their highest highs, I definitely think the highest highs of Poland can compete with the highest highs of France.
Yeah, to be specific, I think it was a lot of choices across the board from Poland, which makes us doubt them, right? It was not only in-game decisions, but it was also like deck choices and choices during series, right? Like they got 0-2'd by teams they should have gotten 0-2'd by, which is just astonishing, really, from a lineup like Poland. They doubled down on Draven Ezreal multiple times. I think it was literally like 2 series back-to-back. They just would not go away from it, even though, like, taking a look at the potential matchups they had, it more often than not wouldn't work out. And yes, you can talk about like averages, and yes, you can talk about the fact that in this specific format, you can have very rock paper scissors matchups. So if you are gunning towards the one specific matchup, it's theoretically, mathematically wise, like still the same. But at the same time, it just didn't feel like the right choice, and they got punished every single time for it. So I don't know if they just felt they were really guaranteed to get into playoffs. Like, if I think of teams like RNG, right, specifically in like the LPL, and I'm talking about League of Legends, they're a team that just tanks the first part of Spring Split and then swings back and then just goes to playoffs and wins everything, right? So there's definitely teams like that in esports where they'll, come in swinging later on. Whereas we also have teams like Czechia who came out swinging, and their preparation carried them into playoffs.
Absolutely. And honestly, I want to harp down a little bit on the Ezreal Draven list, because I had Mogwai go crazy when we were casting together, because he really believes that deck is absolute trash tier, and he doesn't ever want to see it again. So I'm very curious to see how, going into today, teams adjust their draft based on the last weeks. Because I totally understand that in the last week of groups, especially when you feel pretty comfortable that you will be making it anyway, you don't want to shoot too much of your strategy. You don't want to give away any hidden gems. So today is going to be the day where you have to pull all the stops. It's going to be a single elimination bracket, no double elimination chances. It's only best of 3s, so there is not a lot of room for error. I totally expect to pull all the teams, honestly, to pull all the stops, and whatever they have in stock, they will show. So today is going to be also very exciting to see what they can bring on the creative side.
Yeah, that's actually a great point about preparation, because coming into this, I will clarify now that this is a closed deck list, and the only information that teams have are regions and champions. They have no idea specifically what are in those decks. And so far, if you haven't seen the rest of the tournament, there are teams who, well, actually a significant amount of teams now, who try to bamboozle you and put in random champions with different deck archetypes. So one of the most common ones we've seen is putting in random champions from Bilgewater and Shadow Isles, and actually it being an Undying list and being focused on slow grinding matchups like the Anivia matchup. So I fully expect to see that again today. I think that it became a bit of a meme and a bit of a gimmick in week 3 specifically, because all of this was started off by Czechia in week 1. That being said, I expect Czechia to do it again. Just taking a look at some of the regions they're bringing bringing Bilgewater Shadow Isles twice. And one is with Misfortune and one is with Gangplank Twist of Fate. And I will say, from what we've already seen, that Misfortune list before was the Undying list. So I don't know if both are Undying lists or if both of them are actually legit decks now.
Yeah, I think Czechia are definitely the kings of Bamboozle, and also the most creative team that we've seen so far. Now we see them on the screen, the team from Spain, Nalik, CT and Raxitos. From the team from Czechia, we have Budgetek, Pokerback, probably the most popular member, multiple #1 finishes in Masters, and also the player who was the very first Master in the game, full stop, on multiple servers, and then Tomasov obviously rounding up the lineup for Czechia. Now that you see these like 6 people on your screen, you might wonder, Legends of Runeterra is a 1v1 game. How does it work? So how it looks like is that both the teams declare a pilot who will be playing the game out, but everybody on the team will be in the voice call, and they are allowed to coach the pilot and provide feedback on the calls. So when you see the people on screen talk all the time and move their mouth, that's the reason. It's a full-on 3v3. The entire teams basically have their decision-making combined. And yeah, this is also part of the reason that we've seen some of the best Legends of Runeterra gameplay so far, simply because when there's 3 mines, it's way less room for error. And even then, given the complexity of the game, we have seen almost drastic and sometimes game-losing misplays. So it's going to be exciting to see how well the teams perform today.
Yeah, I'm also just going to say this now, just to kill any of the memes before they start. This isn't going to be a 3v1, as Max was just saying. It is a 3 versus 3. You'll see Czechia all in the same camp, just because they all happen to be in the same place. They're actually boot camping together right now, so you will see them all together. That being said, for everybody else, you probably just see one player specifically. So no, it is not a 3v1. Everybody is playing it out. So let's get into picks and bans. These 2 teams, Czechia specifically, as I was talking about earlier, this is a team who I expect to definitely be bringing the spice. Even Pokerback was saying he feels like a lot of their strength as a team is based on their preparation, and is feeling very confident coming into specifically the playoff series of this tournament. Meanwhile, Spain had a very rocky start to the tournament, and then started going a little bit more meta, and then started having better results. So I think we'll probably see a much more balanced lineup here from them today, and that's what it looks like.
Yeah, looking at the lineups, honestly, we see a ton of overlap. We see the Shen Fiora list, or the Shiora, as Mogwai calls it. Then we have Thresh Karma on both sides as well. Some of the more interesting choices, I think, from the side of Czechia, we saw the Ezreal Draven list that is fairly disputed at the moment. I think Ezreal definitely has a place in the meta, but I think the region combination, just as much as the exact deck that is the best, are still being figured out. So I'm very curious to see what the creative team of Czechia was able to come up with. And actually, that was an incorrect graphic, so ignore everything that I just said. It's actually a Draven Jinx list, so probably expecting a Discord aggro in that slot instead.
Yeah, that matters a lot. We do have teams bringing Draven Ezreal 2 days, so don't worry. That point you'll still get to say it at some point today, Max. But yeah, this will be a Draven Jinx that's coming in from Czechia. As we mentioned, they are bringing that Misfortune list and also the Gangplank Twisted Fate list, both from the same region combination. Apart from that, they are going pretty meta with Asher Dwani, Fiora Shen. We do have a deep list as well coming in from them, and then Callista Elise could have slight changes to it, but I think with Shadow Isles Targon, it's almost likely going to be the Fearsome list. And then looking at the Spain lineup, as we were mentioning, is also just pretty standard across the board. There isn't anything crazy here.
Yeah, honestly, Deep is one of the decks that I've seen rise over the last couple of weeks. Definitely more and more popular as the list is getting refined. Additions of Stalking Shadows and obviously the Slaughter Dogs that have been introduced with the latest Wand of Targon. expansion have been very much defining how the new iteration of Deep plays, and it definitely is a lot stronger than it was before. I talked about it with Panda quite a bit, and he was a very, very strong proponent of this deck basically almost playing like a turbo Deep version where he can so consistently, due to stalking shadows, ensure that he actually goes deep turn 6 or 7 and really banking on that fact, right? We see the bans come in here, and Tamkench from the side of Czechia, I think Tamkench Soraka, one of the strongest decks at the moment in the current meta, because it plays so differently from all the rest with their unique win condition, with the just needing the 22 points of healing to ensure that you get the win.
Yeah, so I want to talk about what Czechia are doing right now, because they are starting to ban out one aggro matchup, but they're heavily targeting control matchups. And that means, based on what we've seen so far from Czechia, they are gearing heavily towards potentially being an undying game 1, as we're now looking at a strong control line across the board from Spain. And Spain now also banning away seemingly random decks that they're going for mid-range combo and then discard all at the same time. They're kind of doing a smattering across the board, so I'm surprised that they didn't actually lean into some of the weirder decks that Czechia were running here. And Czechia are going to just straight up go for an aggro matchup, right? Like I talked about the Undying list, but like it's kind of in the same vein as them going for an aggro list, because they know pretty much they're going to go into a control list, and that's exactly what's happened here.
No, absolutely, and I actually like the way that Spain has positioned themselves with the Deep deck, because I actually consider Deep favored in all of these matchups, except for the one that Czechia obviously now nitpicked out. So given that even if they go down 0-1 in this, I think Spain has a very, very strong deck still open with the Deep list. And obviously the mirror is always a bit of a coin flip, but the other matches I think are absolutely winnable for Deep. Deep traditionally very strong against the control lists, as long as it's not Ionia, which can just remove the Maokai and pull it back into hand for 5 mana.
Yeah, I kind of feel that Spain just walked into Czechia's hand here. I've got to be honest.
Absolutely.
Like this has happened time and time again, where I honestly think that the bans portray Czechia's line, and then players just fall into it anyway and lose. So hopefully we don't see the same here today. This is a best of 3, by the way, so there's still plenty of time for everybody to get back into this game. And you can also see the names of the players rotating on your screen, and there's a little camera icon next to the player that's actually piloting the deck. And as we mentioned, Czechia is all together once again in their gaming house. So yeah, let's get into this game. We see a pretty aggressive mulligan here, and this is indeed the fearsome list. So I think, I don't know how you view this matchup, Max, but I actually think this is heavily Mistray favored.
I think it really depends. I think on paper, I would definitely call it favored for the Mithrace lineup, but I think that Deep has a way with a very, very strong draw that gets them deep early to compete, because there is not much punch through when it comes to the side of Czechia. So as long as the early game can be stabilized, and I think the Deadbloom Wanderer that is sitting in the hand of Spain will become very, very pivotal in this regard. As long as they don't drop too low in the first couple of turns, they are definitely in a position where they can keep up with the tempo, because the Devourer also pretty much is a 2-for-1, just as much as the Wraithcaller is. And if you are in a position where you can stabilize, then your buddies are even bigger than the potential Mistwraiths are. And it's going to be a close one, but I think it's definitely winnable for the Deep deck.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think it's probably like 65-35, like in my opinion. I think that for the Deep deck, I would counter that for 2 reasons. One, because this looks like the greedier version of the Deep deck, because we can see LoR in hand. There's a couple different variants, but this is the slower version. And then on the flip side, you have a lot of punch through in the mid game when you can actually swing out in a burst round with Risen Miss. And late game, you have punch through with Atrocity, and you can play around Atrocity turns. So there's 2 ways potentially for them to go over the line that Spain will be building throughout this game, even when they go deep. So that's why I think it's so favored. But I completely agree. I think this is absolutely still winnable for the Deep deck.
Yeah, the draw isn't bad here because they have a fairly decent curve. They obviously would have wanted a Stalking Shadows here, but the Beast Below, which is something that I've seen added more and more, is something that will be very, very strong here, because the 4/4 body is something that is not super easy to deal with early for the Mistwraith deck. So I'm assuming that there won't be an open attack here, despite the option existing. That's probably something that the Czechia team is currently discussing. Does it make sense to go Risen Miss into like a straight up attack? And that's actually what they're going for. That's actually the line they agree on. No, they follow up with an onlooker, and now this obviously is the opportunity for the team from Spain to use their lure and then slam down either the beast from below, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was basically a full development trying to get the maximum amount of damage early. And I agree with it. I think from here on out, when you're looking at turn 5 and onwards, especially with a LoR lineup, there's going to be so many big sea monsters that it's better to bet on the idea that they probably don't have beast below or something below that curve and then swing out and just have a huge swing. Or in this case, basically, you don't want to sacrifice your board here and you're unlikely to get a good swing out, so just swing with the Stygian and then either get the free damage to face or trade off a unit that Spain would really not want to trade off here. So more likely than not, this is probably going to be 4 to face.
Yeah, I would expect Spain to take that hit here. The beast below definitely coming in clutch here, ensuring that the attack that could have been very devastating early on is basically almost completely negated, except for the onlooker. And the next turn already, we're looking at a turn 5 Devourer potentially, and Devourer has a lot of potential juicy targets here. The only counterplay currently that I see in the hand of Czechia is the Pale Cascade, if the target of the Devourer would be the Callista.
Yeah, it's pretty unlikely they'll target the Callista here. There's also a consideration to be looking towards like Slaughter Dogs and Maokai, but they actually just snapped down the Devourer. That's what they were just talking about. And I think definitely going for these misrates makes a ton of sense. Specifically, what they need to be combating is the fearsome units right here, and that's why they took that damage to face, is because they really wanted that 3-2 as a fearsome blocker down the line. And then being able to take away these fearsomes and stopping it develop here is going to be huge. And Czechia is on a bit of a weird hand where right now, like, they actually do want to be digging and trying to actually get a wider hand so they can start placing down bigger swings. We had a matchup last week where we actually saw this Mistwraith lineup into a control deck, and there was 3 turns back to back. I was casting this from Panda where they just redeveloped from 0 and then swung out and had a really scary attack, and that's the power of this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Czechia was looking for Wraithcaller here because they kind of are already running out of gas, right? Like, looking into their hand, they still have 4 units and 2 spells, and one of them, that spells obviously being a unit essentially with the Risen Mists, but there's not a ton of power there, right? So as of now, I think Spain definitely in a comfortable position. Stalking Shadows is a huge draw from their end, whereas Czechia with the second Elise are not going to be very happy.
Yeah, it's not a fantastic draw. Double drawing the Elise in this lineup specifically is quite bad. It's great in aggro spiders, but not so good when you're looking at specifically at Mistwraiths. And also not having a great pull off for Stalking Shadows, as you mentioned, and also only having the 1 cycle coming in from Pale Cascade. They really just need to cycle now, and it really has to be on this turn because they really need to be getting those cards in as soon as possible. Because as we were talking about at the start of the match, Deep is going to go deep relatively quickly. This is a near stabilized board where you have a ton of fearsome blockers, and it's just going to be hard to punch through.
Oh my god, the Stalking Shadows whiffing is so big here. I was just going to say that Stalking Shadows here has a huge blowout potential, because if it would be a Deadbloom Wanderer or another Devourer even, that could have been almost the game, but they just completely whiff the Stalking Shadows. Not a single follower in the top 4 of their deck. And that obviously will spell doom here, looking at the potential attack from Czechia.
Yeah, that's real bad. Now looking at 4 mana, wow, they actually go for the pass. There was consideration to maybe even Abyssal Eye with the 4 mana. Maokai actually does manage to block out like the 2-1 here as well. They'll be able to block half of this board, obviously, in this swing, but that was unfortunate. The Stalking Shadows right there really needs to pull something under 4 mana.
Yeah, that could have been a game-deciding swing there for both sides, honestly. If Spain lands that on a Devourer or a Deadbloom Wanderer, they are feeling so comfortable, whereas the complete whiff obviously ensures that Czechia gets to swing out with the entirety of their board. Callista almost certainly will level here as well, and suddenly they're feeling like they're in a good spot.
Yeah, so Czechia is actually toying with the idea of not swinging with the Callista. I like the Callista swing because you're almost certainly getting a level up, because there's no way you can take all of this damage to face. If you're the deep deck, there's just no way. They're thinking there might be like a Vile Feast in hand that will be able to counteract, because there'll be the Callista level up, and then they'll have the extra 1 health coming in from Pale Cascade. But they're thinking there might be like some over the top of that 4 mana, and that's the reason they kept it open right there. So they're actually opting not to throw in the Callista, which I can agree with. I think that if there's any player in this entire tournament who's best with ratios and going for the right plays at the right time in regards to how risky it is, it's Pokrafak. We've seen him go for some of the biggest punishes in the entire tournament based off of just sheer ratio power, and more often than not, he's right.
No, absolutely. Honestly, I was a bit scared when I saw the block on the onlooker instead of the mist wraith, but it was quickly corrected by the side of Spain. And now I think that's exactly the block you were looking for. You want to make sure that you trade down the board. The ephemeral onlooker obviously dies there. The other one will go down to 2-1 next turn, so that's also way easier to block. You can slam down the Maokai next turn and then try to like trade down the board starting next turn. The Maokai sapling is incredibly powerful in this matchup because they are able to challenge the Mist Wraith and destroy them very, very proactively.
Yeah, Spain going into an attack turn now where they have 0 banked mana. This is quite tough for them, honestly, because they're still kind of reeling after how aggressive these swings are. And this next redevelop coming in from Czech is also going to be pretty good. Like, still getting the Elise here, and essentially now just hoping they get anything really. So many of their cards in their deck do so many good things for them. And this is Skitra. It's not bad. Would have definitely loved like a Wraithcaller here, but it's still pretty good. On the opposite side, though, definitely a good couple options right here for Spain.
Yeah, I think it really depends. I think they're 7 away from deep here, which kind of is something that is not ideal. But the eye together with the toss actually gets them down to 4, and they're really trying to ensure that they will hit deep next turn to ensure that they can trade more favorably, because they can't afford to keep trading one versus one in this matchup. They will have to trade more favorably down the line, otherwise they will be running out of steam, and they need to ensure that their board is beefy enough to withstand that onslaught, especially now that Callista is leveled and will bring additional attackers with each of her swings.
Interesting. Okay, so dropping the sapling out of range from being able to challenge any 2 health units. I was thinking this may even be a pass here from Czechia, so they could consider following up with like Crawling Sensation, something like that, and then they would activate the rest of the Nightfall cards. They actually opt to skitter early to weaken the attack and basically allow their board to survive this swing, which I can definitely see. Being able to immediately swing out in the next turn is what they want, because bigger and bigger units will be dropping from here on out from Spain.
I'm surprised by the attack on the Elise here. I'm wondering what it is that they're specifically setting up for. Obviously, like one potential avenue is that Elise now is in range for a potential sapling next turn. I just feel like that might cost them too much tempo here. Obviously, suddenly in a position where you could have killed the 2-1 attacker, right? And well, usually you don't care about it too much because you have the Maokai. In this specific case, Maokai would have been a blocker for the Doom Beast itself, which can be super relevant here because the difference of an additional 2 damage when you're only at 7 is potentially looking very daunting.
Yeah, they're just so wide right now. Czechia are just so wide that I think it was risky. I'm still trying to go down the line and figure out what they were specifically looking for. Pulling Stalking Shadows, though, is good from Spain. A little, maybe like 1 turn too late from when they really would have liked it. But being able to use Vengeance here on the open swing is super nice. Wraithcall also coming in, I would say, like 1 turn too late. And now, Czechia need to be looking at the fact that like they're looking at open swing because that's what they were developing for last turn, right? Like it's so difficult for them to play the Wraithcaller now.
Absolutely. I'm very curious to see how Spain will react. You expect the Vengeance to come down here because if there's an open attack from Czechia, I don't think there's any way around it. Looking also at Czechia's hand, I don't really see any reason that they would do anything else than developing. This is really more of a tactical thinking phase from Czechia because they don't want to give that information to Spain, right? Like if you snap the open attack here, you make it very transparent that you don't really have additional options. And even when Czechia doesn't have those options, they don't want Spain to have that knowledge. So the open attack comes out as expected. There's still the Pale Cascade available without Nightfall this time around, but it's still a very, very powerful tool.
Yeah, also note that it's actually quite important that they burn the spider right here because they actually just need board space. First of all, like, yes, you're going to be opening up 1 with the ephemeral unit, and then likely there's going to be blockers coming down here as well. But you need to guarantee that you have space for the Wraithcaller, because if you're not unable to develop that and unable to develop for your next swing, then you're basically just stalled out. So that wasn't a misplay. I know like maybe newer players would look at that and be like, oh, you're burning a unit for nothing. But I think it's very like tactical and needed in this specific case.
It's also an additional point of damage that they're frankly getting, right? Because otherwise they would have had to pull something back on top of that. Even if
Exactly.
you go with the like most efficient route, then you need to keep your onlooker back. But that basically then leads to punching through one less point of damage. Looking at this now, taking 4, obviously very big deal. Going down to 3, definitely an atrocity range, and we'll see how things go. Usually these lists run anywhere between 1 to 3 atrocities, and this will most likely be a key card in this matchup. Vengeance going down on the Skitter, very surprising from my perspective.
Yeah, that is surprising. I was actually expecting him to hold Vengeance right here just for a potential either atrocity or even a multiple Pale Cascade hand, which I think is fairly likely with how Czechia have been playing. So opening with the Vengeance for me is quite risky, but when you're playing from behind, you do need to look for those opportunities where you find maximum value. But now this feels pretty free for an extra 2 damage to be pushed through here by Czechia.
They're actually opting to kill the Maokai here, which is very interesting. I actually think that's the right play, simply because the Maokai could generate so much value the next turn via the sapling he creates, and as well as ensuring that the deck would be hitting deep as soon as possible. I'm not 100% sure where the counter lies at the moment, but I believe this actually buys Czechia an additional turn when it comes to the Spanish deck hitting deep.
Yeah, I like it as well because, I mean, just take a look at the game state, right? Like 20 health, 5 health, like it's going to take at least 2 turns for Czechia to die, right? It's not going to be like the full develop here into an open swing into them losing. So it's at minimum 4 turns, right? Which means that as long as they can finish in the next couple of turns, they're just good to go. So I actually agree with that because we're at the point in the game where the difference between like 3 health and 5 health actually isn't that big if your win condition is something like going wide with a Mistwraith, which is going to be hitting for a ton anyway, or Atrocity over the top and hitting him in the face and just winning the game. So yeah, I think it makes way more sense to actually remove the Maokai there. And now Spain just dropping the Nautilus, I feel like they have to. They're not going to get a better Nautilus turn than this.
No, absolutely. And you saw exactly what I mentioned, right? While Spain is hitting deep this turn, the Slaughter Ducks were not able to activate this round already. So that saves Procorec and the rest of this Czechia team from a potential swing here. If that Slaughter Ducks was able to actually create a Terror of the Tides or an additional Abyssal Eye, suddenly they are on the back foot because they don't have any blockers for the ephemeral for the elusive units, and the Terror of the Tides could have made their entire board unable to block except for the Mistwraith. So very, very key play and heads up play here from the side of Czechia. Spain still looking for a really big Stalking Shadows here. That Stalking Shadows has a lot of blowout potential. Again,
yeah. We also just saw a Stalking Shadows, which essentially hit the nuts right there, finding Mistwraith and also Wraithcaller. There was actually a heavy debate whether what they should actually grab there, because their board is so wide, it's actually hard for them to play Wraithcaller, but at the same time, if they just play Mistwraith, maybe it's not enough. And also, they know there's probably going to be a swing out here from Spain, right? So there's almost a 100% chance that they can actually drop their board to at least 4, so they can play out this Mistwraith. And now Spain need to be thinking about whether they actually want to be swinging out with the Nautilus in the first place.
I think Stalking Shadows here makes sense. I think you want to see your options, and they do. Oh wow, that's insane! The Devourer here will come in so incredibly clutch.
Yeah, Devour is huge. But funnily, at the same time, Croatia kind of want this.
Yeah, I don't think they want the Callisto to die. And, well, obviously they are still in a solid position going into the next turn. They will have a full board developed. They will have to deal with this attack to a certain degree, right? And suddenly you're in a position where you need to make sure that your next attack is still good enough. And the six units on the board is definitely what they're looking for, but you can't forget that next turn, Slaughter Dogs will activate and will actually summon another sea monster.
Yeah, I think it's very likely we'll see once again an open attack coming in from Croatia, even though they would really like to develop on this next turn. And you're right, there will be a 4-blocker board, and there's also Adventures in hand and now Riptide off of that Nautilus as well. So yeah, Spain are hanging on, and they do have a good amount of options heading into this next turn. It just kind of depends right now what they want to do and how they want to swing right here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be incredibly close. This is going to be the next 2 turns are going to decide how this match is going to go. Spain opting for the Abyssal Eye only attack just to ensure that they say, okay, your board the boards that you currently have, I'm comfortable dealing with, but I don't know what's sitting in your hand. So I'm banking on you having some units in your hand. Jettison a complete whiff here for the side of Spain. And what they're trying to do here is to ensure that they want to block 4 units next turn, then Vengeance or Riptide another one, and then take a potential of 2, 3, 4 damage. That's what they're looking at here. That still leaves them at enough HP because they already know that there's no Vengeance in hand. Otherwise, they would be dead right now.
Yeah, it's also a good and relatively easy read right here because they just play the Mist Wraith, which means they most likely have another Wraithcaller in hand off of the Stalking Shadows they just made, and then at the same time, they did Atrocity straight up 6 mana, so they know they don't have Atrocity, so it's most likely a double unit hand, and they'll just straight up play the Ilias here as well. Okay, so from Spain's perspective, that makes a ton of sense to swing in that way. And now Czechia are pretty much just barring this top deck, almost certainly looking at the open swing here.
Yeah, let's see what the Slaughter Dogs get here. Abyssal Eye, not a bad draw at all.
Pretty good.
Lure, another very, very low power draw here from the side of Spain. Top decks have not been super kind to them.
Yeah, I feel like both teams definitely stalled out around the mid game with top decks, but now I would say it's slightly more Czechia favored.
Yeah, Czechia calling essentially with the open attack, essentially calling that Spain doesn't have any form of interaction to interact with their board. Fortunately for them, they do, so they are actually in a position where they can ensure that the Mythgrace dies to either Riptide or Vengeance, and they are able to block the vast majority, only take the 2 points of damage I mentioned earlier, and actually, after this attack, sitting comfortably and in a very commanding position going into the next turn.
Yeah, I feel like the draws here from Czechia have just been a turn too late, right? Imagine being able to develop the Callista last turn, or imagine having that Stalking Shadows a turn before, or imagine having that Wraithcaller a turn before. Like, there's so many times where if they had the card before, they may have had just a blowout turn next turn on an open swing, and now like that Callista isn't going to be seeing the board in a swing form at least until like 2 turns from now, which feels like it's almost too late. Especially when these Abyssal Eyes keep stacking up, right? Like, on board right now, they have lethal. It's 12 over the top with elusive, and then just a very wide board. And this is also an ephemeral Wraithcaller coming in here as well from Czechia. So it's actually, it went from really good to really bad really quickly.
Yeah, I almost say, like, credit to Spain. They played it out very well. And despite that first Stalking Shadow whiff, I want to reiterate that could have been already a blowout turn from their perspective, which could have secured the win from their side. They were still able to walk on that knife's edge and just like ensure that they stay healthy just enough to ensure that they can stabilize. There's still a potential Atrocity top deck here that can save the side of Czechia if it wouldn't be for the Vengeance that is already sitting in the Spanish hand.
Yeah, holding on to exactly one option heading into the next turn as well to play around the Atrocity means that Spain are in a fantastic position. It basically comes down to Spain having to throw here. I don't really see any other option. Also getting another Abyssal Eye, yeah. Let's just see.
Wow, and Terror of the Tides, adding insult to injury. You have fearsomes, I have fearsomes, is what Spain is saying.
Oof, that was a lease off the top as well. Yeah, not great. Yeah, and as I said, like I will stick to my guns. I said at the very start of the match, like I think this is still Mist Wraith favored. I think that the way that Czechia played out their picks and bans was very smart. I feel like they cornered them into going for like a more controlling matchup and then countered with a much faster deck and a deck that's able to go for punch through. And I think they were perfectly positioned into that matchup, but unfortunately they didn't really pull what they needed to pull at the right times. They were always just a little bit too slow with that and then just weren't able to play out the game and take that one.
Yeah, one caveat I would add to that is that from what I've seen, and we need to look at this specific list, but maybe Spain actually saw this one coming. Maybe this deep list is actually tailored towards the more aggressive mid-range decks. The reason I'm saying this is because the Beast Below is usually not a card that you see in these deck lists whatsoever, right? So I think, and given I think that we've seen it twice throughout the deck list, I'm assuming that's a 2 or a 3 of, and that might be what they felt the deck needed to ensure that they have a better position in this mid-range matchups. I still definitely think that this is something that is reasonable to be at the best a 50-50 for deep. But it looks like they were willing to take that, and kudos to them. They pulled through with a very, very clutch play, start to finish, and despite a very, very unfortunate whiff of the Stalking Shadows.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think it's very rare that you see the 4-4. I would say that like even in that case, like the LoR still feels a little weird because you typically see like the LoR in a much slower version of the deck. Specifically, UK were running that one a lot throughout the tournament. So yeah, I mean, it's 50-50. If they end up winning this game, we will have winners interviews, so we will get to talk to them. And if Czechia win, vice versa. I have a lot more deck questions for Czechia, I think. Like I have a lot of questions to ask them over this entire tournament, but we'll have to see. That's game one going over to Spain, so already in a great position. Yeah, we'll see what the next deck coming out here will be, because Czechia have a lot of versatility here. They have a lot of different ways they can go, and they can potentially go any single way. Spain are control deck, mid-range combo probably isn't going to see play, and then mid-range Fiora. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I would be surprised to see more control coming up from both sides, because looking at the side of Czechia, I think, oh, actually, it's mid-range on both sides here. Fiora, as Mogwai calls it, on the one side for Spain, and then Twisted Fate Gangplank, which we assume would be a go hard list, very, very popular at the moment. I see it all over the place in Masters ladder in Europe, and definitely one of the decks that is still also being figured out to a degree. We've seen a lot of Elise in there. We've seen variations when it comes to ratioing. We see some lists run Elise TF and Gangplank, and also these exact card choices are still kind of TBD in that list. But definitely a very, very powerful deck that we've also seen rise in the last week or two.
Yeah, so I was going to predict the Fiora Shen list. I feel like it was going to be a mid-range list, and if you're looking at Asher Juani, it gets kind of beaten too hard by too many of these Czechia lists, and they're unlikely to go control because of how Czechia have been playing so far in the decks that they have. So I thought it was going to be Fiora Shen. What I didn't expect was Czechia to go for the go hard list. I thought they would either go aggro or maybe go for the Asher Juani themselves. So yeah, this is interesting. As you said, I have to wonder exactly what list we're looking at. We've seen very few Gangplank Twisted Fates on the mainstream at least.
This could be Undying, for what we know.
It could be Undying. They could be running to Undying.
But it doesn't look like it. It looks like a... Actually, the hired gun actually kind of makes me feel it might be Undying. No, it's not. It's a go hard list. Very classic. Hired gun, a bit of a unique addition, I would say. As I said, like that list is still being figured out. But I think actually that Spain is in a very good spot here matchup-wise, because I think the Fiora itself is something that the Go Hard list has a bit of a trouble dealing with, while they actually have fairly squishy units in their entire deck. And we see the Fiora draw deck coming in clutch for the side of Spain, and the Fiora win condition can be absolutely realistic in this matchup. And it's going to be exciting to see how Spain plays around that and what Czechia is able to come up with to negate that.
Yeah, I said it at the start of the tournament, but this is the first time that we're going to cast with each other again. And Max and I are either completely aligned 100% or completely misaligned, and we have completely different views on how a matchup works. This one, I'm happy to say I'm completely aligned. I fully agree. I think that pulling Fiora early is a huge boon for the Spain lineup. And funny enough, like the Go Hard list, because we've seen like control variants of this with like Shadow Hours, for example, those lists often don't run a lot of units, and then you look specifically for the late game and just blow up with the spells and spells and spells. But this specific variant offers a lot of like small weenie units that could just be eaten up by Fiora, and the way it gets to late game is by playing those units. So actually Fiora Shen is incredibly well positioned here, and I would put this as like maybe even like a 70-30. Like this is a rough matchup because you essentially can't play anything if the Fiora comes down so early.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how Czechia have tailored their list, because this is definitely something they frankly should have seen coming, right? Leaving the Fiora open is something that they deliberately decided in draft, and then opting into this potentially devastating matchup, as you call it, right? Is something that I would be surprised if they didn't have an ace up their sleeve. So maybe that list actually does run some vengeances. Maybe there are some further forms of interactions beyond what we usually see from that Go Hard list.
Yeah, I fully agree. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head what those cards could be, but I'm always ready to be surprised with Czechia. It could literally be anything. The double Twist of Fate pulls right here are okay. Twist of Fate surprisingly isn't amazing because Fiora so often open attacks with Combat Trickster backer, so it's very unlikely you'll ever get that gold card off if there is a develop. And man, deckhand just feels like so bad. Unless they're using the go hard exactly this turn, which they're forced into, right? Like now we're looking at so many plays that they're making, which are essentially forced into, right? Because like there's never going to be another opportunity ever for them to play that, and that was still risky because they could have been a single comment in hand. So they're still having to make these ratio plays.
Yeah, absolutely. Triple riposte here usually doesn't feel great. In this specific case, though, it's actually not too bad, simply because you want to have as much protection for your Fiora as you can imagine. And yeah, I think Spain still, despite this very strong matchup and despite drawing Fiora, in a bit of a difficult position here, because the one health Fiora is obviously not something you can directly attack with, so you would have to pre-commit the sharp side, which is generally speaking not something you want to do, because then after the attack, Fiora's down to 1 HP again. And given that the opponent has 4 mana available and you don't exactly know what they have, they might have Wild Beast, they might have Unspeakable Horror, they might have Interaction that you're currently not thinking of. They need to really like ensure that they are playing it smartly. And yeah, Spain is going to go the other path and actually goes with the pre-committed riposte. Given that they have 3 in hand, I think it's totally reasonable to do.
Yeah, the sharp sight makes this hand good. Surprisingly, the 3 riposte are made good by that sharp sight, and you can hold it on for as long as you want because it's a burst spell. It's super cheap, and your opponent always has to respect it. And at the same time, this could be a bluff, right? Like you don't really know. But again, as we've been mentioning, Czechia are locked into these plays where they have to play them now. They're actually thinking about like go hard now and then try and accelerate towards our go hard condition, or even think about the twist of fate here.
Yeah, it's a battle for the Fiora right now, right? Like Spain needs to do their damage to keep the Fiora alive, while Czechia will do everything in their power to just get rid of that Fiora. If Fiora dies, Czechia is in prime position to take this game and claw themselves back into the series. But if that Fiora lives, she's only 3 kills away from actually straight up winning the game. And there are 3 combat tricks waiting in the hand of Spain. So if she gets 3 additional attacks, or if there's a top deck of a single combat, the game can be incredibly quickly over. This stun card is incredibly good. I would have wanted to see that play. That was fantastic play from the side of Czechia. Even with the sharp side, it completely essentially negates the effect of sharp side. And then next turn you still have the opportunity to threaten the Fiora again with the go hard. And then suddenly Fiora needs to riposte defensively if it wasn't for the deny from the top.
Yeah, the good thing about specifically this matchup is a lot of your ways to ping are forcing much more expensive options from your opponent, like Riposte, 4 mana. Basically, no one ever runs a Prismatic Barrier, and the best you're going to get is like Spirit's Refuge. Deny coming in, like there's very few Notifies. Like Deny is also a very expensive option. Like no matter how you slice it, this is going to be a 4 mana spell used right here, and then like a very weak develop in your 1-drop. And then even then, you're maybe even banking mana. So just like this single go hard is essentially cancelled out an entire turn from Spain.
Yeah, I think even if this gets denied right here, Czechia is not going to feel terrible. They definitely want to get rid of the Fiora, but forcing out a 4 mana response for your 1 mana spell, you're going to feel great. Because you still have the option to either with the Forged Croaker or with the Glimpse Beyond, draw into another option. That could be another Go Hard, that could be the Vilefist, Unspeakable Horror, things we mentioned. Totally depends on the exact list. But there are options, and that's the most important thing here. There are things that Spain needs to respect, and they can't afford to always trade down in mana because they will run out, and they need to ensure that their Fiora lives.
Yeah, I'm predicting probably a riposte here. I think Deny is unfortunately just a little too valuable based on what could be thrown out in this matchup. It's a little bit too versatile. You also need to be, wow, that was not what I was expecting.
I was expecting that. I was just going to jump in and say exactly that. The reason is that the Screeching Dragon is sitting in hand, and that I think Spain is afraid of exactly what I was mentioning. If they are keeping this trade up, they will just lose the game because they are spending 4 mana all the time on 1 or 2 mana threats from Czechia just to defend the Fiora. But when you're just defending the Fiora, you're in a position where you cannot ensure that she attacks, right? And the only way that Fiora is able to secure the win is if she gets to trade comfortably, which in this case, given the current state of the game, she's just not. And so I think it's a really smart play from Spain to let the Fiora die, say goodbye to that win condition, and try to make something happen with the Screeching Dragon.
That's fair. I was also going down the line of they need to be thinking about things like hand refill, right? Like right now they're in a good position because they can kind of just attack the hands, and it's still Czech is still clawing at options to try and kill the Fiora. So you need to be thinking about things such as Glimpse Beyond. That being said, they played the Screeching Dragon right here, and there's basically all the mana in the world for Czechia to refill their hand. Like they managed to get the Croaker out, and now they could even look at this timing on the Glimpse Beyond. They're also thinking about like a redevelop on the Fiora, and that may draw value down the road, but they kind of need cards at the moment. So
yeah, no, absolutely. I would actually be surprised to. I would be curious to see how far the Twisted Fate is, because one option here is to actually ensure the. Wow, that's an attack.
that's a spicy attack.
That's something that I didn't expect. That's where you kind of hear us like not speak, because we're both a little baffled.
Thinking about it, yeah.
The Twisted Fate just gets to attack. Now he gets sacrificed even for drawing 2. I would have wanted to see how many cards had been drawn already for this Twisted Fate, because I think one potential line could have been there to kind of force the Twisted Fate level up in the next turn, and then have the new Twisted Fate that you already have be already in leveled up form. But looking at and knowing Czechia very well, I'm expecting that this just wasn't a line that was attainable based on the hand state and based on the current counter of TF. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to see that yet. But very strong play, regardless, from the side of Czechia, ensuring that they force out some damage and really treating the Twisted Fate not as a strong champion, but rather as like a 2/2 with some upside.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's so versatile when you place him down, and you get to choose the effect when you want it. I think it was 2, by the way, because the last turn he threw out the gold card, and they drew a card, and then they cycled, so it should be 2. And then in hand they had the Glimpse, and then they had potentially with the second TF pick a card, which would have been an additional 3. So yeah, I mean there was potential to level that up, but I think from Czechia's perspective, like that's not the way they win this game. With the Fiora being down, like they're in such a good position now. That being said, Spain did just draw into their second Fiora,
and Czechia draws into Vengeance. Exactly the option I was thinking about when I was talking about, okay, there's some cards that you can potentially add to this deck to make it a bit better in this matchup. So that Spain held on to that deny in hand will come in very, very clutch here potentially. It's definitely something that Czechia needs to play around when it comes to removing that Fiora again.
I'll also say earlier, I said basically no one runs Prismatic Barrier. I would expect this to be a one-off from Spain. The reason when you do run Prismatic Barrier is basically a fourth of Riposte. That's the way that you look at it. So I think that's probably most likely, but I'm also ready to be wrong. Here comes the a very threatening red card coming out from Czechia as well.
Yeah, they're really going for the all-out attacks here, right? They're basically saying, I'm happy to just all-out attack you again with my entire board and just like slowly whittle you down. You only have 2 blockers at the moment. You might be putting another one down the next time you pass. You get priority, but I still have an entire board minus the powder keg there, and so I'm definitely threatening again a very minimum of 3, 4, 5 damage, and these just stack up so quickly. It really is death by 1,000 cuts when it comes to this go hard list, and then in the end you have this potential lethal from the pack your bags, which really might send Spain packing into game 3.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why Spain really has to be thinking so hard about this deny, and that's like something they need to be thinking about as you get later and later into this game, is not dying from that turn. Playing the Fiora here is basically they have to, and Czechia feels so good about this attack. They have the backup of Glimpse Beyond as well, so it's unlikely that Fiora will ever get her proc off here. It'll basically be down to another spell coming through, like Single Combat, or even Concerted Strike. Please no. But yeah, we'll see how this works.
Yeah, I think every time that we see a Concerted Strike drawn, you would just like immediately get PTSD from the last part. What we see, honestly, I expect this, to be the full-out attack again, like holding true to the name of the game here. Twisted Fate is just another 2/2, and Prismatic Barrier coming out together with Screeching Dragon as expected. But that's looking at a potential like 7 damage here, going down to 5. Usually the Fiora Shanless doesn't run any form of recovery, maybe beyond a single or maybe 2 of Spirit's Refuge. So this is incredibly powerful here. Deny coming in to deny the Glimpse, and that's going to be very, very fortunate here. Czechia is going to be very happy with this exchange, and going down to 5 is just incredibly powerful. So 5 is exactly the amount that you need to hit pack your bags. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the go hard being played here, even without killing anything, just to ensure that you get additional draw opportunities for the next turns. Because all you need now is to draw, pack your bags, third go hard, and then pack your bags, and then you win the game.
And from here, Spain can almost never tap below 4, right? Like, you've got a bluff that you have deny. Wow. I feel like River Shaper came in exactly when he needed to. Yeah, like, you just need to be able to block that pack your bags turn, and Czechia are just going to dig for it as fast as they can, and then essentially pressure Spain into positions where they have to tap, and then they'll just follow through with their 1-mana spell. So, yeah, right now, Czechia are definitely still the aggressors. The deny had to come through on that last turn. Fiora probably still unlikely to be a win condition here, but she still can be threatening. She's probably going to get the level up here as well. And now it's just like you have to start chipping this board down.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to see if the Vengeance is getting used here, and then actually on what. Because I think both River Shaper and Fiora are absolutely reasonable targets here. They're going for the Fiora. I think that makes sense. They feel comfortable with the spot that they're in, and given that the River Shaper just trades here, I actually would have expected a riposte, I think, on the River Shaper, just to keep that alive. Such a valuable tool in this matchup. He still draws the Denizer, so that's incredibly powerful, but they only have a single unit in form of the Screeching Dragon, and the Screeching Dragon is no good here. And there's
I agree. It does pack your bags. Yeah, and unfortunately, there's just so much mana right here. Okay, well, there's the second one.
Yeah.
Yeah, just draw well for her. I don't know what your problem is.
Yeah, that was incredible. Obviously, Zeb Sprayfin is a card that is very, very nice, that it only draws cards that are costing 3 or less mana. And some of these lists have actually reduced the amount of spells that they run to only go hard and glimpse beyond to ensure that the Zeb Sprayfin almost always hit that. And yeah, that's something you can do there on the side of Spain. You just accept that there was an incredibly powerful draw from the side of Czechia, but also very, very well played. I have to stress that. How they played with their Twisted Fate is something that I frankly have not ever seen before on ladder, even in high tiers Masters, where they really just treat that as a 2-tour vanilla creature that has some kind of come into play effect that sometimes might be useful. Zero respect, zero opportunity for like potentially leveling up, just like always chipping in the damage. And that was exactly what they needed. On the damage point, they clean up the game and actually win the matchup.
Yeah, I'd even go a step further and talk about their timing on those small units as well, specifically Deckhand. I thought Deckhand was going to be a huge liability, and somehow it turns into a huge boon for them at every step of the way. They used it in tandem with the Twist of Fate. They thought about the times in which the opponent could have things like single combat. They went for the risk that they needed to at the right times, and then they just played it out perfectly. I specifically think about like the Sharp Sight turn where they forced the Sharp Sight out, and then they followed through, and yeah, they just drew well heading into the later parts of the game. So it was a combination of good play, good thinking about percentages of like what they could possibly draw and when, and playing around it correctly. And yeah, that's the reason why we're talking about Czechia being a favorite for this tournament, is the fact they can bounce back in a matchup we both said at the start was definitely not favorable for them.
Yeah, going to third game, can somebody check in on Mogwai? I'm not sure if like his heart is still, he's an old man, we need to make sure that he's still alive. Going to game 3, this will be incredibly exciting. As we mentioned, it's a best of 3, we're going into the final game. Winner takes it all, winner advances to semis, the loser is out. So this is an all or nothing match, and I'm going to be very interested to see what the teams are picking here. What are your predictions for what the teams are going to pick up here?
Ooh, here? Okay, so there's a lot of control matchups, but I don't expect Spain to go towards it. If I were to guess, I think they'll go Ashtadrani here, and I think for Czechia, they'll probably go for probably not the Mistray list if they're predicting that, either a Mirror or maybe the Anivia list.
Yeah, Anivia is definitely also something that I have on top of my list, because I think it's something that has a lot of power and I think should do reasonably well into most of these matchups. I think Deep is not really an option here for Czechia, given that the Ionia lists are still available for the side of Spain. And something that I also can see happening is them actually going with their kind of trademark Undying list that is now running Misfortune as well.
The only reason I don't think they'll go Undying is because there's an option for Sadrani here, and the freezes completely destroy that deck. And I think the control decks, it's unlikely for Spain to go towards. There's a chance for Weimar, but I think it's slim. And if anything, they might repeat the Fiora Shen matchup again. And if it's Fiora Shen, then that's also kind of annoying. And the Anivia list does okay into that. So unless they're getting beaten down a mid-range, but that's relatively unlikely. So That's why I think that Czechia would look at Anivia being the best option, and in Spain, maybe even repeating it. Zed Lee Sin was unexpected to go for combo into that again. If I was just talking about the Anivia list, if they were thinking about that line and then how to counter what they were just countering, then it would make sense to go for the combo list into Anivia. That being said, they're just going to go straight up as Sejuani here from Czechia.
Yeah, honestly, something that traditionally has seen a rise because of the power of Lee Sin. So I think Czechia, just looking at the matchup, is going to be very happy here because freezes traditionally are very powerful against both Zed and Lee Sin. And it's a deck that a lot of people have considered the counter to Zed Lee Sin when Lee Sin was still even more powerful than he is still at the moment.
Yeah, it was possible to still lose that matchup as the freeze deck back before Lee Sin was still nerfed, which was crazy to me. And for a lot of top level players, they would go into tournaments literally running like 6 to 9 freezes and then just either not pulling them or just not being able to stop the Lee Sin from kicking them in the face with all the health. Now, after the nerfs, I think it's much more possible for that to be the case. And I think that it's even more favored for the Frostbite matchup. But on paper, this has always been the go-to counter. And now it's just kind of living that dream now that Lee Sin has been nerfed and we're seeing way less of it. So this is, yeah, definitely heavily Czechia favored.
Yeah, and it really comes down like, did they anticipate that? And that's definitely going to be my question going into the last game for this, because if Czechia really thought about this and was like, okay, they expect us to go Anivia, and the best deck that they can do against Anivia is Deadly Sin, and their best deck against Deadly Sin is Ash Sejuani, then honestly, they just really deserve having such a powerful matchup going into this, and then they also deserve to get the win here.
Because that's what we were just talking about, right? We were like, oh, it's probably going to be Anivia and maybe a mid-range list. But if you're thinking that, that's the two-head moment, and then you go like, you use 100% of the brain's capacity, and you're like, okay, well, what if they do that? Then we do this, and then what if they think that, and then we counter again, and then what happens if they do that, and then we go all the way back to 0, and we pick something completely random? You don't know. And that's part of the reason why some people have been looking at this format and saying it's a little bit rock, paper, scissory. But then there was also an element of saying, well, even in rock, paper, scissors, you can still mind game your opponent, right? You can condition them into picking rock, and then you go paper. So this is kind of what Czechia have done in this situation.
There's a world championship in rock, paper, scissors. Don't ever talk badly about that game.
Fair enough. Is there a consistent winner?
I have no idea.
Is there a world champion who wins every single time and he's like a rock main? Or...
I have no idea, but there's definitely like something that you can talk about when it comes to what you're saying, like conditioning and game theory behind it, right? Because you always need to think about not only what is most likely, but also how does it swing, right? Because you're not only looking, okay, they have a favorable matchup here, and they have a favorable matchup there, and something unfavorable there. The question is also how favorable, how unfavorable. And that is something that will define your decision making. And if you're able to anticipate that, that just makes you a better player. And that is not necessarily an element of RPG. This is really more an element that actually comes down to the purest of game theory.
Yeah, exactly. And it's something that I think that I've seen specifically in Czechia more than any other team. All these players, right? Like so often you'll look at a play and you'll be like, oh, I just don't know. I just don't know if it makes sense to go for it right now. We've all had that moment in like in ladder, but for some reason, like Czechia have the sixth sense of knowing exactly when it is the right time or not to. Like that entire last game, they had to be thinking about single combat, but always played around it. But always also took the risk exactly when he needed to. Now looking at this matchup, getting the Z early, I think is so important for Spain to be putting on the pressure because it's so difficult for them to actually come in with that roundhouse kick late game with the Lee Sin and guaranteeing it's going to happen on the team the turn they wanted to. This way, at least the Z puts in pressure every single turn. However, that was just Yeti off the top, which makes this much harder.
Yeah, powerful draw there. And the option of harsh winds is still available here for the side of Czechia. And there's literally no way that Spain could deal with this. So if the Mentor attacks here together with the Z, which is the expectation, obviously, then suddenly, while they have Pell Cascade and Hush in hand, that's just suddenly not good enough anymore against the Harsh Winds.
It's just exactly not enough. That's really frustrating because you'll get the extra 2 onto Z and then the extra 1. And now, yeah, Spain, this is such a rough position to be in, right? Like you're looking at this and like if you're going to attack, it has to be now, and your opponent has 6 mana, and they definitely could be sitting on harsh winds, or a multitude of freezes for that matter, and even Troll Champ, which these decks have been picking up now as well. it's a rough turn because you do need to be putting down pressure. Like it's so hard not to. If you don't put down pressure, you probably already lost the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And the question is here, does Czechia even go for it? They could have Troll Chant here, potentially, right? But Troll Chant actually plays into potential tricks. So I'm very curious to see what they're doing.
Okay, they do go for the chance.
Yeah, they're playing the most conservative chant possible, right? Where they really want to ensure that this Yeti has the best potential chance of taking down the Z. Obviously, there is no way for Spain to interact with that line, and hence they are going with the Pale Cascade on the Mentor, ensuring that at least the Trapper who summoned the Yeti gets taken down for his sins. And yeah, but still, Czechia in a very comfortable position. 5-4 on the board, on the board, turn 4, sitting pretty.
Yeah, it feels so bad that you've got to trade your mentor off along with the Pale Cascade just to kill the 3. Not even the big unit is summoned. So yeah, definitely rough here for Spain. Now they've got to be thinking about whether they just want to gem here. I believe that was one spell right there, so they need to be thinking if they want Drangling.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Archer.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to just gem that up here. The Dragling is incredibly powerful, potentially stops an attack, and against this Ash Sujani list, you actually need to value your health points because there are some incredibly powerful swings that can just come down via an Ash that levels up and is backed up by a Harsh Winds or another freeze effect that levels her in during the attack. So I think it makes sense that they play it very conservatively here and try to conserve health as much as possible, while obviously they didn't want to lose that. They're not in a terrible position either, because double Dragonling every single turn is something that can really fend off the pressure, and then they just need to find a way to stick the Lee Sin together with the Mentor that they have in hand already.
Yeah, Spain have a couple options right here. There is definitely a consideration to even like gem the Dragonling and actually like dissuade an attack in the first place. They do have things like waiting and then potentially hushing. There's going to be definitely turns where Hush is going to come in so clutch and stopping the Ash from going for exactly that turn you were talking about, like getting the level up on the attack, and then being able to disable the Ash in that situation will save you. So Hush feels a little bit too valuable for this situation. So it's probably gem onto at least one of these units. They just need something that can threaten, onto Dragon. They need to threaten the attack.
I like this a lot. The double gem here ensures that you get 2 Dragonlings again next turn, and it completely stops the attack. And I think that's definitely worth. While gems obviously are incredibly powerful in this deck, you want to play them anyway because you want to go towards your Lee Sin level up. You need to ensure your Lee Sin is leveled up and can threaten, right? The best potential position for you to be in if you're on the side of Spain is that Lee Sin is leveled and can actually challenge a unit that cannot trade back regardless. So something like the Omen Hawk or the Icevale Archer would be premier targets for the Lee Sin to challenge, because then even if the freeze comes up, that only buys time. And buying time is fine because Lee Sin is in a position where every single turn he can threaten lethal from starting the level up together with the Zenith Blade that's already sitting in hand.
Yeah, a couple options right here. Man, Lee Sin being at 5 mana, it makes it so difficult to slap him down even more. Back when he was 4 mana, it was just like, sometimes you're on 4 and you're like, yeah, seems good. But now it's just slightly harder to position him in regards to the rest of your deck. Like, it's so hard to slam him down, have him backed up by like Bastion or a Deny now. Like, look at this turn, you're on turn 6, and that would have been an easy Lee Sin, right? Like, you'd be like, oh, awesome. Like, we have Zenith Blade, we have so many different ways of interacting here, but now we don't. So it has to essentially be mental here on this attack turn. And now you're looking down at Asher Johnny, and there are a couple of different options. Oh, actually going for Trifarian is interesting. This is more of a pass turn because they just want to pass the action back.
Yeah, they just want to keep the Harsh Winds option open, right? And you don't want to play Sejuani usually on your defensive turn, so they just wanted to ensure that it doesn't look like they might have Harsh Winds, but they still give that impression, right? So I think by now Spain is well aware that there's at least one Harsh Winds waiting in the hand of Czechia, given the way that they played and how they always ensured that they have 6 mana available going into the attack, but they can't know for sure, and they definitely can't know for sure that it's 2.
Yeah, it's some of these decks actually don't even run 2 Harsh Winds. A lot of them ran 1 for a long time, and I think like in tournaments when you're specifically targeting exactly Lee Sin, then you can go up to 2. But it just kind of bricks out in so many different matchups, especially in ladder. So yeah, this is probably the only 2 Harsh Winds they have in the entire deck. I think going for the conservative, just double Dragonling swing here makes the most sense. They kind of just need mentors to be on board and be ready and waiting for the Lee Sin down the line.
100%. The only reason that you could attack with Mentor here is that you have an opportunity to ensure that your Dragon Links trigger again next turn if the Mentor dies, and you also have the opportunity to gem up the other Eye of the Dragon so it doesn't just die to the Trifarian next turn.
Yeah, Harshwinds, I think for a lot of people would look like a really heavy investment there, but I think it makes a ton of sense. They need to conserve how wide their board is and threaten a potential open swing. They do need to be thinking about Concussive Palm, so they'll probably drop Sejuani here just because it is so powerful as a 6-bomb. And you basically get the added benefit of 100% removing one of those generators. Yeah, now, I think Spain could feel pretty good about Lee Sin.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. This is the best opportunity. The opponent is completely tapped out, and your Lee Sin can generate value here. But also it unblocks your second Lee Sin that you have in hand, and actually makes that into a potential doubled spell that further caters towards this level up condition.
Force is meaningless without skill.
A pleasure to see you.
Yeah, this has suddenly become a much harder decision to go for the swing and how they want to swing.
Yeah, traditionally speaking, you don't want to swing into 4 mana against this Lee Sin deck, simply because there are so many combo tricks that they have available, from the Sonic Wave to Hush to Pale Cascade to Bastion. There is a plethora of options available, and every single one of them can hurt a lot if played correctly. So I'm very curious to see how Czechia plays this out. I wouldn't be surprised if the Assessor still threatened the Lee Sin, though.
Yeah. Forcing out an option, I think, has to be the play. Then again, there's also a world where you look at the opponent's hand and it's like, well, they're going to have a way to protect the Lee Sin forever anyway, and they definitely wouldn't play the Lee Sin if there wasn't a way for them to do that. So getting the free kill onto the Dragon Generator, the Eye, makes a lot of sense. And then obviously Ash right here will get the level up, and then we'll also be able to stop the Lee Sin from blocking by himself without the use of combat spells. And we'll also get the free attack onto the 0-3 anyways.
Yeah, frankly, Spain is thinking about trying to go for lethal next turn, I think. They're pondering what their best line looks like. Lee Sin is in a position where next turn he could attack leveled up together with the Zenith Blade, threatening the kill, and that could even happen on something like the Omen Hawk or the Ice Router. And I think that's exactly what they're going for here. That's the indication that they're giving by not using the Sonic Wave and trading down some of the board. Yeah, Zenith Blade comes down, ensures the level of Lee Sin can happen, and the lethal threat is existent. Harsh Winds does exist though for the side of Czechia, so they will be in a bit of a rough spot when they are surprised by that card next turn.
Yeah, that feels like such a heavy commitment. I do agree that you do need to kind of take a risk and find your moment, because yes, this is a matchup where you're heavily unfavored because of so many freezes, and when your opponent is on a 2-card hand, and that was a 1-card hand up until the last draw, it's very likely you need to be looking for the open swing to prevent the Ash Arrow coming through, for example.
And this proactive Bastion is so genius. It's so good. It allows the Spanish team to just prevent Lee Sin from actually getting Harsh Winds, because there is no other form of interaction in the form of Czechia's hand. So this Lee Sin attack, while before this was something that they could have easily countered with Harsh Winds, now actually is in a position where he can threaten lethal, and with Harsh Winds being the only option in Czechia's hand, if Spain goes for it, it's it. If Spain goes for this attack and they lock this in, they will be making the semifinals.
Yeah, they just need to hit the button and they just win the game. Unbelievable. Yeah, because the Harsh Winds just isn't enough. There was the second Harsh Winds that we saw earlier, but again, even if you kept that, you couldn't play both in the same turn. You needed a freeze, essentially, like a smaller freeze, or even keeping a troll chance so you could bust through the Bastion off of this wing. So yeah, they realize it, they're looking at it, and they just know there's nothing they can do. And this is what we were talking about at the start. Sometimes, yes, this matchup is so heavily favored, but you can get into these situations where you just don't draw your freezes. You don't draw what you exactly need to win. And there's a surrender. 2-1 going over to Spain, and they will progress. My prediction has already gone, and it's an hour into the broadcast, and Spain managed to defeat them I know a lot of people are going to be, a lot of fans are going to feel great about that, and specifically Mogwai, I'm pretty sure is going crazy right now. He was not happy that they were going up against Czechia in round one.
Yeah, honestly, like definitely an upset. I would call it based on group stage
100%.
performance, and fantastic play though from the side of Spain. Exactly going for the lines where they felt they had to go for the kill in this specific scenario, sacrificing their entire board and essentially saying, okay, I need to push this through, and I'm calling that the 2 cards in your hand, because they knew that the crystal arrow was sitting on the top of the deck due to the Ash level up, right? I'm calling that the 2 cards in your hand are not 2 ways of interacting. If that would have been another Ash together with the harsh winds, or 2 freezes in the form of flash freeze, which some of the lists are also running, they would have lost the game right there. But they called the bluff from the side of Czechia, and they advanced to the semifinals. Congratulations.
100%, and that's what we were just talking about. Like, they knew that was a 1 card hand, so it was probably a freeze, but they needed 2 freezes for them to be able to lose the game. So it had to be a top deck freeze for them to lose there. So they had to go for that opportunity right then, and they did. They led with the Bastion open attack. So really well played from honestly both sides. I think like both teams navigated extremely well. I think the first matchup was a little unfortunate for Czechia. Second game they had an amazing draw and also played it out well. And then Spain just came in that third game. I just managed to eke out a win in the matchup they were not favored in. So yeah, 100% respect to Spain. That has changed the entire bracket the way I think about it now. And again, we were talking about how the top side of the bracket was so stacked, right? Like these are the top 4 teams, I think, in the tournament, and excluding Germany, and any one of them could make finals. So the fact that we got a matchup like that so early on really just speaks to the caliber of players and teams that we have at the tournament.
100%. And talking about stacked, you already see it on the bottom third there. Poland versus France coming up next. 2 other, honestly, tournament favorites going into the tournament from the start. And before we jump into that, though, we're going to have an interview coming up, and we're going to talk to the winners.
Yeah, we're going to be talking to Spain in just a second here, so we'll find out in a second just who we're going to be talking to, because it could be one of any 3 players. And yeah, what I'm trying to think now, because I was fully expecting like after how that second game went, I thought like, oh, it's probably going to be Czechia here, right? And then we can talk to them about like, you know, how that draft went and what they were thinking, and now we get to hear the opposite side of that and what Spain were thinking. Because for me, it felt like they walked into Czechia's hand twice, but we'll have to find out in a second.
Yeah, I'm very curious, honestly. That's going to be, frankly, the biggest question in my head is this something that they actually feel comfortable with? Like, is this a matchup where they feel they, with the Bastions, and maybe they run more than what usually we see, which is traditionally like 0-2. Maybe they actually tailor, again, like there's so much movement in these deck lists that you can tailor them towards specific matchups. And given how the draft specifies your lineup choices and how you essentially can pinch somebody into a certain deck archetype, suddenly some otherwise on ladder bad choices become totally viable because you are in a position where those cards can cater to the matchup you're explicitly targeting.
Yeah, and we've seen so many examples of that, specific from the team. Like, I'm going to talk about them a bunch because it's the last time we can now because they're being eliminated. Czechia, like they in the tournament in their preparation, they had so many lineups that were specifically geared toward countering specific matchups, like the Undying list, for example. Really surprised in those first couple of weeks, where people were like, wait a minute, this isn't what we thought it was at all, and it came out and it just absolutely wiped the floor with a lot of these control decks. And specifically these really grindy decks like War Mothers that we saw time and time again, which start to scale off, and now we're starting to see more of. So we'll see how that one pans out as we go through the tournament. That being said, we do have Nujwik here joining us. Hello, Nujwik. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be feeling good after that win over Croatia. I think one of the tournament favorites. Can you talk us through your drafting choices in that final series? Because to us looking in, it kind of looked like you walked into Czechia's hand twice there.
I think we actually predicted the draft pretty well. I think we had some problem with our draws on the second game with Fiora. Like we didn't get to protect her as much as we would have liked to, but overall, I think the draft was pretty good for us.
That's awesome. Going to the last match, do you actually feel the Lee Sin deck is not as unfavored as we potentially made it out to be against the Sejuani list?
I think it's kind of like a skill matchup. You may have problems going for lethal with Lee Sin if you don't have Bastion, and if he has answers for that, but luckily for us, I think he didn't have any answer for the 16 damage combo on the last round, so
yeah, honestly, incredibly well played from you guys, and ensuring that you go for the killing blow when you had the opportunity.
Did you have a specific preparation coming into this matchup into Czechia? Because Czechia have been very vocal about how good they are with preparation, and they've also been one of these curvebally teams who bring a lot of weird decks into the tournament. So how was your preparation coming into this one?
Honestly, our preparation has been like a few hours before the deadline. We hang out on a Discord call and we talk about, okay, what do we bring? What decks do we like? And that's it, basically. We look at the Czechia decks, but it was like, okay, they can actually change the deck list. So we didn't, It was like, whatever. We bring the decks we want to play and we play them. Yeah, I actually really like the deep deck, which is like a fully greedy deep deck. And I think it was good that they didn't bring a lot of aggro, so we could just play it and win against almost everything.
Yeah. Talking about your deck choices, is there one deck in particular which, like, maybe for the viewers at home, you would recommend if they want to hit Masters this season, this is the deck you should play right now?
Oh, maybe Fiora Shen. If you draw well, it's a really easy deck to pile up, and it has a lot of good matchups, maybe.
Yeah, makes sense. You heard it here. Like, play Fiora. That's how you get Masters. One last question from my end. The next opponent for you will be Poland or France, and that's the matchup coming up. What are your predictions going into that? Who do you think will take it and face you in semifinals?
I haven't actually seen any of their matches. Like, I have only seen my matches and the ones from our group, so I have no idea who's gonna win. I don't really care. Like, we are gonna go there and play to win anyway. So
yeah, taking it one game at a time makes absolute sense.
Yeah, my final question is there a team you don't want to see in the finals with you? If, say, you make it to finals, who do you not want to face? Because I feel like Czechia was one of the more, I would say, annoying matchups to go into because they can bring basically anything. But I think a lot of these other teams are more consistent in their lineups.
I guess Germany has a lot of good players, so technically it should be Germany, like the favorite right now, but I don't really care, I think.
Fair enough. I think I'd probably have the same answer. Well, thank you very much, Nujwick. Congratulations on the win, and we'll see you in semifinals.
Can I say something to the fans?
Absolutely.
100%. Go for it.
I'm actually going to say it in Spanish because so they can understand. Gracias, gente, por apoyarnos. Y nada, mañana vamos a ganar esto por Españita. Bye bye.
Thank you
Thanks
so
much, mate. And he's out. So, okay, we're going to take a couple seconds here before we go to break. But yeah, I mean, he kind of said a lot of things that we were talking about heading into that interview. I think he was maybe more confident than I was expecting. I definitely think that like it does come down to skill in that final matchup, and I think we were on the money when we were talking about how greedy the deep deck list was. I think he was maybe talking about it being more greedy than maybe even we were talking about. But I think overall, like, you know, a lot of solid expectations for what we're thinking.
Yeah, honestly, very good to hear, and also probably very, very positive for all the Spanish fans out there to hear how confident they're going into not only this quarterfinal, but also the semifinal. After the, I would say, like, definitely shaky and a little bit unexpected group stage performance, where it was down to the wire up until the last day, and Spain had to clutch their last best of three in the group stage to actually make it to quarters, but doesn't affect the confidence levels whatsoever at all. They're feeling confident to take it all, and that's just exactly the mentality you need to have, I think.
All right, guys, we are going to take a short 5-minute break, but when we get back, we'll be heading into our second quarterfinal between France and Poland. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, yeah. I've been trying to take my eyes off you. Oh, girl, it ain't easy, just let go of that body. Why you gotta keep flirting like you do? I waited so patiently, but you don't seem sorry. I seen a little DM, trying to make some plans. Now come on, baby, lay it in the PM. Hope that you would understand. I think that if you get to know me, you see I'm way more than nice. I wanna hold you, let me feel you till the morning light. I'm more than just 9 to 5. Everyone's known it's only you and I. Looks like we'll be staying up all night. Time to play what you say, I'm here for you. I'm working overtime. I'm more than 9 to 5. Come on, let your clothes drop down to the the floor. I wanna see you moving slowly to the music. We'll be dimming the lights, then lock the door. I know it sounds crazy, but hey, we're gonna do it. Come on, yeah. Send a little DM, trying to make some plans. Trying, baby. Oh, baby, later in the PM. Hope that you would understand. I think that if you get to know me, you see I'm way more than nice. I wanna hold you, let me feel you till the morning light. I'm more than just 9 to 5. So everyone's known it's only you and I. Looks like we'll be staying up all night, up all night. Time to play what you say. I'm here for you. I'm working overtime. I'm more than 9 to 5. Baby. Ooh. I'm more than just 9 to 5. Everyone's known it's only you and I, you and I. Looks like we'll be staying up all night. Time to play what you say. I'm here for you. I'm working overtime. I'm more than I desire. Yeah. Everyone's known it's only you and I. Oh yeah. Looks like we'll be staying up all night. You up all night. Time to play what you say. I'm here for you. I'm working overtime. More than I desire. More than 9 to 5, baby. Yeah.
Lights are shining bright. My friends are in the club. We'll go all night. I see you in the back. The mood is right. If I just had your number, I would let you know how I feel. You walk up to me, start dancing to the music, energies like this was meant to be. Take my hand, I feel my heart beat, and I don't want this moment to stop. Time to go home. Don't want this night to end. Yeah, about time we stop pretending. Come home with me. Let's write a history. Tonight I'll make you see. It's all about us. It's all about us. As we're dancing close together, making out. It's all about us. It's all about us. There's some magic in your eyes, can't get enough. Feel your hands, the way you're touching me around my neck. Got chills down my back, you do it right. The way you're holding me, no, I don't want this moment to stop. No need to fight it, I cannot hide it. We won't regret it. So come with me, maybe we're meant to be. A perfect melody, and I don't want this moment to stop. Time to go home. Don't want this night to end. Yeah, about time we stop pretending. Come home with me. Let's write a history. Tonight I'll make you see. It's all about us. It's all about us. It's all about us. As we're dancing close together, making out, making out. It's all about us. It's all about us. There's some magic in your eyes, can't get enough. I can't get enough. Oh, it's all about us.
Welcome back to LoR Masters Europe playoffs for our quarterfinals. We're heading into our second quarterfinal now with Poland and France. Now, I think Poland, a lot of these players need no introduction, but France again coming in as a high seed, but it didn't always look like France were going to be the team making it in.
Yeah, absolutely. If you just turned in, you missed one hell of a series between Spain and Czechia. Spain clutching out the win there, securing their spot in the semifinals tomorrow. And in going to this matchup, honestly, I have to say France is the team to beat from my perspective on this side of the bracket, simply because I'm looking at how they played so far, and it's calm, collected, calculated. I rewatched all of their games over the entirety of the last week, and frankly, the amount of misplays that they executed in the 6 best-of-3 matches in the entirety of group stage, I can count on one hand. And that is incredible.
Yeah, France have really delivered. They've been one of the few high seeds coming into the tournament that really delivered. Because when you look at like Poland, for example, this is a team that was super hyped and I think still are. But in the last 2 weeks, specifically in the last 3 days, they had much weaker performances than I think anybody was expecting. So I think just based on performance, I am definitely there with you. I think that France should be able to take this one. They came in as the #1 seed into the tournament, and Poland #3. We can take a look at some of the players, though. Elix, Aoi with Flaxo are going to be on the team of France, and then Dua Fennell with Alan ZQ and Shoho Pass from Poland.
Yeah, its #1 seed was #3 seed here, and that basically tells you the entire story if you didn't follow the group stage. Definitely one of the two teams, both are tournament favorites going into the tournament, but Poland, as both already mentioned, is one of the teams that kind of underperformed compared to expectations, and the only team from the top 4 going into the tournament that was not able to secure first seed in their group.
Yeah, actually not even coming as first seed was surprising to say the least. I think it didn't feel like Poland were playing at full capacity in the last couple games, I will say that much. I think they were definitely trying out matchups, and they were very stubborn in moving away from specifically their Ezreal Draven list. So I think now coming into playoffs, they'll have a very different playbook, I would expect, I hope. I think
talking
that
about
maybe
Ezreal and Draven
was that. Yeah, talking about Ezreal Draven, they're still running it here today, so maybe something's changed. We had a whole conversation about it maybe not even being figured out completely yet in the best shell to use Ezreal in, and I actually think that is still very much true. I think that we actually have a couple teams who are running Ezreal in a entirely different lineup, so there's definitely different schools of thought even at the top level, but we'll see how it goes. Double Weimar bans I think makes a ton of sense against both of these two teams. I don't think you can just let that through based on how skilled these teams are piloting them. Draven coming through, taking away that list, so we don't even get to see it, they didn't even get the chance to play it today.
Yeah, and that just gets countered directly also with the Ezreal ban. Maybe to walk you through this pick and ban phase a little bit, if you didn't follow it in the group stage. So how it looks like is that between the 9 decks, the opponent only knows the region and the champions, and then they get to ban 3 champions, and every deck that features that champion that is getting banned will be eliminated from the pool. So far, the meta has been that every single deck only runs a champion once in the sense of like there is no overlap in champions between decks. But that is something that is theoretically a possibility, and that I think we might see coming into tomorrow with semifinals and finals as that last piece of the puzzle. But the metagame in that regard, when it comes to picks and ban, definitely has been only one champion in my entire lineup, so you don't give additional value to bans. And now we see that France locking in the Shen Fiora against Poland's, what we assume it will be a Mistwave list that splashes Targon for Pilk Escape.
Yeah, I didn't think Poland would go aggro here. I actually thought Poland would go either for one of the control lists or maybe even their Lee Sin list, assuming that France was going to be relatively conservative and go for like a mid-range control list themselves. They ended up going mid-range and went with the Fiora Shen list, but Poland, that's not really how they've been playing this entire tournament out, so that's quite interesting to me. Now, we get Mistwraiths into Fiora Shen. This is an interesting one because they both kind of like mid-range beatdown, but I would say that Mistwraith have a little better late-game punch-through. But the Fiora can theoretically farm these Mistwraiths.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm actually surprised. It's one of the few times that against Poland, the Karma list, Spooky Karma, is actually getting left open. Alan is one of the players who have populated that list and is one of the original players who crafted that list and like made it popular and was able to reach #1 on ladder with it multiple times. So just as much surprised that was left open as I'm surprised that Poland is not picking it. And you can see Aoi in the bottom right of your screen and Alan on the top left, who has been the pilot so far at all times for the Polish team. And we don't expect that to change, knowing him.
Yeah, probably not. We haven't seen a single other player pilot this entire tournament, right? It's literally just been Alan.
It's always been Alan.
Yep, fair enough. Even with Germany, they swapped it up, right? Because Fresh Lobster came in later on, and we were like, "Where's the mustache?" And then it came in. But yeah, no, Alan ZQ all the way, man. They get a pretty solid opening draw right here. They get to develop Mistwraiths. They have Elise on 2, pretty good. And they even have Stalking Shadows, which is pretty much a must pull for this deck. It's so incredibly good. On the opposite side, no Fiora in sight, but getting early River Shapers isn't actually that bad either. Getting multiple spells and building up your hand in preparation for those Mistwraiths coming in mid-game is actually quite nice.
Yeah, the question is here, Brightspeed Protector or not, and they're opting against it. It would have been something that could have prevented that Elise attack, but I totally understand where they're coming from. They want to ensure that they get maximum value. They don't currently see as much pressure coming down from the Polish team, but we've seen how that quickly can change with that Mistwraith list in our previous game. So I'm very curious to see how it plays out here.
Yeah, I think you just have to beat Poland out on board here with your friends, and for that reason, you have to go for maximum value. Also, stacking mana and having mana in the bank is so valuable for this Fiora Shen list with the amount of spells that they run. And again, Brightspeed Protector, like, it's a fearsome blocker that actually goes up significantly in stock value into bigger fearsome units like Callista, where it's like with Elise, she's kind of a bait card for a lot of people. Like, she's a really valuable unit, but at the same time, she's just kind of there to soak value. So by not playing into that, I think you gain more value in the long run.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I didn't expect that block. I would have totally understood if they would have been comfortable, like, trading down the Elise against the combo trick. But going for the trade with the Callista is something that is a little bit baffling to me, because Callista is so powerful in that deck.
Yeah, I think they maybe just understood that, like, River Shaper is potentially even more valuable than the Callista, and stopping their ability to refill their hand and keeping the ability for them to be pulling denies, which they just pulled, by the way, down low, I think is going to be very important for them.
Yeah, I think Deny is not a super strong card in this matchup, though, right? It's one of those cards where, yes, it's nice to have one of them against that potential atrocity, if it might become relevant later. But traditionally, these lists are mostly focused on burst cards, Stalking Shadows, Risen Mists, usually cards that you can't deny, simply because they're only at burst speed. So, yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm very curious to see how this develops. I don't think it's something that you can totally justify either way, I think.
Yeah. I mean, when I was talking about Deny, I think, like, I was literally just talking about pulling the wand, right? Like, you need the wand late game for that atrocity, and then you're thinning out your deck to get towards it. And then the rest of your combat tricks, I think, are kind of necessary. I don't know. I think you can go either way. I'm in the camp of, like, that was the right call, and here we get to see the Pulse Max cast where we're completely misaligned on something. So we'll just have to see how this game works out. I kind of feel that was the right play. There is a second River Shaper in hand that France can play a little bit more conservative around, but they're actually this is a very heavy unit hand, so they actually have a lot of good ways of really developing and keeping the units on board now.
Yeah, Brightspeed Protector makes a lot of sense here. It makes that attack very, very unattractive for the side of Poland, because suddenly you just have to sacrifice one of your units into that 3-2 for nothing, essentially. And that just is painful. They still opt into it simply because they need to play aggressive. They are the aggressor in this matchup. The longer this goes, the more complicated it becomes. And a card like Genevieve can completely swing the tides of battle, and it's only 2 turns away.
Yep, big drops like Genevieve, even Bright Steel, if they're running it as well, can just be blowout turns. So they need to be swinging in when they can. This probably makes the most sense. Yeah, taking away the spider there, they just need to be eliminating, like, the possibility that they, like, Elise will get level up. That being said, like, this is a potential crawling sensation turn where they could have even looked towards removing the Mistwraith, but neither here nor there. I think, like, removing the potential for the extra point of damage will actually end up mattering. So that's what France opt towards in the end. And now they're thinking about maybe developing their 1-drop here.
Yeah, health points are incredibly powerful, and they're just pondering, right? The reason that they might not want to go for the green lit Caretaker is they want to ensure that they have the deny backup for the River Shaper, and they're nicely hovering those cards for us, right? So they're saying, okay, next turn is going to be 5 mana for me, so if I play the Caretaker now, I will not have deny backup for the River Shaper. But they said, okay, that's still fine. I don't need to protect it necessarily, and the single combat here from the top is pretty big.
Yeah, single combat's going to be nice here. Potentially even getting an extra pull off of like the 1/1 spider, potentially off of the swing. The question is it enough value, right? Like, you got that first River Shaper, you got traded off, and you traded the combat trick with him. You got another Deny Enhance, that's all you need for this matchup. And now you have second River Shaper, and you're not going to be able to theoretically protect it past the swing, and it probably ends up just replacing itself in hand and plus drawing an extra spell. And then you only have one more River Shaper in deck to replenish yourself, and your opponent has plenty of ways to replenish, right? Like, they just played Stalking Shadows, they're going to have more ways of going wide. They're likely going to have very valuable cards like Wraithcaller. So do you even stand the possibility of getting outvalued heading into the late game?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, France definitely wants to draw a Fiora here. Deny really, really sad. You see it in the reaction from France.
Yeah.
This is definitely not a card they want. It will interact nicely with the Harrowing the Polish team just drew, but they really need something now. And Fiora is something that they really would want because it's a way that they can close out the game without going into Value Town and having to play that game of Poland of like, hey, let's just trade units all day. But that's exactly what my deck is designed around.
Yeah, the second Deny is just not it. They don't have a terrible turn right here, but they would like to be playing Genevieve potentially on the attack turn. Unfortunately, they're kind of just forced into one particular play. I think you have to snap the Genevieve and then potentially look for a Relentless Pursuit here, potentially on this turn, depending on how much mana Poland burn right here.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's between those two options. I actually like the pass a bit more because this leaves the single combat option open for the Poland swing. If they don't swing, you're absolutely fine, and you can just use Relentless Pursuit next turn. And the Relentless Pursuit is something that can actually swing the tides so much that I really like how much value they put on it, and they want to ensure that it hits maximum value without actually being almost like a wasted card, because you need to trade down your board due to an unforeseen circumstance or an unforeseen develop from the side of Poland.
Yeah, now if you're looking at the attack from Poland, how much changes? So they've essentially increased the one.
Now,
okay, they're actually
a lot changes.
Now a lot changes. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I think they are kind of forced into going for a swing. So I think in that same vein, you are forced into playing the Skitterer and then going for this and then dropping the amount of fearsome blockers your opponent has. Imagine if that Genevieve hadn't gone down here, right? You would have next to no fearsome blockers, and you would basically just be copying like a ton to the face. It would actually just straight up be lethal. Even here, this is going to be hard.
Yeah, this would have been game without Genevieve, simply because Genevieve would have been the only fearsome blocker. Plus, then obviously you can take down a unit with single combat. But even then, still, you're taking a minimum of 9 to the face, and that's just like in a position. That's the position you don't want to be in.
Yeah, even with this block, they're taking 8 and going down to 2, and then they'll probably be using single combat here, so they'll be taking 4. Yeah, they're also looking for the value to kill the Elise right now. And they just need to weigh up like how much those single points of health matter. And as we were talking about in the last series, like it's thresholds, right? Like when you're going down below 5 or when you're going below like 2, in some matchups, like it can matter more than others. I think in this one, like you're kind of in the danger zone no matter what below 5. So it's like each one of those individual points ends up mattering less when you need to be thinking about specifically Atrocity.
I'm a little surprised by this one though, because I feel like the onlooker is not that problematic. So I would have actually preferred the Brightsteel to block the onlooker and then single combat the Elise, just to make sure that you get rid of this, right? Otherwise, it's only a 2-1 that's actually on the board after this turn from the side of Poland. So one of the few first misplays, honestly, from the side of France that I was able to spot so far.
Yeah, I would agree. I was thinking about that as well, and I was trying to think if there was another reason why they would go for that, but I actually think that was just, it would have simply just been more value in the end. The hovering over this denies being like, well, I wish that was something else.
Yeah, can we have like a market where we can change those for something that actually does something for us? That would be fantastic. Is what is going through the French players' minds right now. Unfortunately, that's not the name of the game here, and they will have to make do with what they have here. It doesn't look terrible though. Looking at the board, and given that they have the deny for the harrowing, there are options here from the side of France, and I actually like the pass a lot because the current board set is absolutely fine. There's no attack to be had here from the Polish side, so they will have to develop, and that gives France additional information and allows them to plan their turns in a way that actually directly counters what Poland will try to do. And
this is a really powerful position to be in. You may look at this and be like, well, they have 6 HP, but at the same time, it's all about board state. When you're looking at Demacia games, it's all about board state, and they have the state to be able to pass like very aggressively like that. And that development doesn't feel fantastic from Poland. Like you have Mistwraith, and then you would basically be having to like Risen Mist right here. I think they're looking at like a potential like harrowing next turn, but they need to be thinking about Deny at the same time. So it's really just like a toss-up, and then you're losing value because obviously like the burst turn right here doesn't feel great.
Going back really quickly to the other turn, actually, I think I found the reason why they didn't go for the Elise kill. I think they were playing around Mark of the Isles. It's something that is very rare that we see in these lists. But if the Mark of the Isles actually comes down there, that's 5 damage to the base, and suddenly they're at 1, right? So I understand that they might actually just feel like they're in such a comfortable position that they can afford to play around even fringe cards that usually we don't see in the list.
It's a really good point. Yeah, I think that that's definitely the case. I think going into Poland, they're less likely to run fringe cards, but I think like in a position like that, you can definitely go for it. And yeah, as we said, like, you know, you're in such a good position now, and you don't want to lose these, like, again, like if you are going down that line, what else could they have? Do they have like a random unspeakable horror? Can they directly go face? Do they have Doom Beast, which just got pulled, for example? So like it does matter being above like, you know, critical HP of 1, 2, 3, specifically for those reasons.
Yeah, big draw from the side of Poland, the Screeching Dragon. Deny obviously here to negate the harrowing. A Screeching Dragon will come down once the priority is passed again. They might not even go for it because they don't have to, but I actually think it's fine enough to drop it, given that you still have Sharp Sight available.
Yeah, now 2 mana. Not a lot that Poland could really do right here. And France are relatively free to develop. They're on 7 mana, so it would just be Screeching and nothing from here on out.
Yeah, and Screeching Dragon is such a powerful card in this matchup. Incredibly powerful. It's able to eat 2-3 units with ease and then still pose a threat for the hit points down the line. This is actually developing in a way. Wow, Bright Seal Protector, another fantastic drop deck from the side of France here. Ensuring that the Genevieve actually gets to attack here and buffing both the caretakers to ensure that they pose more of a threat than even before. Poland really on the ropes here going into the turn 10-10.
Yeah, this is pretty rough. Yeah, for Poland, that Risen Mist was just kind of not what they wanted. They do need to like more ways to potentially play, but those denies actually really coming in clutch because it's not going to be harrowing anymore. Like there's so few ways of Poland actually being able to like redevelop in a meaningful way, and now it has to be the Risen Mist essentially to stay alive right here and get some value trades.
Yeah, they're just trading down the board here. Genevieve killing one of the caretakers. Then we obviously expect the Doom Beast to go down, ensuring that they drop France to 4. But with the Deny in hand and even the rally that they also have available, they can just close out the game. If they see the Doom Beast drop here, then let me quickly do the math here.
I mean, you could just pursuit anyway, right? Like you're not really scared of anything.
You're going to pursuit, but when the Doom Beast drops, it's exactly not enough because the Doom Beast obviously also heals your Nexus for 2 as well.
That's a good point. Still a pretty commanding position to be in, you know, like taking away your opponent's last card, and like you have the resources to trade off right here.
Yeah, and then even only gets challenged by the dragon, which will happily eat another victim here. And yeah, fantastic position to be in for France. And frankly, I don't know what Poland can draw. They obviously don't know that. I think they're probably hoping for another harrowing top deck, which might swing the tides in their favor again. But we know that France is waiting with a Deny and has answers even for the best of top decks. And the Doom Beast, obviously a very sad top deck from the type, doesn't do anything on its own without the Nightfall trigger.
Yeah, I was thinking like it would have to be like exactly like Wraithcaller into Atrocity, and that still wouldn't do it because Deny. So I think Poland essentially didn't have any outs there just because of that Deny, that second Deny being in hand.
It would have been the following: Stalking Shadows into Doom Beast, because then suddenly you need to deny one of the Doom Beast counters given that you're at 4, and then you need to have Atrocity from the top. That would have been the exact order of cards that you needed to win that game there. But with a Doom Beast top deck, I think Poland is pondering about the same thing. I don't see any lines available to them anymore. There's not even, if you can manufacture the best card possible on the top of your deck, I don't think there's anything that's good enough.
Yeah, unfortunate. France is kind of grinding them out right here. And I think it was a little bit surprising. Like they didn't get maximum value out of those River Shapers. They just kind of played out the game. I would say they had a relatively mediocre draw. I wouldn't say that they really high rolled their opponents here. They just kind of played it out and they just made some really good decisions. I think going back to that turn that we were looking at, like, is this a misplay? Isn't this a misplay? Was actually ended up being not a misplay. I think that was actually like that. Every point of health mattered a ton right there. And now look at this state. They may even be under 0 right here if they'd blocked differently there. So yeah, I always look at France and I'm just like, I'm just going, even if it looks like a misplay, I'm just going to assume you did it right. Because as we were talking about, like in group stage, they just barely made a single mistake. And they just kind of like battered down their opponents, just like
Fantastic play from France, start to finish. Even the play where I was like kind of questioning, that's the reason I went back to it is that I understand, like they felt so comfortable in their position, they felt they could afford playing around Mark of the Isles. I judged it differently, but that's completely just perception based, right? And it definitely 100% right how they played it. They felt they could afford it, and they definitely were able to. So kudos to them, fantastic play. And yeah, Poland kind of still slumping a little bit. I'm very curious to see how they go into the last game, because now they're on the ropes. They need to come up swinging now. Otherwise, if France takes it 2-0, they're out.
Yeah, honestly, like I said at the start, but I thought that Poland were just kind of saving something in the bank, right? Like they felt that they got enough wins early, and they were just like, oh, whatever, we'll make it into playoffs, and then we'll just go in hard. But I don't know, this seems like the same Poland that we saw in the second half of groups, to be honest. Like I haven't seen anything new just yet. I thought that was kind of an odd first choice in deck, and they've been punished for it. France came in swinging. Yeah, France are literally just like a game away. I think France are just absolutely poised to take this. So unless Poland have something insane in the bank right here, this looks like it's going to be the sweep.
It's back against the wall for Poland now, and they need to ensure that they address this format and the draft better than they have done so far. They need to ensure that they actually come up with a favorable matchup on their own and get that game back, right? They need to ensure that they go back on even footing so they have a chance to take it back in the last game. Looking at their lineups, I would actually want to see them going back to a bit more comfort. I would want this to be a more control style deck. Alan is one of the best control players. I think all of the Masters most of the Masters players would agree that we have in Europe. And I would want him to play something like the Karma Thresh, maybe even something a bit more combo control like the Lee Sin list. I'm even fine with the Go Hard as like a kind of, while it's considered a mid-range deck, I actually almost see it like a kind of a combo deck where you're just like going through your 2/2s and just swinging all the time out. So that's something I want to see. I don't want them to play something mid-rangey because I don't think that's particularly their strong suit.
I agree. I was going to say exactly the same thing. I would say, unfortunately, I think that's such an obvious play that France would be like, France could honestly, they have the buffer right here to call their bluff and say, let's go Lee Sin. You know, let's just go for a combo deck and try and counter a control matchup. And I think that if Poland go into that, it's just a sweep, right? So and here comes the rock, paper, scissors moment, maybe even more so than last series, where you say, I'm kind of damned if I do, damned if I don't if I'm Poland, because I've got to make that decision. I need to go on comfort, but if I don't, then my opponent, you know, like I may bluff correctly, my opponent just gets knocked out because I go for a mid-range matchup or an aggro matchup into their combo deck, or they just go combo and we just get blown out. And it's so difficult to make that decision right now.
Yep. Frankly, I think, though, the reason that this scenario exists is partially Poland's fault, right? They would have had the opportunity to ban out that Lee Sin deck, which is so strong against most of the control shell that a lot of these decks are running in the form of either a Shadow Wilds package or some other form of like slow mid-term value or long-term control. And the Lee Sin is the only thing that I see on the side of France where I'm really saying, okay, this is completely unwinnable, or not completely unwinnable, but completely unfavored for a heavy control list. All the other decks are fine, and maybe it was then not worth to like ban the Ezreal and or the Kalista.
Well, they went down the exact same line that we did. We were talking about Gangplank and Swiss of Fate being the best of both worlds and probably what we would like to see. And France were just like, you know what? They're probably going to go control. Let's go Lee Sin. So there you have it.
I think it's smart from both ends. I really like that France went with this line. I would have 100% done the same. The reason that I really like Poland's choice is because I think it's kind of the best of both worlds. It's definitely a list that, while you can consider it mid-rangey, it's definitely not a not a very aggressive list. It's really more a deck that you plan out and that you really think every step on the way through, as we've seen with Czechia in a previous match as well. So I really like that they go towards this. And it's still something that should do reasonably well into Zedley Sin, simply because you are not a hardcore control deck like the Karma Thresh.
Yeah, I think it's so hard actually to classify this very specific list because it's like, is it mid-range? Is it combo? Is it control? Is it aggro? Like it does a little bit of everything. And I think for that reason, you could probably say it's mid-range because it does do a little bit of everything, but that really betrays what the deck is after, right? Like it has so many ways of winning the game that are not conventional to a mid-ranger game plan. So yeah, we'll take a look at this opening draw. Double salvage ruination. Probably going to be keeping the go hard right here. Maybe one of the salvages.
Yeah, very interesting. And as I mentioned, like this go hard list is just as little figured out as the Ezreal TF. So we will see some unique choices, and Ruination is definitely one of those. Ruination is definitely one of those options where I can already see like Ellen in the call when it comes about the deck. It's like let's put in some Ruinations, let's put in some Vengeances to like increase those matchups. And frankly, there's also the chance that this is a list that is a bit more control heavy. And when it talks about like classing the deck, I think tempo is a word that has been fairly often used in this context because it can basically adjust its speed towards the opponent. Something we have talked about a little bit in the past is that traditionally in most of the card games, there are two ways for you to relatively easily win the game. One is that you go a lot faster than your opponent and the opponent just can't keep up and all the value he has in hand vanishes because he can't keep up with your speed. And the other one is that you go a little bit slower than your opponent and just grind him out. And the deck that opponent is running, that go hard archetype, is something that is incredibly powerful at that, given that they have so many versatile tools and they can utilize these tools in very aggressive ways, but also in a way where they can just outvalue, and that deck feels like it never runs out of steam.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what do you think of the opening mulligan from Poland? Because we were talking, it was go hard, double salvage and ruination, and they kept all of it.
Very interesting from my perspective. Ruination is a card that I almost attribute zero value in this matchup, honestly, because by the time you get to play it, you always run into a deny from my perspective. I like keeping at least one of the salvages. I also like keeping the go hard. Second salvage, super debatable, but Ruination, definitely a big question mark from my perspective.
Yeah, I do need to just double check. I don't know if we just came in late and that was like that they'd already mulligans and that was what they got. But I'm pretty sure they had the option of mulliganing. That's what it looked like on my screen, and then they just didn't. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this goes out, because if that was a keep, it just seems like too slow against a Z opening hand, which is what we just saw here from France, right? You get a free Z level up, and you kind of just like poke and prod and hope he goes down with go hards and play towards your game plan, but. Like a leveled Z on turn 3 is very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, being one up in a series and then turn 3 you get to have a leveled Z on the board. That's a dream scenario if you're a fan of the French team. And we see how this develops, but I feel like they're forced to salvage here from side of Poland. They need more options. They need early draws. The good news is that they're actually drawing additional things that can be utilized here, and there is a deckhand ready. And there's an additional go hard as well.
Yeah, this is actually turn 4 pack your bags.
It's crazy.
Which it's actually not bad to play this out here, because like at worst you're burning a deny, and now with the Xenoblade going down, you're actually just killing the Z. What are you afraid of? 4 health. No, Mystic doesn't do it. Guiding Touch doesn't do it. Not Mystic. Pale Cascade.
Yeah, some of these lists have included the card, the Sunblessed Vigor, I think is what it's called, the 0-2 granting, but it's something that's very fringe, I would consider. It's something that has seen experimentation, but I really like that they play around because they can't afford not to, right? Essentially, the only thing that you're losing is your keg, and that way you 100% guarantee that you get it through. Obviously, there would have been the chance for Nopify, but it's not in the hand of France, which is now also information that is accessible for the Polish team. They now check the list that they have next to their screen and say, okay, there's no Nopify currently ready. They can top deck it later, but as of now, we know that they don't have it.
And even that was scary, right? Like having that be a potential where like Nopify could just blow out the entire turn. feels really bad because they also need that to cycle into the deck and they need the engine to be rolling now. I will say that from Poland, that's like a breath of fresh air. Like they really needed that to happen right there. They needed to draw into exactly 3 of their go hards early, and they did. So if there is a way back into the game, it will be through that avenue, and that engine is now rolling. And they have 3 ways of cycling into their deck and pulling into their deck now as well. So this is no longer looking as bad as it was before. That being said, another Z coming into the hand right here from France is definitely going to put on a lot of pressure that Poland don't want to be dealing with right now.
Incredibly powerful top deck. And Poland is now thinking, okay, do we drop the Gangplank? What does it actually do? There are some lists of these just like main deck Sonic Waves, so there's a potential that Gangplank just get instantly killed by that Z. So that's not something. I really like that they don't go for that line, simply because that could have been an incredibly big blowout. Zenith Blade almost as bad. Now that Z is leveled up, the quick attack and the overwhelm will both also be attributed to its shadow, and in this specific scenario that puts a ton of pressure on the Polish team, which might actually be forced to go the route of another go hard and or ruination in the next 2 turns. But that might already be too late, because if an open attack comes down 2 turns from now, that might already be lethal for the side of France.
Yeah, that early Z was rough, right? Like getting that level up right there, and then getting another Z off of the top, like it's just literally the worst timing. Like Poland just needed an extra turn or 2 just to stabilize and get rolling and then refresh their hand, and they just haven't been given that. And that was just based off that top deck coming in here from France. Like look at the rest of their hand, what that would have been. That would have been a refresh turn with like deep med. It would have been potentially mental coming down and setting up for like a Z leasing coming down later. It would have been a banking mana maybe to think about like deny down the line, but that was just such an easy Z snap, because now you're in a position where your opponent just has to accept the fact they're having some units even.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing the units being sacrificed here, but still 6 damage to the face, going down to 9. That's not a position you want to be in, especially when you're actually supposed to like keep up with the speed. We mentioned like the usual flexibility this deck has, but this Ruination and the double salvage really breaking the draw and ensuring that it becomes very, very difficult for the Polish team to deal with what the French team is putting on the table.
Yeah, I mean, typically this combat deck just doesn't move as fast as usually, right? Like you're looking at like the setup for Lee Sin in the mid game. You're looking for that big blow through turn when you get into the late game, but this is just not been Poland's game, unfortunately. I feel like that opening mulligan. I mean, again, I'll need to double check and check the VOD there, but like if that was what they chose, that I feel like that was probably just not it. And if they drew into it, it was just a unfortunate opening mulligan for them. Because as I said, they just needed a turn where they could stabilize and drop one of these salvages for free without really getting punished. But as you were talking about, like you're looking last turn, you were looking at lethal, maybe even 2 turns from then, right? Depending on top decks.
100%. And Mentor into Pale Cascade is looking incredibly powerful here for France. And the question here is, does Poland go for the go hard on the Mentor? I think they have to. Otherwise, the buffed Z would just take them out next turn, potentially with the open attack.
Yeah, they're forced into it. I don't really see anything else you can do right here.
It feels incredibly bad, but I think you need to go for the line. But obviously still enables 3 gems, and the 3 gems in itself might also be good enough, but maybe they have the chance in their minds that they might draw a Vengeance next turn to enable a way to stay in the game. Little do they know, France has 2 answers in hand in form of Bastion and Deny here. Oh,
yeah, thank you, France. You just let this through. Interesting. 2 damage onto the Z. What are they setting up for?
I honestly don't know. Like, frankly, given how the French hand looks like, I actually expect into the next turn that just Bastion comes down proactively on the Z. Even the Notify additional backup for the Z. Parley doesn't do anything for the side of Poland in what seems to be a bit more of a control-y list. That's obviously like the Gangplank's Parley, I have to assume, although we only see the top half of the deck. But yeah, Ruination really not doing a lot in this particular matchup. And overall a very brick draw, unfortunately, for the side of Poland, which will now have to deal with the 16 damage from that coming in.
I mean, I feel like this is probably just it, right? Like you've got to salvage and see what you can draw, and that's 4 mana with what 3 plus 2
That
remaining
leaves 5
5.
available, but I
It's not
don't honestly
dangerous.
even know a card that if I was
can't
able
even
to pick a
break
card from
through.
any region, honestly, that could do
Yeah.
something. Given that there's a spell sheet as well on the Z here. So and then again, there's also answers in the head available from France. So it looks like France will be taking the series 2-0 in what I would still consider over expectations. Like I definitely expected Poland to put up more of a fight, and while I expected France to come out ahead in the end, I'm definitely like a little sad to see that they were not able to like come back up from their recent group stage performance and like really over deliver against expectations in the playoffs here.
I have it. They muted exactly triple Ravenous Flock. That would have been it.
Ravenous Flock from the 2 cards from Salvage.
Yeah, unfortunately, wasn't there, and damn, the series is already over. I feel like we started that like 10 minutes ago, and it's already done.
That was quick. France is no joke, and they were like, "Guys, we're eating early today. Let's wrap this up."
That was ridiculous.
That was actually insane.
I don't even know what to say, really. Like, I expected we would have more time. I honestly thought we were going to go to a game 3 and we'd be calling like potential, reverse sweep. But I don't know what happened to Poland, man. Like halfway through the tournament, they hard committed to these decks. I felt like they were trying out new matchups, which I think is totally fair when you have that buffer. And I thought like come playoffs, they would come in swinging. They would go with a very serious lineup. And I looked at a very meta lineup from them. We saw it in picks and bans before the tournament started. And I was like, okay, well, makes sense. They're going full tryhard mode. And then France just absolutely swept them. But that was just a really solid 2 series, two games, and they came into the second one in their picks and bans, and we were talking about the fact that they can probably very easily go for Zed Lee Sin here and just feel very happy about it. If it whiffs, fine, we have another game ahead of us. If it doesn't, if it lands, then we just finish out the game, and that's exactly what happened. So, wow, France. Yes, they were number 1 seed. I think they were a little bit understated by not only the community but also casters heading into playoffs. But they are looking like tournament favorites right now with how clean they're playing.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I can only stress it again. The French team is looking like a well-oiled machine, calculated, calm. It's Spock personified, always making the exact best decision for the situation at hand. And frankly, I'm only impressed by that team, and they're also favorites from me. I'm sorry, Mogwai, going into the semifinals against Spain.
Yeah, for sure. We'll just have to see how that shakes out. As a reminder, we're going through all of the quarterfinals today, and tomorrow we'll have the semifinals, the third place, and the finals coming your way. So if you're waiting to see them again, you'll have to wait until tomorrow, unfortunately. But we'll see how that one goes. That was just very unexpected. It was just such a fast series. We do have Ilix joining us. Hello, Ilix. How are you doing?
Hello, guys. I'm fine. I'm quite happy.
Yeah, I would expect so. You just speed ran Poland, which was not what I was expecting whatsoever. How were you feeling about that series? Did you expect that to be a 2-0?
No, I didn't expect this 2-0. I was expecting a big fight against Alan ZQ because we know that Alan is a great player on ladder. But to be honest, we know that if you're a good player on ladder, you're maybe not the best on tournaments. So we were quite confident. And we just did the job. So see you tomorrow.
Awesome. Well played. Can you walk us a little bit across that difference between what you call like tournament play and ladder play? Where do you think with this format the biggest differences lie?
The big difference for me, I would say, this is in the taking of your deck. For instance, if you play Shadow Eyes on ladder, usually you run 2 or 3 ruination. If you play on tournaments, most of the time you don't play 3 runes, just 2 is quite enough. So this is a lot of work before the tournament, but it's very crucial if you want to win this kind of best of 3.
Awesome to see that all your preparation is paying off in that way.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to talk about the final game right there and kind of compare notes with you, because we were talking about it and we were saying in picks and bans it was very likely that you would go Zed Lee Sin because Poland are kind of forced to go back onto comfort or go into control from there on out, and it felt like just going for a combo deck there would just be a blowout 2-0. What was your thought process behind going for Zed Lee Sin?
We have seen the play Spain against Czech Republic Czech.
Yeah.
That was a good idea. So we thought that we could do the same than our friend from Spain, and we did it. So it's just simple. We are very comfortable with every single deck. We don't have one comfortable or one main deck. We play everything. We are 3 friends, so it depends of our feeling, our opponents, and how we feel the game.
Awesome to hear. And going to the semifinals tomorrow against Spain, what are your thoughts on that one?
That's a good question. We are very respectful. We know Spain is an amazing team. They have good pilots. They are very flexible. They are able to play different kind of archetype. And but as we say, the French player never surrender. So tomorrow we will be ready.
Did you think you were going to be facing Spain in semifinals? Because for us, Czechia were actually one of the tournament favorites, considering how they were playing a group stage.
Yeah, no, I'm not agree with that. Just for one simple reason, Czech Republic is one guy. It's Pokrovac. France, Germany, Spain. This is a team. This is 3 great players. So if you have one just good player, it's not enough to beat a real team and decision-making team. You know what I mean?
Good to hear that teamwork is so important. I think it's definitely something that in this format is like definitely emphasized, right? You need to ensure that you are able to talk to your teammates, are able to pivot, change your own point of view on the fly, adapt to like a different lines based on feedback that you receive from your teammates. And teammates are able to stop you from potentially going down devastating lines or call out potential misplays.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess my final question would be on that point of team play, because I think we've actually seen a case in which team play has been a detriment to teams. I think Norway was one of those cases where I think Marcus as a player is exceptionally strong. We've seen it in other tournaments like Fight Night, but then in this tournament was significantly weaker, right, when they were forced to play with a team. So do you think there's situations in which you can have a team and that's a detriment?
Usually, if we are not agree together, if we have, for instance, different kind of, how can I say,
point of view,
different. Yep. We know that one guy is better than the others. For instance, Furachen, I am the pilot. If we play HCGNE, this is OWE. If we play MRV, this is OWE. If we play MF Queen, this is Flaxo. For now, if we are not agree about one move with Furachen, I have the last word.
Really mapping that out in advance makes a lot of sense.
Sorry?
Really mapping that out in advance so you don't run to these quarrels during the game. You ensure that you already know this is going to be the decision maker. If you can't agree, then that person will make the decision because he's the most well-known in regard to that deck.
Exactly. And we talk about the decks that we could play and who's the guy who has to decide at the end if we don't have a collegial decision making.
Yeah, makes sense. Thank you so much for your time, Elix, and
You're
best
welcome.
of luck for tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Awesome. Yeah, so, I mean, yep, said a lot of the things that we were expecting, but at the same time, it was really nice to see Alex with, I don't know, just the same confidence, I think, coming out from Spain. It was really awesome to see. I think that the disagreement on Czechia being potentially tournament favorites was also cool to hear because, frankly, we've only been hearing, the opinion of casters, So from our perspective, we look at that and we're just like, hell yeah, like Czechia came in with a ton of preparation. But from the perspective of the players, like maybe, yeah, it's just maybe Mogwai was right all this time. It was Pokrovac and friends. And it was just a 1v3. I don't know. But it's cool to get multiple opinions on that. And yeah, France coming into this one completely destroying Poland. And now going into semifinals. We are going to take a quick break. And when we get back, we'll be heading into our third quarterfinal of the day.
Things are getting intense, using up my 6 cents. Don't you
you had us figured, I can't use me at your expense. They be on that pretense, we be on some defense. Left you in the past tense, you could keep your 2 cents. I don't wanna be another target on they head list. All my people running around the city like some misfits. So I'm steady praying for my brothers like a wish list. Can I trust a soul? They gon' turn on you the quickest. Damn, there's so much going on in this world we call our home. They been looting and protesting, trying to get it far home. Ain't nobody got us like we got us. Streets is in a frenzy, you see the riots. Stand up for a cause, or you die for one of yours. Ain't no universal laws, they just wanna sabotage. Rolling with my entourage, and they tell us be safe. But they got our hands behind us while we down up on our face. It don't make no sense, no. It felt like a death, no. How we supposed to raise our sons, how we supposed to get through. Feeling really stressful, years of being dreadful. How could we be careful when we ain't really careful? Therefore, all the youths need a good mentor, yes, Lord. All the years, we endure, there's no cure. All the cops screaming 10 for what for? Government always trying to send, so we at war. Yeah, we black, but we really called Moors, born poor. All we care about is Jordan Concords, looking stores. Why you taking things that's not yours? Oh boy, that ain't no way yet on the George Floyd. Stay on point. Half America is really unemployed. We annoyed, killing people. It's a state of paranoia. Can't avoid it. All these businesses burned down and destroyed. No insurance. Think my people kinda missing what's important. Yeah, stand up for your rights. Yeah, we putting up a fight. They don't want us out at night, so they gave us curfew. It's like jumping out the plane with no parachute. Don't shoot, hands up, but they still gon' do it. Huey Newton probably like, man, what y'all doing? Need to come together, all of us, and start a revolution. Yeah, discover more solutions, overthrow the Constitution, stop the looting, stop the shooting. We've been living in confusion. I'm getting intense, using up my 6 cents. Thought you had us figured, I can't use me at your expense. They be on that pretense, we be on some defense. Left you in the past tense, you could keep your 2 cents. I don't wanna be another target on they head list. All my people running around the city like some misfits. So I'm steady praying for my brothers like a wish list. Can I trust a soul? They gon' turn on you the quickest.
Trying hard to keeping up with the Joneses. Everything is kind of trouble and purpose. And you're lying in a bed of roses. I never dreamed of getting in the action. Life moves with all the surprises. I never dared the chemical reaction. It comes down to this, you're gonna be
Welcome back to LoR Masters Europe. We're coming in for our third best of three of the day for our quarterfinals. And I stuttered for a second because I was surprised. That was such a fast game too, coming in from France and Poland. Just was not expecting that result whatsoever, based on how the pedigree that Poland had coming into the tournament. You heard it from Alex there as well in the interview, where he was saying that like Alan ZQ is one of these players who is like highly has a huge prestige behind it, right? He has a huge pedigree, and he just, from what we saw, just didn't perform when it came into playoffs.
Yeah, honestly, awesome to hear from Elix. The amount of respect that they are attributing towards their opponents, both obviously in this case for Poland and then for tomorrow Spain, was really good to hear. But also the amount of preparation they actually put into creating their lineups and then having these like specialists and pilots for each single one of those decks to ensure that you wouldn't have any quarrels during the game, because you're on a timer, right? The game literally, there is no, okay, I'm just going to take another 5 seconds. When the game passes priority for you, it's literally done. Decision is made. So it's really good that they think about all these things, and it's really refreshing to see how that format also influenced their deck choices and their specific card choices in each of the decks, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and now Spain will be taking on France tomorrow in the semifinals, and I don't even know if I want to make predictions anymore, because so far I've been exactly 100% wrong. I guess I'll just choose France from here on out. I think France will definitely make it to finals. And then we'll have to look at the bottom side of the bracket, because we're about to have Portugal take on Italy, and then our final game of the day will be Germany versus Croatia. And I would say the easy call to make would be Germany to take it and go through to finals. But considering how the first half of the day went, not so sure anymore. And I think that Portugal, based off recent performance, are definitely favored into Italy, but Italy could potentially pull it off as well.
Yeah, I believe Portugal is coming off of an 8-game winning streak, literally like 2-0ing their last 4 opponents, if I'm not mistaken. So they definitely come in with a ton of momentum. And Italy really like on the ropes multiple times throughout the course of the game. Portugal was actually the team which edged out Poland when it comes to securing that first seed in the group. So for me, definitely the favorites going into this match. But Italy, definitely a team that we've seen experiment, bringing some unique lists. And this is potentially something that can throw a wrench into the well-oiled machine that is going so well at the moment, that is Portugal.
Yeah, we've seen actually some very aggressive lineups coming from Italy. I'm just going to take a look at some of the decks they're actually bringing today. Of course, this is a closed deck list, so we actually can't see everything they're bringing, but we can see the region, and we can also see the champions that they're bringing per deck. So today we have Portugal taking on Italy. So yeah, Italy are running 3 Shadow Isles decks. They are running the Garen deck once again. I believe Garen has been banned at 100% of the time, at least when we've seen him on the stream. So it is a good chance we'll see that again today. It's kind of just a deck. There's 2 types. There's the harrowing version, and there's also the version with Asol as well. And Garen is used instead of Leona in that one. But there's a good chance it just gets banned, because it's just kind of an annoying archetype to go up to into a lot of matchups. It kind of fulfills like a weird mid-range beatdown, but like so for some reason you have the ability to punch through with harrowing. So a lot of people just ban it because it's annoying. So we'll see if that's the same today, because if that's the case, it can be like ban bait, and just losing a ban feels really bad.
Yeah, honestly, it plays fairly similarly to the Mistwave list, right? Where you actually have a surprising amount of value that you can just vomit on the board, and you also have so much staying power and swing potential with cards like the Remembrance that some of these lists are running, then For the Fallen and Harrowing, which can create incredibly big swings or just big tempo advantages for the deck. And the Italian team has shown that they are incredibly proficient on that deck, and have also been very vocal about the power of that deck. Surprisingly, though, that no other team has picked it up. So it definitely seems to be something that is very specific to this Italian team in particular.
Yeah, and on Portugal's side, I would say a much more just like standard list across the board. Like we actually do have Draven Ezreal coming out from them as well. Ashta Dwani, Fiora Shen, the mainstays, everything you would expect. Lux Asol, which we've seen a bunch of times from Portugal. Elise Nocturne, I would say, is maybe the only one that is less seen. It's with the Shadow Isles Freljord combination. But apart from that, actually, they are running Diana Leona, which is not a deck I've seen for a long time. Back when Targon was first released, everyone was just like, ooh, can we make the 2 archetypes combine?
Make it day and night.
The answer was kind of. And then we had Eclipse Dragon being released later on. And then the archetype kind of fell off for a long time. It almost never gets to see play in ladder. And I haven't seen it budge even in competitive. So that could be a cool one if that one comes out.
Yeah, honestly, I really like that some of these decks are getting more creative with their deck choices, simply because I feel like that's necessary. If even honestly, sacrificing a deck slot or two for something where you can throw a wrench into an opponent's plans or even have them guessing might be worth it. So I really like that that kind of experimentation is taking place, especially from the teams who we probably won't consider tournament favorites on either side. So I really like that they are trying to utilize this to their advantage.
Yeah, and as you said, Portugal coming in with a lot of momentum, coming in as the 5th seed. We have Peps Cola, we have Manitas and Cyber Dragon, and then on Italy's side we have Bullet, Broken Ball, and Meliador. I don't know if he's just lost the O, because I definitely know him as Meliador, but we'll see. We'll have to see if Portugal just keep up that win streak. Italy had a lot of good early games. I'm sad we didn't get to see them early on the stream, because they really came out of the gate swinging. And then in later weeks, I think they had kind of like, back and forth games, but nowhere near the same dominance that Portugal has shown.
100%. And honestly, just imagine if Portugal wins this 2-0 and they go into semifinals of a 10-game win streak, 10-0 in their last 10 games. I wouldn't want to be on the other side of that bracket, regardless if it's the German team or if it's the team from Croatia.
All right, so starting off with some mid-range bans, interesting. Same one from both sides. I would still expect Portugal to ban away the Garen deck, unless they have something that they're really confident into it. There we go, ban it away. It's just too annoying, and like you don't prepare your lineup in expectation that someone's going to run Garen, right? Like you just don't do it. So for Italy's side, we're going to have a Nivea, we're going to have the Elise going through as well. Just kind of a smattering across the board. There's no specific targets here, it feels, from Italy. And then we're going to have Ashe to round it out. So it makes a lot of sense. We see so many Ashe bans. Like the Ashe Sejuani deck has turned into the new Field of Rush deck in terms of bans.
No, absolutely. It's definitely one of the decks that is considered strongest. It has gotten a little bit less so over the last couple of weeks, right? I think going into week 1 and 2, we literally had a 100%. Going to win 2 and 3, sorry. We had literally like 100% Ashe bans every single time that was on the lineup. People have figured out that there are some counters to it. There's some ways that you can draft your lineup to ensure that Ashe is not just an easy, the best option. And now we actually see something that I'm really excited about. A control matchup where it's Lux Azol, a deck that has a lot of staying power. A lot of people call it like this spiritual successor to Lux Karma, essentially, versus the Anivia list. Revive Anivia we're expecting could be a debate with just an Undying with a single Anivia.
It could be, yeah. Honestly, I expected a more aggro list to come out of Italy, honestly, just based on how their group stages went, and also based on the decks they're bringing today. But going for the Anivia list, what was that potentially predicting? Maybe like a similar control matchup, something they can outgrind. Probably unlikely to be predicting the Ezreal, and I wouldn't see that either. Go hard is kind of 50-50. So yeah, I could definitely see like Italy predicting a control matchup here into Portugal, and then Portugal just saying, well, we can go for like either Weimar here, or we can go for an Azol deck and feel pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I think neither side is unhappy with us. This is something where it really comes down to skill. It really comes to understanding your win conditions and how the opposing deck plays. And these control matchups are also in a sense the most balanced, I would say, simply because the games will be long, so odds of you just like completely whiffing to your own draw, just as we saw Poland do in their last game, is incredibly unlikely to occur because there is more room for error. There are more opportunities to regain health, to sustain the board, and just stabilize into the late game. So this really becomes a big skill matchup that we expect to take a bit of time.
Yeah, I agree. I'm kind of looking at the early game because both sides, one side actually has like a weird way of like having an early game mid-range like beatdown tactic with the Sunbreak package. Surprisingly, you can put a lot of pressure onto the board, but at the same time, you can diffuse so much of that by just having an Aristocrat. Like Aristocrat soaks so many hits by itself, it's kind of ridiculous. So I think like we should have a diffused early game where both of these early drops just kind of bonk each other and nothing happens.
Yeah, honestly, like I see Italy coming out ahead in that trade, right? Oh, not even opting to. There's like want to trade it one versus one. Obviously, the buff's temporary on the Daybreak for the Solari Soldier. And one of the cards I really like to see in this like closed deck format, we actually see a Judgment here, just drawn from the side of Portugal. Incredibly powerful card that usually in open decklist formats you don't really see utilized because it's very easy for the opponent to play around if it exists. Now, obviously, when it's closed decklist, the opponent needs to think about a lot of different options, and they will not be in a position where they can play around every single one. And running a one-off or maybe two-off Judgment, I really like to see from the side of Portugal, given how big their creatures will be in the mid to late game.
And just like the potential for Judgment to just outright win you a game, right? There's so few cards in Legend of Runeterra that will actually straight up win you the game, because even if you look at Ruination hits both sides, which means that you have to Ruinate and then set up and then re-swing, whereas Judgment is just one-sided. And if Judgment goes through, then you just straight up win the game.
100%. And we're trying to get the Italian webcam back here. Meanwhile, please enjoy this picture of a beautiful salvage.
What do you mean? It's their player, salvage.
Yeah, we're trying to salvage the situation here with some puns. But we're going to turn 5 here, and the Catalyst of Eons obviously being very, very powerful here for the side of Italy. But it's one of the things that I want to stress that this deck usually just has to do is draw Anivia. So far, that has not occurred. They need to draw Anivia, and they need Anivia to die. Otherwise, that deck cannot function. So this Spiderling, together with the Glimpse Beyond, will want to like kind of marry those two cards at some point. But single combat is available, and the counterplay exists from the side of Portugal. So Italy is kind of reliant on their top decks here.
Yeah, and it happens surprisingly often. We've actually seen a bunch of Anivia games where they just don't draw their combo pieces, and then the deck just does nothing. And you'll be like literally 15 to 20 draws in, and you haven't drawn an Anivia, and maybe you have like a Rekindler and it's bricked. Like it can happen very often. Like it happens in like ladder games all the time, which is one of the reasons why I'd say like don't ladder with this deck. It's very slow and often just like bricks out and you lose the game. And even in tournament format, like it's a very specific deck that can outgrind these control matchups. But if you only draw like exactly double avalanche all your control pieces and you never get your Anivias, then it just simply doesn't do anything. And then you look at the side of the Daybreak package, this is an inevitability. You look at the Eclipse Dragon, like it's very likely they'll draw into something like an Assault or something where Eclipse Dragon at the very least will gain value and just draw you Celestials that you just plonk on the board, and that will just eventually beat your opponent in their late game plan. So Italy are forced to draw something.
100%. Honestly, also even just the staying power of the current board is incredibly relevant, right? Obviously, the Avalanche exists to potentially clear the board next turn, but you're fine with this. Actually, the value game plan on the side of Portugal is totally attainable. Cards like Eclipse Dragon, which not only replace themselves, but even generate card advantage straight up while leaving a 7/7 body behind, are so powerful in these control matchups that it's really hard to ignore for the side of Italy.
And even just these small swings right here actually do matter. Like you are kind of just out pressuring. Like somehow your control deck does turn into a bit of a mid-range beatdown deck when you're able to get a bunch of Daybreak cards on the board. And we're talking about this earlier, right? We were like, typically it does diffuse because you can get early Aristocrat into like avalanches, but there are some turns where you don't get those trades off, and you're stuck to having the inferior narrower board, and you're waiting for that perfect avalanche turn and you don't find it, and then you're just kind of just taking 5 damage to the face.
100%. And how this obviously, like, we expect this to manifest, the Spider will block here, and then next turn Avalanche will come down. But then suddenly you're looking at a 3-mana Remembrance, which is easily to pull off for the side of Portugal, followed up then by an Eclipse Dragon in the turn after. One thing I want to stress though is the Invoke that Portugal got. I think the 8-mana Invoke here is incredibly powerful because, if I'm not mistaken, it actually obliterates all the enemies with 3 power or less. So Anivia is actually a potential target even when enlightened. So that's an incredibly powerful Invoke here from the side of Portugal, ensuring that they have some late game power to potentially even preventing the engine of Rekindler and Harrowing going off.
Yeah, just to clarify, Obliterate stop it from going to the graveyard, so it completely disrupts this deck's game plan. You're essentially trying to pull things like comets, or in this case cosmic rays, which will be able to just disrupt that, as you mentioned. And now in the hands of Italy, you have two kind of like or Portugal rather, you have two blowout cards, right? Like a Judgment that could just sweep the board, or Cosmic Rays that just prevents your opponent from doing anything this entire game. And you have such a weak draw here coming in from Italy. It's like you need exactly Anivia to come in, and then you need to dodge Cosmic Rays. And I don't know if you have enough time to do so, because now you're forced to have good draws for your next 3 turns.
No, 100%. Portugal is definitely staying incredibly pretty here with the hand that they're being dealt. The only upside here is that currently there is no second Celestial card, and I believe Cosmic Rays actually requires you to have another Celestial card to behold. So there's still some time for Italy to sort out the situation, but they're just passing. They're passing on both sides, and frankly, I believe currently that is in the favor of Portugal, even when Italy is just drawing the Anivia as they are doing right now.
Thing is, you just need Eclipse Dragon, right? Like, there's no ASO on hand, so you don't actually need like the discount on the next dragon. And realistically, you can just go for your Celestial card and just see what you get. And it matter as long as you have one Cosmic Erasers down online. And then, yes, you've just drawn Anivia, but Anivia could just get obliterated straight up. So this is a rough position. We'll see how Italy navigate this situation, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to actually see a pass here from the start of Portugal. They don't have to do anything. Obviously, you kind of want to do something with your Eclipse Dragon, but I think as of now, you actually prefer the Nightfall compared to the Daybreak as well, given that you don't have Aurelion Soul. So I really like this play, although obviously this kind of opens up the glimpse for outside of Italy.
Yeah, I think I probably would have just looked for the open attack, personally. Like, you don't really lose too much from it. Like, it's a good amount of pressure where your opponent probably wants to trade in their Spider. And if that's the case, then they're probably also using Glimpse on top of it, in which case you can counter with your single combat. And then you can, you can have your cake and eat it too, and then place down your Eclipse Dragon. So I feel like the open attack just kind of gives you so many options. That's kind of just how, like, Legend of Runeterra works. You want to be the reactive one, even in your aggressive actions, which is kind of counterintuitive, but is exactly how it works.
100%. And I'm actually interested to see what Italy is currently thinking about, because the glimpse here seems pretty straightforward, but they might actually think about that one Celestial card that they know Portugal have in hand, and they might think, oh, this could be a Comet, I might need this glimpse for my Anivia, and that's the reason they're not going for it.
Yeah, that's the big thing. I think it really will come down to this glimpse. Like, you have to have enough mana to be able to, like, Anivia and Glimpse in the same turn. And then what are you afraid of? Potentially not a single combat, and there's no Obliterate, I believe, a fast speed or burst speed.
I don't think
so. I think you're probably good if you just if you hold Glimpse.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Obviously, like, it may look a little bit weird, because otherwise you're like, oh, this is an easy card advantage, but they recognize that Anivia is the most important card in this matchup. They need to ensure, as we mentioned at the start of the game, they need to draw Anivia. They managed to do that. They need to ensure that Anivia dies to unlock all their Rekindlers and their Hero Rings that they are running. If that doesn't happen, then suddenly that deck that you're seeing is essentially just a really bad version of Shadow Isle's failure control. In this case, though, there's so much blowout potential via Anivia if they manage to get her killed, that this matchup can very easily swing back into the Italian team's favor if they're able to pull it off.
Yeah, I guess the problem is that Cosmic Rays always continues to generate threat. Because maybe it's not the first Anivia, and you can't stop the first Anivia from going down, but then it's maybe stopping multiple Anivias, right? Like, maybe your opponent needs to have, like, a strong harrowing turn based off of, like, a multiple Anivia revive turn. That no longer becomes an option because Cosmic Rays exists. You can even Cosmic Rays, like, after the action and wipe the entire board. Like, there's so many ways in which Cosmic Rays makes it so difficult for, like, Italy, what would usually be like a single blowout turn, to have to be a 1-2 punch. And then you're buying time for, like, your own infinite value engine to turn online in the form of something like the ASOL. And in this case, like, I feel like Eclipse Dragon by itself has just generated a ton of value. You just got a 6 and an 8 drop off of it. And one of them is a unit that's very, very difficult for Italy to deal with in the form of the Phoenix.
Honestly, both of these pulls have been incredibly powerful, and Violet's Vox is a way for them to generate more card advantage, because what it does is that if any card with Fury kills an opponent for the first time in turn, they generate another card. And the Phoenix, as you mentioned, really hard to remove if it dies the first time. gets revived, and suddenly, as we mentioned, Italy is in a kind of a world of hurt. They need to find a way to play around these cards. I still like their pass here though, because they are actually fine as long as nothing changes to this board in particular. And Portugal need to be the ones proactive, because if we get into a world where it's 30 mana for both sides and both sides have stacked up with all their answers in direction, I would definitely favor Italy in a vacuum. Cosmic Rays, as you mentioned, an incredibly powerful card, but if you need to use it to deal with a Harrowing, then it's not as good anymore because it becomes essentially an 8 mana deny.
Yeah, from here, Portugal don't feel that bad about a develop. It's kind of unfortunate that all of their pieces are so expensive, which means that they essentially can't take another action. And they are scared of potentially what else could be in hand here from Italy. So they actually end up going for the pass and not developing. Even though, like, as we can see, like, developing something like Phoenix there would have been incredible. And now they're on maximum card hands. They'll actually go for Vox here. Interesting.
Yeah, I really like that play, honestly. I think it's really good that they are going for their value engines, because they recognize that this game will be a lot about outvaluing your opponent and ensuring that you can pose more questions than the opponent can answer. And the Inviolate Vox is something that's really hard to deal with for the Italian team, because you don't want to waste something like a Vengeance on this, because you need to reserve these kind of cards for the Lux and the Aurelian Soul, which are even bigger value engines.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts that we haven't even seen Lux at ASOL, and Portugal was still in such a good spot, basically just off of their, like, neutral game, as I guess you could put it. Opening with the Ruination. Yeah, pretty strong play. I mean, like, there's not a lot that you can really deal with here, and you do kind of, like, get a good amount of value from the Ruination.
Hush is a potential option here, I think.
Oh, to remove the egg.
Yeah. Opting against that and rather going with the single combat for more value, which is very interesting. They might Hush on top of that, but they're opting against it. Very interesting.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about what cards they're playing around, because I think the biggest thing they need to be thinking about is Glimpse, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I think I actually would have preferred the line where you Hush
The way
first
around,
and then
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
Then you Hush first and then you single combat after. That's probably the line that I would have liked to see more. But obviously, again, like when we're talking about these kind of alternatives or misplays or whatever you call it, please always factor in that this is something that is based on our judgment and why we also might be highly ranked players on the ladder. It's obviously something that the team of the players will have talked about, and they just opted for a different line because we obviously have partially more information than they have. We're also slightly biased because we know the deck is full and these kind of things. So important to note that when we say that we think something is a misplay, that doesn't necessarily mean that they have been playing poorly.
Yeah, and also, it's a card game. Every decision is subjective. Like, there's basically no decision that you can make that you can say is universally wrong. I mean, there are some of them, obviously, but like in general, you can generally say that like this was like a low percentage play or this was a high percentage play. Like, it's, there's subjective plays. It's not like, a MOBA where it's like, well, that guy just messed up the mechanics. Like, there's no mechanics. The mechanics here is just having a big brain. So it really just
have seen click misplays already. So like, there's definitely some mechanics.
You're not
but
wrong.
The bar should be fine. You need to ensure that the pilot actually is able to click the cards and need to click them in the right order. It doesn't accidentally mark of the odds the wrong creature.
Oh man, we did see that. And there's also like misordering of cards as well. The whole Concerted Strike fiasco of day, I want to say 5 with me and Panda. Oh my lord, I never want to see that again. Getting the Radiant Guardian here feels pretty good. I don't know, man. Like, okay, I'm gonna get your opinion. Where do you sit on Radiant Guardian? Because in my opinion, dropping it to a 4/5 was a good change. But apparently that's controversial.
No, I think it makes perfect sense. I think it has been a very powerful card, and it's also a card that just shuts down certain matchups so hard, right? Like, obviously, the 4/5 tough lifesteal is fine in this matchup, but imagine if this was an aggro deck. Most aggro decks just fold to that.
Yeah,
like, it's a 5/5 that is just like, it's so swingy and so powerful. Frankly, I wouldn't have even been super concerned if that would have been a change to toughness, which is obviously even a bigger change than to power.
It's still good. It's still a good card. Like, yeah, I do agree. Like, we don't see it main decked as much, but it's still good. And in his position, it's just a solid unit to have on board. Now, we're in a kind of bizarre situation where both players, neither one really wants to act first. Because if one does, they kind of just get blown up by the other. So now you're watching both players take the smallest action they can possibly do to pass over the action to the other.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and that's also part of the reason why I mentioned that I really like to see this. It's so skill dependent, and we see this like, oh, I'm using 1 minute. Well, I'm using 2, but that's it. Like, and this is really like this like game of chicken kind of way. Who breaks the cycle first? And I actually think from the Portuguese team, it makes a lot of sense to play like that because they know that they don't have Lux and Aurelion Sol in hand up until now, obviously when they just drew it. But the opponents don't, right? So I totally understand from both sides where they're coming from because Italy doesn't want to put themselves in a position where the reaction play from Portugal is, okay, then I'm going to play A-Sol, and you have nothing to do and nothing that you can do against that. When in the same vein, obviously, Portugal just wants to have that option. So drawing more cards and ensuring that they get to the point where they can actually threaten the Aurelion Sol level up a couple of turns from now when they have more units is incredibly powerful, especially when one Renation is already out.
Yeah, basically cards that can soak a spell and then still keep on chugging are going to be premium. And that's why, funnily enough, I actually think Vile Feast is going to go in pretty clutch as we go into this game because you need like a small ping in combination with like Ruination and Vengeance to be able to punch through things like Spell Shield from A-Sol or like to potentially double deal with Phoenix when it comes down. Like it's quite difficult for Italy right now with the hand that they have to infinitely deal with a lot of these threats.
100%. And frankly, the most common way I've seen Aurelion Sol dealt with is exactly the combination Vile Feast Vengeance. At like 9 mana, okay, you get that 1 value. The crazy thing is, for that 1 mana that you're spending less, you invested 1 more card, and the opponent also gets to generate another Celestial card.
Yeah.
So Aurelion Sol incredibly powerful in the late game, even without the level up. We like the develop from the Phoenix here of the Portuguese team, and wouldn't be surprised if they just tank the damage, given that they can just heal right up with the Radiant Guardian next turn.
Yeah, this Anivia swing just kind of feels kind of bad. I mean, like 2 damage to everything is okay. Like you are chipping away at the board. You don't really have any other options here, so I think you just do go for the free swing. But as we said, like this deck aims to outgrind, and it is attempting to grind, but you can see how slow it is.
Absolutely, and this elusive Celestial in the form of the Phoenix is incredibly pivotal for the Portuguese team here, I think. Because what they want to do is ensure that they slowly chip away at the health points and actually generate a scenario where Italy needs to devote resources to staying alive. If that ever happens, then they can just keep on the pressure, and suddenly a card like Aurelion Sol becomes even more powerful than it already is, because you're putting it in a position where it's a fork, a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. Because if you don't make sure that you stay alive, then yeah, obviously we win the game. But if you devote resources to staying alive, then I will just outvalue you with a powerful engine like Aurelion Sol.
I think this is also a pretty acceptable line here to actually block the Radiant Guardian, just immediately go to 20. You don't even need to wait for next turn. You actually start chipping away at the Anivia as well. And then on the side of Italy, they're kind of thinking. Actually, they are thinking about the Sentry here, about the develop, because they do kind of want to cycle into more cards that are useful. At the same time, Sentry does become a great tool for passing the action at a cheap cost. So holding it actually does make a bit of sense. I actually wouldn't hate if they just snap this action. Yeah, I like it. It's a good way of passing over the action. It's very likely just to hit face here.
Absolutely, and as we mentioned, like this is absolutely fine for the Portuguese team. They're owning the board right now. They're 100% comfortable with what is happening. They're at 20 HP. The next Anivia attack, if it's only the current board state, will just get negated again by the Radiant Guardian, and then there's a potential threat to kill the Anivia as well, either via single combat on the egg or via a hush on the Anivia. And they still have the Cosmic Rays to deal with cards like the Harrowing that is already sitting in hand. So very comfortable spot for the Portuguese team to be in, and just keeping up the pressure is going to be the name of the game. They want to see more invokes here, honestly, because the ideal scenario for them looks like having an additional one of those elusive Celestials that are just like hammering away at the life totals.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about that, like they really would like to develop the ASOL, but again, they can't make that first action, or they need to wait for the opponent to tap underneath their tools that will potentially remove the ASOL on the same turn, or even the following turn, which will take a while. So we are just waiting for both teams to get to the point where their hand state forces them into an action. So we had a very fast series, we had a speed run in the last one, and now we have a very slow first game.
No, absolutely. And Aurelion Sol, I think, is actually totally reasonable to develop here. It's between Cosmic Rays and the Aurelion Sol. Obviously, very important to note that Cosmic Rays is actually activated here because the Behold keyword only wants you to behold a card, and that includes play. So the Phoenix in play actually does count towards that and enables the Cosmic Rays to be played. The thing is, though, that this would actually enable a potential Harrowing next turn. While it's not super incredibly powerful, it's something that the Portuguese team needs to think about. And I would actually be very happy for them to just develop the Aurelion Sol here, generate the value engine, because with 5 mana, there's obviously no way for Italy to deal with it. And that's exactly what they're doing. Fantastic play.
Wait, the Cosmic Rays next turn, though, would be not a lot, wouldn't it? It would be Anonymia.
You mean the Harrowing?
The Harrowing.
Well,
I mean, if it was Cosmic Rays this turn into Harrowing.
I'm not 100% sure, right? Because like I think at least one Anivia died already, right? And then did an egg also die? I think another egg died as well, right?
Maybe. But then that's an egg on the attack. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I still want this to be an option though. Like, not even next turn, right? I was not thinking about like next turn Harrowing. I was really thinking about in the future you want to hold this card to basically have a way to deal with Harrowing, because you don't have many, right? And these lists tend to run 2 or 3 Harrowing straight up. So keeping the Cosmic Rays as a counter against specifically that, I really, really like, just as much as I would want let's say like an Ionian deck to run to hold a deny against a potential atrocity. It's not about like you just want to have that safety net because of the potential power that the other card has.
Yeah, I agree. I was just thinking about like what that Cosmic Rays would look like in the perfect scenario, and I think even then it's just kind of like okay. It's not amazing, but like the Obliterate effect now, and also not like killing the Vikinders, I think would be actually quite strong. But I think ASOL ends up just being better here by far. And at the same time, like you do need to be playing around things like Glimpse. You always need to be thinking about Glimpse, ways that they can play around your Obliterates. And now with the ASOL on board, your value engine is here. They do need to be thinking about Vengeance now that Avalanche came in last turn, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Snake Pull is actually not bad here. The 2/1 can potentially challenge some eggs. Is also able to just like pass priority for 0 mana, which is incredibly nice. And the Great Beyond also not a bad pull by any means, because it's exactly what we're talking about. It's an elusive. It has Spell Shield. It's really hard to deal with it for the team of Italy, and it will just chip away at the life totals from the Italian team.
Stay back.
All out swing here from the side of Italy, as expected, I would say. I'm very curious to see how the Portuguese team responds to this.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to block this. So ASOL will be dropping to 2 in this scenario. I think
I'm surprised. I'm surprised that they actually go for this route. I feel like they can actually afford to take some more damage here, and I would have probably just wanted them to use the ASOL to block the spider, take 3 additional damage. I don't think that matters too much.
Yeah, maybe just thinking about like an inevitable vengeance coming in from Italy, and if that's the case, then you know ASOL dies anyway. This is the maximum value he's going to get. But there is also an argument to be said that like this has now put ASOL in range of things like Grasp and much cheaper alternatives to the Vengeance, where which is slightly more frustrating. Then again, you also do have ways to potentially counterplay it with Star Shaping and Pale Cascade. So we'll see.
Yeah, from my perspective, it's more about ensuring that they have to use those tools, right? Because obviously the maximum amount you can have is 3 vengeances, right? But you need vengeances to deal with things like the Phoenix, the Great Beyond. There's no easy other way to do it, right? So you kind of always going on that one weak point of your opponent's deck and just like asking for, okay, you need the answer, you need the answer, you need to have it again, is I think the exact way that you want to play it. That being said, I don't think it's too tragic given that they have the Star Shaping in hand, which can easily counteract damage-based removal on the Aurelion Soul. I actually prefer if they just go with the Great Beyond, though. I think Great Beyond would be a fantastic play here.
Yeah, I agree. Italy sitting right there and being like, well, like we can open, but again, is that too proactive? And that's insane, right? Like, how many times have we passed back the action back and forth? We went for like the open swing, it's got back to the other side, they played down 3 men, and then they went back over again, and it was just like, can we play anything? We're at 11 mana, can we play anything? Still no. Which is so insane how glacier slow this deck plays, but you kind of have to actually play it correctly and win out into control matchups. And now it goes over to Portugal, and I agree. I think that a Great Beyond would be a good play here, but they're thinking like, do we somehow get punished by Italy? What could they possibly have? Is this another Ruination coming down?
Yeah, honestly, I'm just gonna go at that play again. Like, if this Aurelion Soul had blocked the Spider instead of the Rekindler, the Great Beyond would have been so powerful there, right? Because suddenly that Lux getting obliterated hurts quite a bit. But in this position, obviously, you couldn't. Now you're going into this turn and thinking, okay, do we actually just attack here with the Phoenix? I believe that's already the revived version, which obviously is also susceptible to a potential grasp given her health pool.
Yep, the not so immortal fire. Now they're thinking about the swing. There's a couple of ways that you can look at this if you're Italy. You could look for like a preemptive grasp. You could even just play it super safe and probably harsh winds, but that's what you want to do as your final action because it's a burst speed spell. And then you really want to be holding Vengeance for specifically Aesol as well. Knowing that Lux got burnt there, actually is Italy, is actually really good for you. You can actually see the card that is burnt, so yeah, because they also know that Portugal won't have another Lux, so they definitely would have played it way in advance. So they can be pretty confident there isn't a Lux on the horizon.
Absolutely, I'm very interested to see how Italy responds, because they are in a position where they have to do something. Their next open attack is not good enough to actually realistically threaten the health totals. Obviously, 9 HP, you could argue, oh, but they have enough damage. Well, clearly they don't, because you have to expect that there are options like the Star Shaping we see in the Portuguese hand, potential for guiding touches, single combat, concerted strike, all these interactions that sometimes you can't even interact with on your own. So while I wouldn't be surprised for Italy to just tank this hit, next turn is when we're going to see some kind of that stalemate has to break, right? The stalemate has to break on one side because health totals are going low, and while both of the teams are utilizing health as a resource, there are obviously limits to that, and that limit is exactly 0.
That is true. You will lose the game at that point, and it's crazy that this game has come down to, so typically in control matchups you attack the opponent's hands, and when they hit negative value then you've won the game because you just kind of play your stuff out and they lose the game. In this one, because both have just played so slowly, their health totals are just dropping into single digits, and eventually someone's going to just kind of keel over. So it's forcing an action from these players to do something. There's Great Beyond. Basically that was like everything in the bank, and there's only a few plays that Portugal can make now. So Italy, this is if you've got to pick a time to strike, it's got to be now. Like you got to be thinking about like what you can do to maximize value now.
Yeah, I really like this. I really like that they delayed the Great Beyond. Last turn, as I mentioned, I would have wanted to like seen the change of blocks together with the Great Beyond. Given that they opted for a different line of blocking, I think that made sense to not play the Great Beyond anymore, because you would have lost reactivity with that 1 mana, completely removing the options of single combat, Pale Cascade, and Hush. Now with 4 mana available, though, it's very powerful. Harrowing, very interesting play here. Obviously, just like wanting to get more bodies on the board, as well as getting more Anivia deaths to add to the pile.
Yeah, this also becomes a pretty threatening open as well, theoretically. I mean, you could even look at like a second Harrowing. It's going to be Sentry as well. Yeah, it's now a couple of ways to play this.
I'm curious why that Sentry would replace a Rekindler. Oh, that because it's in parallel, obviously. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a little bit cut out on the screen here, so I can see that Rekindler was a ephemeral, of course, and was like, why don't they remove the spider instead? Obviously, that's the reasoning. So we see a very powerful open attack potentially here from the side of Portugal. From the side of Italy, and Portugal is thinking, is there a way for me to stop this, and if so, how? And the answer is Hush and single combat on Anivia.
Yeah, the only thing that gets countered by is Glimpse. And even then you're removing the Anivia.
Yeah, the power of Hush.
The Power of Hush, yeah, still a great card. Not as oppressive as it once was, though, and it's kind of in a good position right now where it doesn't completely blow you out as a single card in a single turn, so it feels much better. But for those particular moments, it feels very good.
Absolutely, and
maximum amount of time to thinking about this one.
And there's essentially like two avenues here, right? Italy is basically thinking, okay, how can I not die to the next attack from the Great Beyond or whatever else they have? And Portugal is saying, okay, how can I not die against this potential turn, right? So it really comes down to the wire here. Expectation has to be that either this turn or either within the next 4 turns, this game should be over, simply because the amount of pressure that was generated and the health totals of the Nexuses being so low, there needs to be some kind of action taken from both sides. And once the stalemate breaks, it will completely change the game, the pace of the game.
Yeah, this open attack, not as threatening as it would have been with 3 Anivias, because before it would have threatened basically everything on board, and now there is the potential for ASOL to potentially survive the swing, and we also know that the star shaping in hand, so there's actually a lot of ways for Portugal to not only survive here, but actually still gain maximum value. And remember, this is ASOL on level up, so now these Celestial cards cost 0, so... it's basically do or die and kind of hope that the swing goes through. That's why there's also the consideration to even go potentially deeper, right? Maybe look for a second harrowing here and try and swing out and do as much damage as you can, because I feel like this is probably your last turn. ASOL is going to generate all his value this turn and you'll swing out and win the game.
Yeah, I mean, if ASOL sticks this turn, I don't see a way that Italy still wins this game, but there is the Vengeance waiting in hand, and there is no way for the Portuguese team to stop that, right? And hence, I think it's really more about the layering and how far would you go. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Vile Feast here coming out from the side of Italy, and then once the reaction is taken from the side of Portugal, which will likely be the star shaping, then the Vengeance will follow through, killing the ASOL, and suddenly you're in a better spot. Little do you know, though, there's another Great Beyond waiting in the hand of the Portuguese team.
Yeah, another Great Beyond. There's also a Ruination like our top deck heroes from Italy as well. So even if Portugal were able to go wide, they would be able to defuse the next redevelop as well. If this, so it probably has to be. It has
Not
to be
against
the
Great Beyond, though. I think the Great Beyond is just a game closer here for the side of Portugal, barring any top decks, right? Because the Vengeance needs to go down to kill the Aurelian Soul this turn. I'm assuming Star Shaping will go down from the side of Portugal. And then next turn, Great Beyond will just hit the table. And there is... The only way that I see that interaction just like not ending the game is like a proactive grasp to remove the spell shield, and then Harsh wins afterwards. But that also costs your entire turn. Yeah, there we go. There's the star shaping as expected, and now Italy, I think, has no other way than to go for the Vengeance.
Yeah, I feel like you're forced into this line. Is there anything else possibly? Not really. You could maybe wait on the Ruination. Wait for the develop and then Ruinate. And just hope that they have different Celestial cards.
Yeah.
It's a hard decision.
It's difficult. Like, obviously, like, also, the most difficult thing in this situation for the Italian team is we obviously have perfect information, but Aurelian Soul already generated, I believe, 2 or 3 Celestial cards.
Yep.
It has to be has to be 4 actually even, and you only have limited visibility on those. And then also, you don't know what they have in their hand. You basically need to think about the entire catalog of Celestial cards and what they could have, what you need to play around, what you can play around. And yeah, there's the 0 mana Great Beyond. And I'm not sure how their thought process looks like, but leaving the Aurelion Soul there alive for passing priority feels incorrect to me. Ruination comes down now, removing the threat from the board, and Hush comes down to the Lienivia.
Yeah, I think it was it ended up just having to be a percentage play and being like, I'm calling that you don't have a spell shield card to drop here right now, and it was. I literally think that was it. They just had to bet on one or the other, because otherwise that Ruination looks great. Like you clear the board. You get rid of the ASOL, you get rid of the value engine.
Is there any way, actually? I don't think there's...
Well.
Yeah, that's the GG comes out. There's no top deck that I could think of that Italy can draw here to actually secure the win. And then the Phoenix even gets an additional spell shield on top of it. And there's the surrender coming out. Very well played for Portugal. Elation from the side of the Portuguese team. We see it on screen incredibly to see that passion. He's like, oh my god, that was such a close game. And it was. It was incredibly close, but it was also incredibly well played from the Portuguese team, which from my perspective, I saw in the lead throughout the vast majority based on how they played. They incredibly patiently maneuvered around this very particular matchup where you had to ensure that you don't make the first step if you don't have to. And they were able to go down to the wire with their hit points and still able to put down the pressure with the elusive unit that they kind of snuck in there with the Phoenix. And that Phoenix just generated so much value, not in the form of card advantage, but in the form of pressure, forcing the decision from the Italian team, which then cracked that stalemate, as we called it. And yeah, then Portugal was able to capitalize on that. Again, like last point, obviously, I think we need to revisit that decision of not venturing that Aurelion Soul in that spot. I would want to talk to the players if they end up reverse sweeping. Definitely something I would want to talk to them about to see how their decision making looks like in that spot.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, again, it's the fact that we're still talking about it means it's still like a debatable point, and I'm coming around to the fact that I agree. I think that Vengeance was better there, but in the moment I felt Ruination, and so did Italy, right? Like it's if you had infinite time, you can go over these decisions and obviously come to the perfect conclusion, but you don't have the luxury of time. Eventually, you will have to make a decision. So, the first game going into Portugal, I like that we had a matchup that was had a lot of skill expression from both sides, right? Because I think that Italy has come out, and I think that at least my perception of the team is that they've had a good amount of preparation, and that's allowed them to kind of coast with very aggressive decks, which have low skill expression. So then see them pull out like a high skill expression deck in the first game of playoffs is actually quite nice to see. So very cool. I'm excited to see what Italy have left in the bank, but Portugal kind of just showing why they're so strong, and that's a 9-game win streak.
9-game winning streak still living on. So there might be some more if they make it to semis and to finals. Potential to up that to a grand total of 14 if they make it all the way. But obviously Italy will try their damnedest to stop that right here, right now, before it goes double digits.
Yeah, we do need 2 minutes. So we're just going to take a look at picks and bans for now, but we are just waiting on some of the Portuguese players. I believe they're just taking a short break in between games, which is totally reasonable. That was a very long one.
Must be nice.
Must be nice. We're going to be here with you guys, though. So if you guys want to take a 2-minute break, absolutely go for it. We'll be back in a second. But yeah, we're just taking a look at the remaining decks, and it gives us a little bit more time to actually think about our predictions and what we'll think coming into this game. So what do you think, and Max? Where's your bet? Where's your bet on?
I really like that we still see the Draven Jinx discard aggro, and I also like that it didn't draw the ban that it usually did. I think it's one of the decks that has been incredibly highly rated over the last couple of weeks, but then kind of fell out of favor, despite drawing a lot of bans for all the lineups. And it's one of those decks that I think is fairly unpredictable in power level. I feel it's really draw dependent. If you high roll, there's hardly any deck that can keep up with the amount of tempo and pressure that deck creates as early as turn 2 or 3. But it also has just draws where you just don't have the right pieces, right? So really like that addition from the Italian team. but I actually don't want them to play it here because I'm just afraid that we see something similarly to what we saw earlier with Poland, that they just like break out their draw and then the game is over in 2 or 3 minutes and we're just sad that they didn't get another real shot. I would actually want them to go with another more control-y deck, I would say, given that I'm also looking at the side of Portugal where I only see mid-range and control, right? There's nothing super aggressive. Again, like there's this Gangplank GP TF list that has Go Hard where we can't really class it in anything, but there's no hard aggro, right? There is no Elise Callista, there is no what we've seen Elise Darius, there is no other form of Misfortune Gangplank aggro even. So I think going with something that's a bit more control style, potentially even with the Anivia straight up again, I think is a good option. I'll also not mind seeing the Trundle Tryndamere for the Field of Rush, nor would I mind if they went for the Aurelion Sol Leona list. Because I'm curious to see also how that looks like and how that manifests. There's some wiggle room in that list.
I think the decks that we can rule out would be the Misfortune Gangplank and because those are kind of like your fallback decks. Like if you really want to go aggro and they ban out your discard aggro, you go and fall back on these like aggro lists. But otherwise, we'll be seeing discard aggro. Discard aggro, I would say, does well into, if we're looking at like a perfect high roll draw, it does well into 4 of the 5 decks, I would say. I think that you do get out-beefed mid-range, so I agree. I think Anivia is probably the best here, and Italy agree. Weimar for Portugal is interesting. I think again, it really makes the most sense. Like you are looking for like a more controlling matchup, and it can move fast as well into some of these decks and actually compete on board with the aggro deck. So I actually do see it.
Yeah, honestly, like for the Portuguese side, from my perspective, it would have been between the Weimar and the GPTF lists. I probably preferred them to go for the GPTF, one because it's a very enjoyable deck to see play out, and secondarily also because I feel like it has so much versatility that can do well in almost all of these matchups, right? I'm assuming the reason that they didn't go for it is that there are still some scary avalanches around, and the avalanches can just wreck your day on that side. But yeah, Weimar I think is a solid second choice, I would say, from my perspective.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Weimar just has so much versatility when you have a team who's able to play it correctly, right? Like we've seen it out of Poland, we've seen it out of Germany, and these are some regions that are so incredibly good at playing deck. And sometimes you can navigate matchups you really have no business beating, right? Like for some reason the deck just has game against basically anything depending on how good you are at it. And I think Portugal has actually just turned into one of these teams which, as we saw in that last game and the performance in group stage, is one of these teams that can pilot the deck incredibly well. So I think for that reason it suddenly goes up in stock value just because of player skill and then going into these decks. I still think from Italy's side Anivia has to be the right decision.
100%. And draws are looking pretty good here on both fronts, honestly. Heimerdinger already ready for the Portuguese team. Anivia ready for the Italian team. It's essentially very similar to what we've seen in the last game, right? We don't expect either of these decks to go crazy in the first couple of turns. This will be slow and steady in the early to mid game. And then from there on onwards, it will be determined by who owns the board, who is able to generate the pressure, and how are the responses manifesting from the other side. Because if you spend your turn responding to the pressure the opponent created in the last couple turns, then suddenly he's in a position where he can easily throw down another threat that you might not be able to easily deal with. I like the Italy emotes here, emote game on point with Aurelion Sol, showing them who's boss, like not being faced at all by folding against Aurelion Sol next in the last game. Still, spirits are obviously high, and we're trying to get you the overlay back and the information on both sides. Please bear with us while we do.
Yeah, I think that ASOL typically comes in as a low tier remote, but I think like context wise, like it can definitely go up in value. And I think like in that situation specifically, I think like spamming ASOL at the start of the match is going to be strong. We do have overlay back, so we're back. It took a couple of seconds. We're going to see it from Portugal's side. They get to lead just with a very early goat here. They actually do have like a fairly good curve here, actually going to Spring Guardian.
Sorry, boss, but I need to stop you right there. You kind of try to like sneak that in there, but you can't get that past me. Calling Aurelion Sol a low tier emote, come on. It's
yeah, like
I'm assuming it's probably the highest win rate emote together with Misfortune, if I had to guess. Because the only time that you use it is just like, I just won the game. You can't do anything about it. It's obviously a fairly toxic emote. I give you that. But it's definitely also one of the emotes that is fairly high on my list because there are some opportunities for big blowout turns where that just emote hits home and can really like up your win rate.
Yeah, but why not just Braum in that situation, right? Like that's you always have to compare it to like the S tier pick right there.
Because
and
it's
I feel
free.
like Braum just wins out.
Because it's free.
No, Braum's free.
Yeah,
oh,
I'm saying.
you were saying
Exactly.
the other way around.
Exactly.
Right? Oh, you want to
You
flex
want the premium,
your
exactly.
premium option. Right,
Flex
okay,
with your wallet.
Yeah, fair enough. That's true. I mean, everything else is so cheap in Runeterra. You have you might as well just spend it on something.
Yeah, slight plug for the Runeterra team right there. Fantastic game, easy to pick up, free to play friendly. Download it now for free, and yeah, get all the cards for free. I just recently actually saw a post on Reddit where like a free to play player was able to complete the entire collection without spending a dime, and they started obviously like towards the start of the year. But that was crazy to me. I played card games for a long time, and I also like spent a bunch of money on Runeterra, but because I don't have the time. But if you're able to put in the time, apparently it's very easy to actually complete an entire collection and just be ready already for the next one, which is really cool.
Maximilian Schmidt, the company shelf. But no, I agree. I completely agree. It's super awesome being able to play the game complete for free. Even if you don't have a ton of time, you can just get to like Vault 10, not even Vault 13, and that's like enough to just get like a deck that you want to play, right? Like in a single season between like patches, you can actually like build up and just get all of the champions on release, which is amazing. Being able to play anything you want, and there's a particular deck you want to play or you want to save up, you can do that too. It just feels really good, you know, like based on so many other TCGs I play where it's just like I've got to pay $200 like every 3 months on the next expansion. It feels awful.
You also have the option of not having a competitive deck.
That's true. That's right. If you also just don't want to compete, go for it.
Yeah, I agree. And the reason that I'm obviously like kind of talking about game economics and other card games is that currently we don't really have much to talk about. We have a Sump Dredger and a Spring Guardian on the board for the state of Portugal, which honestly is really nice. We talked about the importance of pressure in this matchup, right? So being able to do so is really good. Anivia, a nice way to counter it. Good way to enable that also for the future. Always keeping the 2-mana up incredibly critical. If you want to take a page out of the Italian book for your own gameplay, for this deck, always make sure that you have the glimpse available, especially when you're playing against Targon and Hush exists.
Yeah, it's actually a funny turn right here because it's like you basically want to place down both of these cards as soon as you can, right? Like the Anivia needs to come down, and there's basically nothing on board that really like threatens this. Like you're not going to get blown out. It's your attack turn. And on the opposite side, you see the Anivia go down, and you're like, okay, this is the perfect time for Heimerdinger. So it turns into a turn where both players want to develop for different reasons, and are looking towards different objectives and how fast they actually play out this game. So now that it goes over to Portugal, they have a ton of options, and like they could even look for an open swing right here. They could potentially develop. They do need to be thinking about big things like Ruination, which Ruination mana is up, and they don't have the luxury of Obliterates right now. Like they just drew Priestess, but right now they can't immediately do this Nivea in an efficient way.
Absolutely, and while I wouldn't mind seeing the Priestess develop regardless here, I understand both routes, right? It really comes down to the evaluation. How much do you think the Ruination matters? How likely do you think, based on how they played so far, that they have it in hand? And open attack, totally reasonable call from my perspective. Keeping up the pressure and also passing priority. Passing priority, as we talked about in the last game, is so important in this matchup because it allows you to react to your opponent, cater your responses to whatever threat they are posing, and it's especially powerful when you are the one who currently owns the board, which is the case for Portugal.
Yeah, going for the swing right here, and now it begins. Here comes the passing of initiative. We managed to escape it for like 5 or 6 turns, but we're back, folks. So buckle in, because this will be yet another slow one. It will be slightly faster just because Heimerdinger Vi does move faster than the Azor deck, but not by much.
It doesn't say a lot, by the way.
No, it doesn't say a lot. So yeah, both players will just be trying to take the minimum action possible so that they may force the opponent to make the first action. And both players do have a good arsenal in hand. Like they do have a good amount of ways to pass over action. So we'll get all that out of the way most likely, and then we'll start getting into some of the major turns.
I want to ask you something potentially very controversial. What do you think about a swing with Heimerdinger there?
Ooh.
Because that's, I think, what I would have done.
Let me think about it.
My argument would be that there's no way that Anivia can afford to not block the Spring Guardian.
Yeah, you can't take all that damage, right? You can't literally just take 7 to face on turn 6 right here. And if you do block the Heimerdinger, yes, it puts you in range of Vile Feast, and that would be basically it. It doesn't really change, or Avalanche.
Yeah.
It doesn't change a ton. Yeah, no, I agree. I think I probably would have attacked with the Heimerdinger there.
Yeah, it feels very counterintuitive, and that's maybe potentially why they didn't even evaluate that line, but it's that 1 point of damage that may or may not matter in the future, and sometimes, yeah, it's worth thinking about at least, right? Like, if you're playing these kind of games at home, just because Heimerdinger is so powerful and it's a value tool, doesn't necessarily mean that he can't always just, like, punch in the damage. Throw, like, a little bit of a wrench towards the Nexus.
Yeah, exactly. And in these matchups, really, like one health can matter. As we saw in the last game, it went down to a health grind, right? So they definitely can matter. Even though like you're looking at Shadow Isles and you're like, oh well, they probably have like a ton of healing in hand and they're gonna go up anyway. But like, you know, sometimes you can exert enough pressure where they can't even play those cards. So it is worth evaluating, especially in a mid-game game plan. They go for Priestess here. They end up pulling Traveler. Which is okay. It's just it feels like a bit of a mulligan. It's just like, okay, great. And we play Traveler, and we see what else we draw.
Yeah. Roll 2 6s, roll again.
Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting for me though that they are picking the Traveler over the Comet. Don't necessarily think that it's a bad decision whatsoever, but very interesting that they're valuing the value game plan so much. I think that makes a lot of sense from the game set that we're in. Get excited on Nexus? How are we feeling about that one? No. Okay, we're going with a Guiding Touch for another turret. Yeah, that's, I think, also totally reasonable.
Yeah, so this is actually going to be a pretty solid redevelop. Unfortunately, that was the end of the attack token from Portugal. This would have felt amazing going into, like, even potentially an open swing. But, yeah, that's kind of problematic, though, from the side of Italy. Like, they just lost the Anivia egg as well there off of the Hush. That being said, that it wasn't an obliterate effect. They will have Rekindler here.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think they're not feeling too bad about this, given that they have the Rekindler option available, and we obviously know that there's also not a lot of pressure that will immediately get exerted from the side of Portugal again. But Italy obviously needs to think about, okay, if we develop Rekindler here, we have 0 mana. I mean, they have 1 mana, but that's 0 options available to them, and if then suddenly Portugal actually develops a Heimerdinger and throws a Get Excited at our face, developing another 3-power turret, then suddenly we're in a really tough spot going into the next open attack. So that's, I'm assuming, why they're pondering here about their decision making and are potentially even evaluating a pass. But with us having perfect knowledge, obviously, like, Rekindler is by far the best potential player.
And this is so hard because if you pass and they call your bluff and they just pass back, then you really need something on board. It's not the same as Demacia, as like you've got to have a board or you're screwed. But it's pretty close. Like you do need to have like an Anivia on board, something that you can like generate value. And if you are going for like runates or you are like going for attack, you want the ability as well to be able to like open attack to pass the token. Like there's a lot of reasons why you want at least something on board, and specifically in Anivia. So yeah, they actually end up going for the Anivia option here, at least leaving up 2 mana for a potential follow-up play, which I actually do like. It is the best of both worlds right there.
Yep. Yeah, likewise. And Traveler comes down here from the side of Portugal, and they probably regret a little bit that they didn't go for the Comet last turn to remove the threat of the Anivia. We obviously know that the Glimpse would exist anyway to counteract that. And now they're having the choice between Supernova, the Scourge, and Crescent Strike. Crescent Strike obviously not being a really strong option here, but both the Scourge and Supernova are incredibly powerful, and really comes down to which of the routes they want to go. They go for the Supernova, which I think makes a lot of sense. It is a potential way to deal with multiple Anivias at the same time. Even if there's a Glimpse, then you still remove at least one of them. Very powerful card. And as we mentioned earlier, the Traveler in play does count towards the beholding of the Celestial card, which the Supernova requires.
Yeah, Supernova feels pretty cash money here. Like at the same time, you also have Star Shaping in hand, and it's a 9-mana play. Like we're a while away from like a second Anivia coming down. Like it could be like next turn, and maybe you can look at like the Supernova then. But yeah, it potentially you may even hold on to it because you do need to be considering like Glimpse Beyond and whatnot. So Again, we could see this slow played in the same way that we saw Cosmic Rays slow played in the last game.
Yeah, I really like this open swing. Like, basically exactly what we talked about, right? Just like keep up the pressure. You always just gonna chip away at them every single turn. At some point, their stalemate will have to break. They will have to do something with their mana, and then you are the one who is actually able to react. And if they take this as is and tap beyond 2 mana or below 5 mana in this case, then you actually just straight up win the game because you have 8 damage to Nexus in your hand. So if there is a proactive play here from the side of Italy after taking this damage, like a Rekindler, then suddenly you can just instantly win the game by shooting everything at the Nexus.
Yeah, that's actually rough. That's a lot of over-the-top damage that you don't always associate with Weimar. It's another deck, as we're talking about, that is able to switch gears like very rapidly. Like it has like a mid-game game plan, it has a late-game game plan, and it has the ability to have over-the-top and burn, which is quite unexpected. Ooh, yeah. They opt towards the grasp line.
I like this grasp.
Yeah.
One, you have 2 in hand, right? So the second copy, obviously, of a card always has way less value. And while obviously grasping a tough unit feels a little bit bad because you heal for 1 less, essentially that grasp kind of healed for 4, right? Because it healed for 2 and then also prevented the 2 damage from occurring. So definitely value there. Kind of best of both worlds, right? Where you are in a position you don't have to, you still keep some options open in the form of glimpse, catalyst, entreat, and grasp, but you also are in a position where you don't feel super threatened with your life totals because you're essentially going back to where you were before.
Yeah, and now when you're not just firing all the cannons at face, this is a bit of an awkward situation. Yeah, they were thinking about it, and it's like there's no other play that outside of Staff Shaping that really even seems valuable here. Great Beyond's
very
good at
easy Great Beyond
Supernova.
here, I think.
Yeah, you already have a Supernova. Scourge just doesn't seem like the same value as Great Beyond, and Great Beyond at minimum pulls like multiple options from your opponent, so feels like there's only one choice.
I'm surprised why. Okay. There seems to be like some kind of lag, I'm assuming, because I already saw the Great Beyond on the bottom right, and I was like, did they already pick that now, or do they have a second one? But it looks like that was just like a little bit of a glitch. It's the one single Great Beyond that they have in hand. Where would have it come from anyway?
Okay. Yeah, obviously makes sense for the aforementioned reasons. Going for the Hush here and into the Thermo. Interesting. I think that like you're very rarely going to get value out of Thermo from here on out.
Yeah.
So I think like finding your moment to use it now makes the most sense.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. It's one of those cards that's just in this particular matchup is just not great. Just as much as a Catalyst drawn this late in the game is not great for the side of Italy. Might come in clutch later when there's some get excited throwing at the next being thrown at the Nexus. But generally speaking, it's not a top deck you're particularly happy about.
Yeah, it's a card that's incredibly strong like early and mid game, and occasionally strong late game into very specific drops. Like imagine if your opponent drops like a Farron, you can just clear a Farron, but like otherwise it bricks the later you go into the game. So you're always looking for a turn where you can Thermo. So even though you are expending those 2 cards right now, and yes, it gets like, somewhat countered by a Glimpse, like it still is the right play to go for that. Otherwise it just sits in your hand and does nothing. And especially when there is actually like a danger of your hand actually going to max size here, especially with the amount of Celestials that you'll draw as this game goes on. So yeah, definitely makes sense to me. On the opposite side, we're once again met with a no Anivia or card board. So Italy are kind of forced to do something here. They actually just go straight up with the Rekindler. Okay.
Yeah, it's essentially what we talked about last time, right? The Rekindler is the most bang for your buck, so to speak. So totally understand where they're coming from. And now Portugal is obviously in a position where they can decide how they want to do something about this. Great Beyond doesn't feel great here, but it might be the best play available to them. Vi is obviously the easy other alternative. And I also wouldn't be sad to just see the Supernova just as straight up counter to the play.
Yeah, we'll see how this one shakes out. Yeah, this is definitely a late Vi. That's why we will wait on this one for a hot moment. Going straight for the Supernova. Trying to think of things that could possibly counter this. Again, it would be like another Glimpse, but we've already seen 2, I believe. So This feels like a pretty good supernova. Obviously, we can see that there's very limited options in hand. This is the third grasp as well that Italy have drawn, so not the most incredible of options. Yeah, and now Italy is just looking at this. Obviously, not a ton that they can do right here, but they don't want to just snap the decision because it will be a potential tell.
Yeah,
And
and
again,
you always want to ensure that you are the one with, as you said, like with the reactivity. And now Portugal put themselves again exactly where they want to be. They can just open attack, threaten another 5 points of damage, and Italy needs to respond. That being said, there are limits to this, right? And I think currently, actually, Portugal is not 100% on time for their actions. They want to be a little bit faster, and they would want to have a bit more pressure currently on the board. Same thing happens again. Grasp on the turret. I really like that kind of play from Italy. A minimal interaction, still allowing for enough reactivity on their own side, while ensuring that their health is staying in a position where they can be comfortable while dealing with parts of the board.
And this is why I didn't recommend the deck for laddering. This is mind-numbingly slow, right? Like, no human has the brain capacity to play this Anivia deck and come out sane on the other side. Like, you have to play so slow. Every time you're like, oh, I could get some value here, you have to slap yourself and say no. Hit yourself with the squirt bottle and just pass. Like, it's almost always better to pass. And you just keep doing that until you somehow win the game with Anivias. Like, I would certainly not have the patience for this deck.
Yeah, it's definitely a deck where your ability to pilot will determine how comfortable you are ranking up with it, because you need to go with a very high win rate into your grind. Otherwise, you're probably not ending the season in Masters, even if you're winning a bunch of games, simply because the games, as we see here, are incredibly drawn out.
Yeah, not great for grinding, that's for sure. Now looking at a hand from Portugal, they're still able to constantly threaten. Like, the fact that they have double Get Excited, they have a gem as discard fodder, and they have double Mystic Shot is basically just waiting for the opponent to tap, right? That's 6 plus 4, that's 10 damage. So, yeah, at any point in time, they just have the Silver Bullet loaded.
Yeah, Vi is a strong develop here. Obviously, the reason that you don't want to go for the Great Beyond is Great Beyond is a card that you want to threaten the 1-2 punch, ideally in the same turn, right? You don't want the Great Beyond to just be interacted with during the opponent's turn. You want it to have the spell shield when attacking, ideally. So you don't want to open that up to just get the spell shield removed during the Italian attack turn and then being handled in the open attack. So I really like that they are showing some tempered aggression there. I really like that the path that they opted into, and then Heimerdinger, obviously a big draw from them as well, ensuring that they will not run out of steam.
Yeah, the second Heimerdinger is also going to be pretty big here, just to continue generating value. We were kind of getting to the point where Portugal were just running out of value engines. They just had a lot of burn cards, a Great Beyond, and nothing else. So now this Heimerdinger has essentially like unbricked that state, and these burn cards suddenly become a lot more playable. They may even start forcing out cards as well from the Italian side. That being said, they have 2 whales, they have 3 healing in the form of the Catalyst as well, and they also have Grasp. So with 12 points of healing in hand, theoretically, they're in a pretty good position.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's another one of those cards that is incredibly powerful, kind of by accident against Heimerdinger, because as long as he's not leveled up, all the turrets except for the 2 mana tough turrets just like fall to the whale. So definitely not a bad pickup from the Italian team. And the attack here, very interesting. Probably primary purpose again is just like passing priority and just like, don't you want to do something first, and then we reconvene. But Portugal is not kind of like taking that bait, that they just like pass on that, and then I'm assuming they are just dropping the Heimer exactly. And next turn, yeah, Great Beyond is a real threat.
Yep, I know if you're Italy looking at this and you're like, I really just want to hit the Vengeance button, but it's the right move not to. And on the side of Portugal, now you can just start generating value and you can start chipping away bit by bit. And there we go, once again, Italy being like, okay, here's a small action, pass back, what are you going to do?
Yeah, and frankly, I think you should just pass here on the side of Portugal. Usually you always want to look at the mana as kind of the position of power, right? So Portugal would, using that analogy, just like be in a weaker position as of now, and resetting that to game neutral, where both parties have 30 mana available, is good for them. So they kind of exerted some of their potential resources on this Heimerdinger play, so they want to ensure that they are going into the next turn kind of unscathed for that aggression, right? And ideal for them is actually just another pass here from the side of Italy. Italy, on the other hand, kind of are thinking, do we need to do something here already? Because they need to think, okay, next turn I might need my resources to deal with other things that are dropped next turn on me. So do I have to use some of my resources this turn to deal with the existing threat of the Heimerdinger? They're opting against it, and frankly, I'm not sure if it's correct. It's very, very difficult to call because it's such a complex matchup. Great Beyond here is looking incredibly juicy here, though, from the side of Portugal.
I think if it were me, I would have threatened with Grasp. For me, like, Grasp is good in like keeping alive, and we can have another one of those turns where you can theoretically save like a bunch of health. But I think just as a low mana option compared to like one of your big commitments like Vengeance, just forcing something out of your opponent here from Portugal. Because there's no way, obviously, to know that they're sitting on like a double Mystic Shot, double Get Excited hand, but like you can at least start forcing options from them. And I don't feel that threatened if I'm Italy right now. I have so much healing in hand, and I have so many like ways of wiping the board, and I'm not really afraid of Heimerdinger's turrets either. So I think just leading with a poke mechanism would have been nice.
If they didn't feel threatened last turn, they're definitely feeling threatened now, looking at that great Beyond. So I'm assuming that Vengeance plus Veil, Vengeance plus Grasp would have been the alternative here. Obviously, like Portugal's looking at that and is looking at their hand and are saying, well, this is actually not too bad because now I'm in a position where I can still, for example, shoot 2 Mystic Shots at the Nexus and then redevelop and full attack. And I wouldn't be surprised if that would be the line that they are going with, because they have no way to prevent the Great Beyond from dying here.
Dimensions don't determine themselves.
Yeah, I think Face has to be the place right here. It just kind of doesn't matter if you do it now anyway. They're at 1 mana.
You can Mystic Shot the Sentry, that's the other alternative, I think. Oh, they're only going for 1, interesting.
Yeah, I think
I would have gone for double Mystic there. I don't mind if it's Sentry or Face, but I think I don't understand why you wouldn't. I mean, you can still do it now, I guess. So you keep that reactivity open, but I would definitely want to see them play another 2 mana spell here before going with the attack.
Yeah, I mean, now they have Thermo, right? So getting Thermo out of hand can be useful. Like Mystic Shot actually is more valuable than Thermo in this game state. Yeah, and also like there's also potential for Aristocrat as well, and like how you can play around Aristocrat. Because if you're shooting Sentry, then you're like, do they have Aristocrat, and when kind of in the same position?
That egg, did it move?
Yeah. No, I get the Thermo on the Sentry is absolutely fine. As long as they're still playing something before attacking, I really don't mind, especially now that they know that there are no additional options available from the side of Italy.
What possible other line could they be thinking of?
Move it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think as well. If there's something where I just...
Something with Pale.
I mean, potentially the... Oh, okay, I see it. I think the other line is attacking the Anivia and then killing the egg. Okay, this is completely out of... What?
Yeah, I didn't expect that, I gotta be honest.
Okay,
of all the lines...
That makes sense. That makes sense, actually. It's kind of an alternative to the previous line that we were talking about, because now you just gem the Heimerdinger and you thermo the Sentry, generate another turret, and it kind of ends up in the same space, because instead of like a 1 2-mana turret, you get 2 1-mana turrets, but you were able to...
Vi level up.
But yes, you get the Vi level up on top, plus you also get an additional point of damage on the Heimerdinger due to the gem. So it's just, I would say, like an improved version of the line that we were talking about earlier. Definitely very well done on the Portuguese team to see that.
Wow, didn't even see that. Not even remotely. I was looking at we were past the Mystic Shot, and we were talking about like the Thermo line, and then we were looking at like anything else that we could possibly have. But like, man, I dismissed Gem because I was looking at it like this is 100% discard fodder for Get Excited. I didn't even consider it as a potential spell anymore. And yeah, they get to go wide. Vi now goes to 10 attack. This is 0 mana on the opponent's side, so this is Vi level up, and you have a super wide swing. And Aristocrat doesn't threaten Heimer, so you can swing with him as well. Yeah, super amazing attack here.
Yeah, 6 damage to the dome. Incredibly powerful. We talked about already getting the Vi level up on top of that. Yeah, a lot of threats. I mean, we talked about it, right? It's really a game of like threats and power, and just board control matters so much in this matchup. And Italy is now in a position where they have to answer multiple threats, right? The Vi itself is a problem. They had 6 health, which is another threat, another problem, and we know it's a real one because we see double Get Excited Mystic Shot in hand. And last but not least, obviously, Heimerdinger and his turrets are also a problem, and you need to tackle all these kind of three problems in the same turn. Otherwise, you just die. Anivia can take care of the Heimerdinger problem together with a little bit of help, but then there's still Vi and the health problem that needs to be addressed, and Italy now needs to problem solve their way out of that dilemma.
The funny thing about this Nivea deck is it's often when it loses, it looks like it just did nothing for 20 turns and then lost. But like, I think it's really down to Portugal and how well they played this game, because think of every time Nivea was attempted to be developed and they just immediately killed it and kept the board narrow. Because right now there should be like 5 Anivias on board, but they constantly thought about like how we're playing around mana and how we're keeping these Anivias down and how we could also get obliterates over kills so they can't like immediately swing back with harrowing. Going for this open Anivia attack is interesting. I don't know if you have. Then again, if you play harrowing, you just kind of die. But like, I don't know if you have any more time.
Yeah, I think the player is the follow-up via Avalanche to just ensure that you basically solve 2 of the problems, right? You solve the Vi and the Heimerdinger plus turrets problem with the attack plus Avalanche, and then you still have enough mana to also solve your health problem. Whether that be Grasp or the Catalyst or Veil are various options. So I actually don't mind that line from the side of Italy. It doesn't really cater to them winning, but it definitely stops them losing right now, which I think is good enough from their perspective, I'm assuming.
Not losing is good enough. Yeah, eventually you will have to do something to win the game.
It's a binary game. As long as you're not losing, you're winning.
Fair.
Actually,
yeah,
technically
okay.
not true, because there can be ties. Yeah, I know Twitch is probably already calling me out. Yes, there are ties. We have not seen a single one, though, through the entirety of this tournament so far.
I don't think I've ever seen one in my entire career.
I actually had a game.
Rare.
I think it was the weirdest deep matchup, and we just like killed our champions both, and then we literally like drew both like our decks empty in the very same turn, and that was like a tight game. Yep.
Yeah, there's some things that are considered like simultaneous in the game, and some things that are considered like one after another, which does factor in.
Yeah, and then I think I had a case where that was like the funniest part. That was back in the day when PNZ Noxus aggro was still like one of the decks to beat, super hyper aggro and just like phase all the time. And a casket from the salesman actually killed both of the Nexuses at the end of the turn. That was also fairly hilarious.
That's true. Yeah, Cask would do it. Here's the Avalanche you were talking about. I think this is still the line we were talking about like, 2 minutes ago, but we just weighted down the timer. Yeah, with the Guiding Touch coming in, won't deal with the Vi at least, but preempting using the Mystic Shot here will generate the turret. But now there's the option to potentially counter with Whale here, and then there's another potential to counter with Pale Cascade. So instead, you could actually look at Grasp instead.
Ooh, interesting. Going with the Pale Cascade on the turret. Just keep like really valuing the power of that. I actually don't mind that line at all, because tough is such a powerful keyword in this match in particular, because there are so many 1-damage things. Wild Feast, there's the Whale on top of that. Even with the Grasp that is 3 damage, the tough can matter for Vi at least. So really like that line of play, really on the aggressive now, I would say, Portugal, at really trying to close this game as soon as possible. and we see the response from Grasp here. Grasp heals 2, that puts them as 8. They're given that they don't have mana, Portugal is not in a position where they can threaten a kill. Instead, they're going with the static to remove one of the blockers, generating. Oh, they're actually opting against it, but it could be one of the options where they could. Oh, okay. They actually saw it. They are laughing because they just saw that. Obviously, they don't want to kill the spider because the spider dies to avalanche anyway. So that's the reason they're pinging the Olivia instead.
Yeah, I was actually looking at Pale on Vi, because even if it was Grass, that would be 2 damage plus 1 damage from Avalanche, which would put Vi at 1, I believe.
Yep.
So yeah, I was a little bit surprised about the turret, but now we have a 4-1 alive turret with his little brothers, 2-1 alive turrets, and a 4-1. So just like the straight up redevelop.
Oh, wow. And another get excited. Obviously, it doesn't really change too much here in this context, but
Open
a
swing.
very, very powerful open swing here from the side of Portugal. We expect, obviously, the whale to come down here to kill the 4-1. That puts them at 4. And now Portugal needs to think, okay, is this good enough? Are we going for the kill potentially here? We obviously know that there are Catalyst waiting, so they're opting against it. I think that's a wise choice. You want to always make the decisions as late as possible in these control matchups.
Yep. I feel like a broken record at this point, saying that like you always want to move second, you always want to be the second person, but like it still remains true. As much as you may want it not to be true, so you can just play something and make the game end, you do actually just want to keep going. And this turns into a super complex game of back and forth choices. And now it makes sense to actually.
GG.
This
it's
is
8 damage in
just
hand.
GG. Yeah, they played that out.
And Portugal, they're so elated, they're so happy. You can see it on the screen. They're making semifinals against expectations, honestly, going into the tournament. Not a team a lot of people had on the radar for making top 4, but they defied those expectations, completely upset Poland in their group, made top 1, and now they beat Italy to the punch. 2-0 nonetheless. They're on a 10-game winning streak. Whoever wins the next match between Germany and Croatia, they need to be scared of this team and they need to respect it.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not afraid to say I was one of the people underestimating Portugal as well, even coming out of group stage. I looked at the bottom side of the bracket and I'm like, good time for Germany. You know, like it's basically just going to be cleanup until finals. But Portugal have shown that like they are forced to be reckoned with. It wasn't a fluke what happened in group stage. Coming in with 10-0 now is absolutely insane. Making short work of Italy, which were also a team that people were excited to watch early on into group stage. People were talking about how strong they were, and then 2-0. It's almost like they weren't even a contention team in the first place. So well played to Portugal. Absolutely deserved the title. And yeah, I'm excited for semis now because we still have a final match of the day. This day has not really gone the way I thought it would. So maybe even Germany don't make it out. I mean, surely, right? But maybe Croatia have something.
Don't talk to me like that, Pulse. It's like we're not talking about that line. We'll see. We'll see how it develops. But
look, the UK's gone. I've got to tear everybody else down now.
I get you. But why didn't you start with Spain early in the day?
It's fair. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. I mean, mainly because Miguel isn't here today, so I don't have him to rag on. We are going to get our interview in a second, and it will be Cyber Dragon. So we get to talk to him in a hot second. But yeah, it's been actually really great talking to players today.
Absolutely. I really like that we were able to pull this off and add that kind of as a feature to the broadcast, simply because understanding more from their perspective and their viewpoints is so crucial. Like I think the most important two things from my perspective are the two things that Elix said. One, that the complexity of the format really like drives the decision making and how they interact between themselves in the team and how the team environment really like shaped the way they play. And secondarily, how a team that we, for example, considered like one of the top teams contenders going into this playoff stage, Czechia, they actually didn't perceive as one of the big shots going in, while obviously being very respectful of the rest of the opposition.
Yeah, and at the same time also telling us that sometimes we overthink things. And the reason why they made the play is because it just seemed like a good idea because they saw Croatia do it, so or Czechia do it. So it's just like, yeah, sometimes you can overthink, and sometimes you just need to pick a line and do it. And yeah, I always agree with that mentality. I think that there is definitely something to overthinking in a card game, which makes sense.
100%.
Well, we're just kind of waiting here, so it's just you and me. Anything you want to talk about?
Let's talk about the next game, and then we can actually just caveat one as soon as we get the interview done. I would say Germany,
Sure.
Croatia, definitely also a match that most of the people would call favorite for the team of Germany. We talked about it, that they are considered some of the German favorites. That has also been echoed by some of the players we talked to today. And I would not be surprised if we see a decisive victory here. But on the other hand, Croatia has shown a lot of upset potential throughout the entirety of the group stage as well. They are here for a reason. Even if they only were able to secure the second seed in their group, they definitely made sure that this was a close series, start to finish, the entirety of the group stage for them, and they are definitely not an opponent to be underestimated.
Yeah, for sure. We'll get more into that matchup in a second, but I do believe we have Cyber on the line. How you doing, Cyber Dragon?
Hey, how are you doing, guys? Those are some intense games.
It's a lot, not gonna lie. Yeah, and that was also a long series for you as well. How did you feel about that matchup? Because I actually personally didn't expect Italy to go with such slow matchups, just based on what we saw in group stage. But that was a long series, even though that was a 2-0.
Yeah, neither did us. We are expecting them to bring some aggressive lineups, and they actually brought it. And the Nivea was probably their most controlly deck. And I mean, the first time we were caught by surprise, but the second game we were like, they're either going to run it back or play an aggro deck, and we feel comfortable on Heimer against either of those.
Yeah, it's good to hear. Honestly, that's also the conclusion that we arrived in, that we felt like Nivea was the best choice for them, given that with the options that they had available, but you kind of read them like a book, and you also set the draft up in a very particular way where they didn't have good options going into that last game. So kudos to you guys. And I would be curious to hear more about your draft strategy going into that match.
We went, if I'm not mistaken, we went Fiora, Ashe, and what was the last one? Garen. So we started by banning Fiora because they had really good matchups overall, and it's kind of a scary deck against a lot of our decks. And then as soon as they started banning our control, I think they banned our Nivea as their second ban. We realized that they wanted to go for their more aggressive lineup. So we started banning we started by Garen because it's kind of their trademark deck. And it's a bit of a scary deck on the right ends, and it's kind of unpredictable. Not many players have experience playing against that, and we were not super comfortable going into that matchup. And the last one was Ashe, because we felt like it's a really strong deck, and it also with a lot of our decks in our lineup. So we were comfortable leaving their aggro open, besides Garen, which is more like mid-range.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. Looking into semifinals, it's Germany versus Croatia. Any predictions or any one of the teams that you don't want to face in the semis tomorrow?
Oh, I think it's going to be a fun match to watch, and they're really close teams in terms of playstyle and skill, I guess. And either of those teams will be a fun match, and I think they're really, really close in playstyle. So it's going to be basically the same for us. We are going to need to be really prepared and play our best against either of those teams.
I do have a question for you, Cyber Dragon, because you're one of the players with one of the widest backgrounds in terms of games. You have a history in League of Legends, Overwatch, TFT, and now a card game as well in the form of Legends of Runeterra. Do you just pick at random, like the games that you want to pick, and you just go to everything, or what's your secret?
I mean, I never really got to the highest level. Like this major, this Riot tournament is by far my best achievement. But yeah, I just like to play games at a high rank, and I try to improve my gameplay until I enjoy the game. That's why I switch the games a lot, because the moment I stop enjoying the game, grinding it out, playing at the highest level, I try to find a new game. So yeah, but I think it's good experience to have in this kind of format, because I'm a bit of a wildcard player in our team, I guess, and I have knowledge from other games that kind of applies to this tournament format.
Great. Is there anything you want to share with the Portuguese fans that have been cheering on for you throughout the entirety of the group stage and now obviously the quarters?
Yeah, I mean, thank you a lot. Like, the support has been great. So we feel the heat of our fans before going into each match, and we feel supported so much. So thank you a lot, Portugal fans. Let's go, Portugal, caralho.
Awesome to hear. Thank you so much for your time, Cyberdragon. And best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Damn, a 10-game win streak going into semifinals. That is definitely nothing to sniff at, especially they will be going into potentially Germany. I don't even know what to predict anymore. There's a good chance that Croatia just takes it as well. We'll be finding out. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back for our final quarterfinal just after this.
Some of y'all don't listen at all. The same they be pushing your buttons. Got a grown man having withdrawals. I don't mind if you don't listen that much. Yo, I just mind what you say for the crowd. Cause some of y'all don't listen at all. Some of y'all don't answer that call. Realize the movie that I was watching. It's the end of the world. Illuminati is coming. Gather the boys and girls and watches it all unfurls. They clutching it all they pearls and no one asking for guidance. Stimulus check, won't you cash app that? I got then they said that respect they black. Politicians and they said don't know how to act. That's why we sitting on the wrong track. Back to the long track. And it's okay to be rich. My mama always told me I was destined for greatness. But my mama also she told me take care of the kids and everybody around the world that can't fight for it. So it's a Kuna Matata, beast on the water, pray to provider. Please don't divide us. Keep that and try to face your intruder to be someone brighter. Yeah, all the mind if you don't listen that much. Some of y'all don't listen at all. Same they be pushing your buttons. Got a grown man having withdrawals. I don't mind if you don't listen that much. Yo, I just mind what you say for the crowd. Cause some of y'all don't listen at all. Some of y'all don't answer that call.
Welcome back to LoR Masters Europe. My name is Pulse, this is Max, and we're heading into our final quarterfinals of playoffs and our final cast of the tournament. Max, already, I feel like we got shortchanged. Today has been a very fast day.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of credit has to be given to France in that regard, because they were the ones making very quick work of Poland and kind of shortening our day in that regard. And then obviously now Portugal, despite two control-heavy matchups and the match itself being a little bit slower, still pulling up the 2-0, still going undefeated. And yeah, now we're having Germany, my home country, versus Croatia coming up in this match. And very excited to also be able to cast that.
Yeah, Croatia. So obviously this is like a David versus Goliath matchup, right? Like Germany come in as the second seed next to France, who are first seed. Germany have been nothing but really solid for the entire tournament and also had a tough group that they managed to get out of as the first seed. So I don't know if anything else needs to be said about Germany and how proficient they are and how strong they have been so far in the tournament. And then on the opposite side, Croatia are a bit of a wild card. They came in as 13th seed. I don't think they were as dominant as maybe some of the other teams that we've seen, such as Czechia, who came in 16th seed, and then obviously we saw earlier today. But at the same time, are obviously strong enough to make it into playoffs. So they're, as I said, a bit of a wild card. But we can take a look at the lineups here. Germany. I should give this one to you. Read out the Germany lineup, Max.
So we have Tilted together with Gamebreaker and Fresh Lobster, three honestly very highly ranked players at all times in the ladder. Going into this tournament, they were literally all three of them were top 5 in the ladder at the cutoff. So Germany in itself literally occupied 3 of the 5 top spots in the ladder, and definitely a scary team, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and then the Croatia side, we have Juba, we have Anides, and we have Thunder Uncle, which probably has to be my favorite name of the tournament by a significant margin. We've seen a lot of Anides on cam, so we'll see if anyone else is piloting today, but that'll probably be my guess. And it's kind of a toss-up. I wonder who we have for Germany today. We've seen Gamebreaker, I believe we've seen Tilted as well, and we've definitely seen Fresh Lobster.
Yeah, can't forget the neither the sunglasses nor the mustache.
Or the turtleneck.
We'll see what happens next for the pilots there. Ultimately, obviously, that doesn't really matter too much. And as we heard from France, that decision might come down to the wire in regard to who actually pilots the respective, which deck they are going to pick, because we want the pilot to be the one most proficient with the respective deck, so they can, if necessary, make the split-second decision to opt for what they think is the best line of play.
Yeah, which is really cool. I actually just kind of assumed they had designated a driver at the top of the day. Honestly, I didn't think it came down to that late, so that's actually really awesome to hear and get some behind-the-scenes know-how from those players. We take a look at some of these decks. Looking at Germany, I remember looking at it early on, but I think it was pretty standard across the board, apart from the Elise Darius deck. And my assumption for this deck is it's Elise Spiders plus like Darius Splash as a 1 or 2 of. That's my assumption. It could be something entirely different though, and this could be a completely different innovative deck.
Yeah, also my expectation would be similar. I actually crafted a similar deck for my girlfriend, where I wanted to ensure that she has something which is like, it's very straightforward, it's straight to the face, just attack with everything, every single turn, and you're still able to hit gold no matter what. You're still fine, right? And that's exactly that kind of deck that I envision behind this. So we're expecting the entire spider package with some over the top at the end, where it's like Decimate, Darius, and or something like the 3/2 that has Nightfall, which name just slipped my mind, which drains 2 from the opposing deck. The Doom Beast. Now I got it again.
That was full circle. Wow, that was that's everything all in one. I was just looking at these bans coming through. We have Trundle, Karma, and Lisin out from Croatia, kind of banning a lot of these slower control matchups and forcing Germany into a slightly earlier curves, maybe just hinting that Croatia want to go really slow themselves. And they actually have a lot of mid-range and control decks. Yeah, and we can actually see immediately going for most likely to fill the rush deck right here in the Trundle Trinimir deck. And on the opposite side, Germany, I think this makes the most sense. You don't want to go all-out aggro, because it's very clear your opponent has made it clear that they want to go control. So you go for mid-range and you can try and look for beatdown. This ends up probably being your best mid-range option, by a significant margin. So yeah, Fiora Shen makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think either side are super unhappy about this, because this matchup feels very close to a 50-50 from my perspective. It might be slightly favored towards the Trundle Trinimir list, but...
We've had this conversation before, I know it. I remember it. I'm having
But honestly,
deja
like,
vu.
after the nerfs, I would actually not be surprised if it gets away. Actually, if it is a 50-50, or if it would even be slightly favored now towards Shen Fiora with the nerfs to the weirding stones as well as Trundle himself coming in for that deck.
Yeah, I would say it's probably like a 55-45 if I were to guess. We just haven't seen a lot of Field of Rush recently. Either it's occasionally banned or it's just not brought at all. We've seen so many people just move away from the deck entirely. So yeah, I'll be interested to see how Croatia pilot this. Maybe there've been changes even to the card list. They may have actually changed it up and then brought it back, and that's the reason why we see it here today. At the same time, Fiora Shen, it's bog standard, does the same thing pretty much every single time. I would say probably need to be digging relatively hard for River Shaper on opening Mulligan. I think that you do need to refresh your hand at some point. Otherwise, you will kind of stall out in mid-game, Field of Rush comes down and you will lose the game. I feel like you do need some bridging cards to get you from like 6 to 9, at least so you can start placing down things like the Bright Steel formation. So that's my expectations for opening Mulligan. We'll see if that's the case.
I was about to say, a lot of experimentation that I have seen when it comes to the Field of Rush is more unit heavy, and we see Sentry, which is kind of a staple, but also the Everosan Trapper in the Croatian list. So very interested to see what kind of package they're running. Iceveil Archer is another one of those cards that you can absolutely run just as kindly Tavern Keeper is or Babbling Björk. And these kind of lists have seen more and more experimentation to ensure that your mid game is not as weak as it usually was with that deck. And in this particular matchup, I think that will be very, very powerful because in a card like Everosan Trapper can stop a lot of the aggression coming out from the German team here.
Yeah, there's a lot of really great early drops actually that you can run in Field of Rush. Sentry is one of them. Great diffuser because it trades up into 2 health units, and as you said, also Trapper can often get 2-for-1s, and there's also just a really solid drop getting late early Yeti on board. Also at the same time, just really solid opening. This is a perfect curve 1-2. And we mentioned it before in Pixel Bands that you kind of want to be going for like this early mid-game beat-down game plan. Like you're unlikely to be going for your Fiora win con, so you kind of just want to hit them in the face a lot. And so far, this is a great setup.
No, absolutely. I think either side so far is fairly happy. Maybe with the exception of that second Cytheria drawn from the German side, that's probably not something you want to see. But apart from that, you mentioned it. Like if that Cytheria was a 3-drop, we would be looking at the perfect curve here from Germany. On the same side, Croatia actually with good answers. They have the Avalanche in hand already. They have the option to develop the Trapper. They have Trundle ready for turn 5 and interaction in the form of even the second Avalanche together with the Flash Freeze. So both sides are feeling great. And attack I really like here with the Everon Sentry. You're in a position where you can just trade. I'm assuming that Germany will just take that damage. But if they don't, then you get the additional card, additional options, and you make, again, the decision as late as possible.
Yeah, it's definitely a little unfortunate not having to play something here on 3. That being said, it's actually, I said this earlier today, it's actually not awful banking mana in this matchup. Like, it's always nice to have some mana chambered so you can use combat tricks, especially as you go towards the mid game. On the opposite side, yeah, double Avalanche is pretty king here, honestly. It feels pretty good. Like, there's a few other options you actually want to see early. Maybe like a whale, something to ping barriers off. But overall, Avalanche is just threatening enough. And especially if you're using a first Avalanche, like, so many players will just, like, very aggressively redevelop into that because it's like, you kind of just, based off of like mathematics, can't just play. You can't assume they have second Avalanche, so you have to develop into it, and you can blow them out with a second Avalanche. So this is actually a fairly nice draw for Croatia.
Wow, really powerful play here from the side of Croatia, and then also top decking the Yeti right from the top is incredible. So like they have good punishes for both the open attack, which is not really an option, frankly, as well as the develop. And I think they're in a very comfortable spot. And the Shen, obviously a powerful card, but he's not doing too much against a 1-mana 5/5.
Yeah, this is the most free Avalanche into Yeti I've seen in my life. This feels pretty great. Yeah, they're hovering over it just for a second, just before they want to confirm. Just because it kind of looks too good to be true. So they're thinking about what else it could be. But even if it's like sharp sight, even if it's single combat, you're generally just okay with the result here.
Absolutely. That's definitely a major play here from the side of Croatia, especially considering that you have the Yeti follow-up. Another Sentry also worth a ton. And I want to highlight something that I also have personally experimented with is that Ledros in the list of Croatia. I really like that addition. I'm not sure how many they are running, but I definitely always added at least one Ledros to all of my Feel the Rush lists, simply because it's one of those ways where you can always ensure that you have almost infinite value that you are generating with that card. And sometimes, especially in control matchups, it's very, very powerful to have that as a tool to just always have them answer. And in this matchup particularly, obviously, it's not fantastic, but it's also not bad. It is, and it actually, together with an atrocity that we assume, obviously, this deck is still running, at least as a 1 or 2 of, is something that can threaten from full to finish, essentially, in a single turn. And that can be something that very easily closes the game and doesn't allow for any shenanigans when it comes to rally or any other over the top.
Yeah, it's actually surprising me how often that this deck can kind of like stall out. Like you play your Field of Rushes and you're like, uh-oh, I've run out of champions. I have nothing left. And then you realize you have no units and the rest of the units in your deck are Weirding Stones and Sentries. So yeah, the infinite value actually from Ledros is very nice. Just to finish out those games. In this one, however, probably won't be seeing a ton of play. They need to mostly survive into the onslaught of the mid-range game plan, but they're doing pretty well, honestly. Somehow, Germany are at 10 HP and have a very narrow board. So, and that's Trundle coming down as well on 5. So,
who's the aggro deck now?
Who's the aggro deck now? That's exactly. This is a really nice position for Croatia to be in. We're going on to our turn 6 turn here, so this means like Sifria/Genevieve. And is that enough is the question.
Yeah, honestly, it's a tough decision here. It's between Cythria and the other Screeching Dragon, because the Screeching Dragon actually allows for you to have both Riposte and Deny available. So I prefer to see that line, honestly. If you go for Develop, I think Screeching Dragon should be the better option between the two.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, pretty much just based on the combat tricks. And again, as we're talking about, need to bank that mana so that you are able to go in with combat tricks. That's pretty much the hallmark of being a Demacia player.
Yeah, the Screeching Dragon also ensures that you actually can attack with the Shen without just running into something that is a completely unfavorable trade. You obviously don't like going into the Trapper either, but you have the option of Riposte, and you also have the option to just take that trade in the worst case, but otherwise just going into a 5/5 and having to proactively commit something to not just have that be traded off against some health points would be even worse than it currently is. Overall, I would say, Joe, fantastic position for Croatia to be in. Looking at the board, they're incredibly dominant in a matchup which only gets better with time from their perspective.
Yeah, even on this attack swing, it's pretty awkward. These 4 attack lines just simply don't contest the 5 health lines of the one cost Yeti. Honestly, passing that ends up being the best option, which feels pretty bad because you are stalling out and we're getting aggressively closer to these turns where Field of Rush can come down. Even Ledros may even see play. And Germany just kind of running out of time here.
Yeah, 100%. Honestly, it would be funny if there would just like be an attack with the Yeti and the Trundle, and Germany just like takes it, goes down to 1, and then Ledros comes down 2 turns later and just like, that last health point I'm taking away from you. But I don't think that's the line they're going to take, because I think holding back the Trundle makes a lot of sense here. You want to make sure that you get the additional health from the Ice Pillar next turn, and you don't have to run into any combat tricks on your own here.
Yeah, it's funny because in a lot of situations, like actually going down to 1, like not in this specific situation, but going down to 1 ends up being the right choice because you kind of can't play around Ledros. Like there's so few decks that actually run like the tech Ledros that you just have to assume that you're running into standard vanilla FTL. So going down to like 1 or 2 is generally okay. In this situation, this is pretty rough. Like pre-committing any trick here feels horrendous.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like you just tank those. You just tank those 5, and then you slam down the Cythria and have your options available for next turn. I think that's the play that I would go for.
Considering how much they care about this Shen.
I think the reason that they might not want to go down to 5 is that they feel like they're still in a good enough position to play around Atrocity. That might be the reason that they want to they're sacrificing the Shen here. Very interesting. Very interesting to see that, because I think that's the only reason that you would sacrifice your Shen, is that you feel you're still in good enough a position that you can play around Atrocity. But with the deny in hand, I personally probably would have judged that differently.
Yeah, I think it's a tough decision. We'll have to see how this line unfolds, though, because Germany have obviously been thinking about their second turn right here, so we'll see. And if you're on the side of Croatia,
I mean,
just
take
through.
this. Yeah, just
right.
take this. Time is, as you said, like, time is on your side. You can just wait. Like this, you having board advantage against an aggressive deck. You having health advantage against an aggressive deck, and you also have your late game's tool already available. You don't have Feel the Rush, but given that you have Ledros, you have another option for a play on turn 9, and you also have a pillar for next turn, right? So there's no rush here, no pun intended, but with this turn you can just throw down another sentry if you feel like it, and that's probably what I would be doing. Catalyst makes a lot of sense as well, but I would definitely combine that with the sentry.
Yeah, I don't see a world in which they don't just drop sentry here. It's pretty free. Blank the 3. Yeah, and now looking at Germany's attack right here, I mean, you basically just always need to keep up mana now and be contesting Ruination. So you probably are looking at develop, and it's just a question of like, how is this develop looking?
It's two options, right? It's Cythria or it's Shen plus Sprite Steel. I like that it's Cythria because that basically ensures that the sentry doesn't get to do anything this turn, which I think is really, really powerful. And you also get way more favorable trades and potentially remove some of your units out of a potential whale follow-up or avalanche follow-up range.
There's going to be Trundle level up, which actually still doesn't put him back in range. 5 attack, and then it will be the +2/+2 across the board here as well.
Yep. It's +1/+1 for the Cythrias and +2/+2. Yeah, +2/+2 for the dragons. But 2/2 is good enough. That puts him at 6/7. Threatens the Trundle, and I'm assuming the other yeah, exactly. Will Trundle, the other dragon will challenge Trundle Light will challenge the Yeti, and then the Cythrias. I'm assuming one of them should probably get rid of the pillar just to ensure that this is a card that it doesn't generate any value. They might feel like it's not an option. Yeah, they feel strongly that they need to generate more pressure, so that's why they're not pulling the pillar. Totally justifiable either way from my perspective.
Yeah, I mean, the other line is just like you're trying to keep your units alive, and then maybe looking at like a lethal swing next turn. And it also depends, like, you know, what does it look like? You're not playing around Ledros. This is Field Rush right here. But yeah, I think like having you are kind of committed to dealing some damage here to exert some pressure. The fact that your opponent is at 20 HP is a problem. So yeah, actually getting this damage in feels pretty good. And now if you're the side of Croatia, what do? You have harsh winds, you have freezes. Yeah, you're in a pretty good position. You can at least keep the Trundle alive.
I like that. It's like low commitment. It's like doing something, and it also keeps up the option of the Ledros right after. And or responses, obviously, depending on if Germany decides that they are fine with this line or not.
Yeah. Because with 5 mana, there's not a ton that you can do. It's a Repast or Sharp Sight, or maybe like a weird double Sharp Sight hand, but even then, you're pretty okay with that. And now, yeah, you're feeling pretty good probably about a Ledros develop. What could your opponent do for 5 necessary that really threatens you going into your attack turn? Really nothing.
Yeah, they obviously want to weigh their options here. One of the things that suddenly becomes an option is a single combat against the Trundle, between this Cythria and the Trundle, right? So if you tap out, that is something that you might be facing, and
it's true.
Which is why I actually would have thought they would develop the Trapper, kind of to get the best of both worlds. They're completely fine with just passing, apparently, because they feel like they're in strong enough of a spot. LoR on Bladekeeper, that's a card that I have not seen in that list so far.
Wow, I saw this teched once, but it was super random. Yeah, that's actually very interesting. Laurent Bladekeeper, like, has always been a pretty solid card. Like, he's always been like an expedition staple. And it's funny like seeing those cards occasionally make it way into constructed. But his play effect is so freaking strong sometimes.
Yeah, especially when you add that with a card which has additional keywords on it, right? Like tough is a good one, or even something that's just generally a strong card that is really hard. Regeneration is another one where just like this +2/+2 gets amplified significantly, and otherwise it's still essentially like a 4/5 that you put for 4 mana on the board, right? So stat-wise, it's definitely a very powerful card. It's just not something we've seen so far, and very interesting to see how Croatia is continuing to play this out. They're playing very, very defensively now at the moment, and I'm not sure if I like this level of defensiveness. So neither Ladros last turn, which I think from my perspective was totally justifiable. The top deck Feel the Rush, so this turn, I feel it would have been a fantastic play to go with.
You got to be thinking about Deny, right?
Of course. That's like the one thing where you're like, okay, am I fine running into the Deny? And does my attack
still,
actually...
yes.
Exactly. That's my thinking. Like, does my attack actually significantly change from that point onward? And yes, then you might not just attack with a Trundle, but you're not in a rush again. Like, I don't think you need to go with either of those lines. I think they can sit pretty and just play it passively. But trading off the Trundle here, I'm not sure if I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I think when you have so many options in hand, like, you want to kind of deplete the resources here from Germany, because we were in mid-game and we were like, wow, Germany really just has nothing. And I think that Germany have just been given so much time right now that they've managed to build a board. They still have a Sifri on board. Open attack doesn't look bad from here on out. Like, if just look at this in the vacuum, there's a lot of situations in which Germany could have just kind of been beaten out by pressure, which is kind of bizarre to say, but like, we're in a situation where that was true. But now we're kind of in a situation where Croatia needs to do something.
Yeah, it's a big thing that I think Croatia essentially always gets that one play per turn, right? They can either do like a Ruination like now, or they can do a Ledros, they can do a Field Rush. These are like their one button actions, kind of, where it's like, okay, I'm doing this, I'm not doing anything else for the rest of the turn. But if they skip their entire action, Germany always has the ability to like sneak in something, right? It's like a 4 mana here, a 5 mana dragon here, a 4 mana Shen there, and that just now puts them in a position where suddenly we're looking at the boards, and what was something that was incredibly favored for Croatia, where they were dominating the board against a way more aggressive deck. Now suddenly they are far behind. They're 3 units behind, and one of their units is an ice pillar that doesn't really fight back.
Oh wow! Right, still off the top. It doesn't really change, I think, the play right here. I think
you
it's
have to
probably
open
just
it
like a
back.
super free open swing.
Yeah, you can't afford it. Given that you don't have Deny ready, you can't afford to potentially play into the second Ruination. So 100% the right play here to just open attack. Question is just, how do you challenge? And do you kill the Ice Pillar or not?
Probably just pull the Ice Pillar with a 2/3, go for maximum damage, force a response. And maybe force a second response as well with the extra 3 damage coming in from Riposte. So this will be 12 damage, 15 damage. +2, so 17.
Yeah. And from the side of Croatia, you know, kind of are basically locked into harsh winds. There's no other option. And yeah, they're going for the maximum value here. Harsh winds on both of the units that are going unblocked, reducing damage down to 4. That basically removes any other options from the side of Germany, who are, I'm assuming, just will be locking in this option and saying, okay, fine, you used your answer. But Croatia kind of gave this game away, like the mid game at least away. So they can develop the troll here, which helps a little bit. But Germany is still looking very pretty with a board which is with 5 units against the 2 that Croatia will have by the end of this turn.
Yeah, and most likely the end of this attack turn from Germany is just do nothing.
Yep.
They want to leave up the ability to redevelop on the next turn, depending if that is a Ruination on the next turn as well, so they don't want to get blown out. And then maybe if the opponent taps at the end of their turn, then it will be Bright Steel Formation and an Open Swing. That's probably just the game plan here from Germany. And on the opposite side, now Croatia kind of just need to, again, do something. And they're being stalled out in these turns where they're forced to basically burn mana instead of doing something proactive. So now they don't even get the choice. That's Wild Claw off the top. And I think now that you are kind of forced into Feel the Rush. Yeah.
The team will pray that there's no second deny ready from the side of Germany. Fortunately for them, there is not. So this is actually something that they can capitalize on. Feel the Rush pulling the two champions you can see on the left side of the screen. There's going to be a Trundle and Tryndamere, both set to 10 power, ready to attack. And then we have to do some math to see if that already is enough to actually just over the top them, given that they're only down, that they are 10 HP. And by the looks of it,
seems like
they have the Bryce formation, which might be the saving grace here. Oh, they actually at 6, they're not at 10.
And then 6. I think it's exact lethal.
So you can block.
And the Trundle will gain attack as well off of the attack swing. So yeah, that's lethal. Wow, brutal. I feel like Croatia gave Germany a lot of room to breathe, and it still ended up winning. Like they just had like 3 really big options, like Ruination into Field Rush, and I forget the other one. But like they have those 3 things that pull. Yeah, exactly. And then that was kind of too much for Germany to deal with. And Germany just kind of like stalled out in the mid game, based off of it was a really good Trapper into Yeti turn, and then followed by the Trundle, and those attack lines it was just too difficult to trade into. Yeah, kind of surprising how that matchup turned out. Actually, that's quite interesting.
Honestly, well played, still, I would say. I think we gave them some, fair criticism. The team of Croatia, that is, in regards to how they played with the tools they had, but you can also look at it from the perspective of tempered aggression, right? They felt like they were in control and they were not letting it slip. And the second that they saw, okay, this game is kind of slipping out of my hands, they tried to put the foot on the gas again, right? They tried to go for the Ruination that got denied, that then enabled the Field the Rush after. Obviously, yes, if Germany has the second deny, they just lose the game right there. But they didn't, and it is something that obviously went into the decision making to a certain degree, right? So I think it's fair to say that they were still the deserved victors here from the side of Croatia, given how well they played the early game and the mid game out. Even if towards the later parts of the mid game, we felt they were not pressing their advantage as much as they maybe should have or could have.
Yeah. In real terms, though, that's Germany 1 game down. And Croatia are literally just a single win away from making it to semis. And I was saying this earlier, but like I don't know how to call any of the quarterfinals anymore. The fact that we saw the upsets, at least in my opinion, and now Germany could potentially drop right here. It really just comes down to this next draft, and like as we've been talking about, like sometimes you can get into like a rock paper scissors scenario, and if you just kind of get like RNG'd into an awful matchup and then a bad mulligan, it could be lights out, which is incredibly scary for the team who came in as the second seed and potentially the favorites to take the whole thing.
100%. And it's back to the walls now, and I kind of knew it was doomed for Germany the second that I saw Portugal winning, simply because I always get 50% of the predictions right. And
right, yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely like going up against karma and any superstition that you may think of for Germany here. But they are a very proficient team. They have very strong players, so definitely fully expect them to put everything into a potential comeback here.
All right. If you're Croatia, I think you can go mid-range here. I think there's a good chance that Germany switches gears and goes aggro. And even if they don't, mid-range will still work into mid-range and control, which is what's left from Germany.
Yeah, I think I would probably go deep here, honestly. I think deep is fairly...
the classic max answer.
Yes. Always go deep. When you have the opportunity to go deep, always go deep. In this case, though, I think it's fairly strong. I think the only deck that you are really struggling with, obviously depending on which list you run and what kind of removal you're sporting, the only list that's like really, really difficult, I think, is the Ashe Sejuani list. That's a matchup that's traditionally always really, really bad because they put so much pressure on the board that it's really hard for you to deal with given their early stat lines. They're opting for the Aurelion Sol Leona, though, and they are actually facing the anticipated Ash Sidranius, which maybe Germany picked in anticipating the potential deep pick here from Croatia.
All right, this is a matchup I was not expecting to see. Asol Leona. So, yeah, Asol Leona is somewhat difficult to classify as well because it does have the ability to kind of like beat down, surprisingly, even though it like you would expect it to be very much a control deck. So it can kind of go toe to toe. It's kind of in the same category as like Weimar, in that like it's a control deck, but it can also like it has game against early game decks. And then Germany with the Ashtajani, it feels like a very safe play. I expected them to go not control, which is what they did, but they definitely went towards like a more safe mid-game option, which they can have more skill expression on, instead of like Elise aggro spiders and being like, oh, well, either I draw well or I lose the game. Yeah, exactly. So I think this makes the most sense here from Germany. What's your take on the matchup then? It's difficult for me.
Yeah, it's difficult. I think it really comes down to the early game. I would expect it to be slightly favored towards Aurelion Sol Leona, simply because they have the outlasting power, and I don't expect Ash Sidrani to go crazy when it comes to early game aggression. But I think still that it was the right choice from Germany to go for this deck, because they brought a fairly aggressive lineup, right? They brought 3 aggro decks, which is very uncommon looking at the rest of the roster of teams going into the day. So I think given their options, I think this is one of the best choices that they could have made. And looking at their starting hand, I also think that they're not super unhappy, because Omen Hawk as a starter is always a fantastic card to have. Obviously, they would have wanted to see that followed up by a Trapper, which unfortunately is not the case so far for them. On the other side of the table, Croatia looking at a full mulligan into double Protector, Shield Bearer, with the double Pale Cascade and a Mountain Scryer, one of my favorite cards in the game. So very curious to see how that manifests on their side. Definitely not something that their double Mountain Scryer is incredibly powerful. So unless Germany is actually able to exert a lot of pressure, there will be a ton of value and tempo generated from the Croatian team.
It does look like Anides has left the room and has left control of the board for his dog. So we'll see what the dog's piloting skills are like. Oh, he's back.
We'll check with the referees whether or not that's allowed in this particular instance.
It's a substitution that's legal. You're the rules guy. Is there any rule against substituting your dog in?
It looks like the dog is more interested in the food that Anides is holding versus the game itself. So shame on you, dog. But except for that, obviously, we're very happy to see the dog on cam. And yeah, Germany is pondering really hard about the decisions every single turn, obviously, because they need to plan ahead. They need to ensure that they create some kind of aggressive strategy here, because they are the aggressor in this matchup. And double Hearthguard is nice because you are in a position where you can outvalue in the late game potentially, but still it's not a place you want to be. You don't want to go late game against an Aurelion Sol, full stop.
Yeah, I actually agree with your assessment. I think that a lot of the aggression mid-game and early game is going to be completely stalled out by like the Daybreak package, and like at best you're trading even into it, and then that means that like by default you kind of just go late, and then like Asol should be able to take over. And then now like going down that line, I'm like, okay, well, how do you play this as Germany? I think you need to look for like maximum value so you can compete in the late game, and that's probably going to come down to like getting these half guards out like on curve. Like I'm looking at like a 5-6 for like these half guards, and then drawing into something where you can potentially compete late game before Asol just completely takes over.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I didn't follow you entirely because I was too busy looking at Natsu and his dog. But I totally with you. In philosophy, I'm 100% aligned with you, regardless of what you said, honestly. I fully back you up, no matter what.
That's dangerous because sometimes we're entirely misaligned. So that's a dangerous stance to take.
That's fine. I'll just flip-flop next turn.
Yeah, we did get confirmation the dog's name is Natsu, so use that information as you will. Secondary pilot, I also got confirmation, so it is legal, at least from the admins. This is an interesting choice.
Difficult choice from my perspective. I really like Written in Stars here because the odds are higher of you pulling your Leona, assuming that you run both of the 3-off, obviously, it's 60%. And a 5-7 Leona just puts such a big stop to the aggression that the German team is trying to exert with that Sejuani list. And even if you draw the Aurelian Soul, that's still kind of okay because you can then drop him turn 9. And you also have the other Aurelian Soul transform into the Sky's Descent, and a resolved Sky's Descent just ends the game. Full stop. That just is game over.
No, 100%. Yeah, I've actually seen a lot of these lists also run a 2 of Aurelian Soul, so the odds of maybe pulling a Leona are even higher. So the likelihood of that line is pretty good. The only other option there, for me at least, probably would have been like Crescent Strike. Crescent Strike can actually just completely nullify an entire attack turn, especially from these like mid-range beatdown decks. Like that ability to stop a crucial like swing on like 7, for example, or 8, I guess in this case, would be huge. But again, Leona does a very similar thing. She's a body with a lasting effect and is able to just straight up stun something on the attacker turn. So very similar thing. And I agree. I think in that case, probably with that line of thinking, then Written in Stars ends up being better. And this is what we're talking about. I feel like Half Guard just kind of has to happen, and especially pulling 3 Half Guards, which I think is actually pretty good here for Germany. You want to get these down like as close to on curve as possible.
Yeah, honestly, it's gonna be like a kind of like a meat battle in the next couple of turns until Aurelian Soul exerts himself on the battlefield and says like, none of you guys are as powerful as me. I think it's probably going to be a battle of stats here, and the more stats, the better, obviously. So wouldn't be surprised to see more of those Hearth Guards hit the board as soon as possible, because obviously they're only buffing the units in your deck. So you want to ensure that you get those out as soon as possible to reap the benefits in the mid to long term.
Yeah, you're right. There's definitely going to be a beef off. That's what I'm feeling. Yeah, just kind of like chucking out the single combat. I actually don't dislike this because it feels like very kind of non-committal. It forces out a response. You're draining resources. And at the same time, your game plan doesn't really revolve around this, but your opponent's game plan of actually winning the game, kind of you do need the Ashe to be there so you can actually push through this line of blockers. So yeah, I like the probing single combat.
Yeah, same. Double Pelican Cascade, though, I'm not sure if I'm as big of a fan of committing.
I mean, what can your opponent do with 1 mana? It would be...
Elixir of Iron would be one of the cards that is fairly commonly run. So I don't think that's... Yeah. And it's not necessarily saying that they would be playing that card or that they have it currently in hand, obviously, because they don't. But I think seeing Pelican is such a powerful card, such a powerful tool, that given this option existing, I don't feel like committing there was necessary by any means. I feel like you were in a fairly strong position and you didn't have to commit to that line in that way because it could have been punished.
Oh yeah, yeah. A Elixir of Iron there would have been not game-ending, but it would hurt a lot. That being said, like it's just kind of, you know, it's a percentage play, and it's also reading your opponents, and also like Elixir of Iron is usually run as like a 1 or a 2 of, and there's a lot of debate between like players of this deck with Ashe Sejuani of like, do you run Elixir, do you run Brittle Steel, and all of these are like interchangeable, and everybody runs them in different variations. So yeah, based off of that information, yes, it was kind of a very, very risky play, but based on those odds, like fairly good.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this develops further. I would expect Written Stars to come down here, or the second Mountain Scryer. Double Mountain Scryer together is insanely valuable because now suddenly all your cards get discounted by 2, which generates a ton of tempo. Yeah, and that's exactly what we see. And then obviously you also hit the Allegiance trigger here on the side of Croatia, so they also get to choose another card to invoke, which hopefully we'll see on the screen in a second.
There we go. Moonsilver, Living Legends, and Destroyer.
I know these paths well.
I think Destroyer is probably good. That or Living Legends.
Yeah, I mean, 5 mana, 7/7, Overwhelm and Spell Shield. Pretty good card. Pretty good card.
It's okay. There's the Leona as well. On the
Honestly,
attack
Croatia's
turn.
looking great here. Honestly, like looking at their hand and the tools available to them, they must be feeling incredibly powerful. Whereas on the other hand, I see another card that I have not seen before in a deck like this, which is, please help me out here, the 3-mana 5/4,
Trifarian.
the Trifarian something. He has a title, and we will make sure that we find the title and do this card justice. But yeah, it's a 3-mana 5/4. All of us have seen them in Expedition or when opening our first starter deck. But yeah, definitely not a card that we usually expect to be seen in those lists. Kato, I think, is a more common addition in like a similar capacity.
Reckless, by the way. Reckless Trifarian.
Reckless Trifarian.
Yeah. So this is a this is a variation that like I threw together, and I didn't think that anyone else ran. So my variation ran Wild Claw and Reckless Trifarian, and it was like a really like random like curve aggressive deck. And this was kind of like back before I'm gonna call him Yeti Salesman was a thing, but like before he was a thing, like this would exert like a huge amount of pressure on 3. And ends up being like a late game threat as well. As you can see, turns into a 7/6 off of like these half guards. I was actually not running half guard in that variation. I was running Kato, so I was running something very different. They've kind of done something somewhat in between where they're able to exert early pressure. And in my opinion, it's something like closer to how Zed works in Zed Lee Sin. You have like an early game option for a mid game to late game plan, and sometimes you can have these aggro draws where you can play really aggressive, and your opponent is almost always forced to go, lose a 2-for-1 trade into it, which is kind of surprising, but happens more often than it should.
Yeah, I get the perspective. It's just like something I have not seen before.
Yeah, it's shocking, right? You don't expect to see it.
Yeah, but yeah, they're pondering about like interaction. I actually feel like you need to take this damage here. You need to full on swing next turn. You need to push out as much damage as possible. Your opponent being at 20 turn 7 into the game is something that is frankly not at all where you want to be on the side of Germany, especially when you're already down 0-1. And yeah, great. Kind of surprised by them just taking the damage there, but essentially saying, yeah, well, that's fine. I'll just create my 3-mana 5/7 Leona.
Yeah, still a great position for Croatia to be in. Yeah, this is unfortunate. It kind of locked into this open attack. I don't think it gets any better than this, unfortunately. And they just have to. This is a Jesus take the wheel moment.
I mean, the good news is that they're pushing a fair amount of damage here, right? Like, obviously, there might be a single combat coming down here on top of that, but even with this kind of block locked in, we're looking at a potential for 7 damage here, which is not bad. That's like a third of the Nexus HP gone, and a potential single combat could obviously be countered by either the Troll Chant and or a combination of the Flash Freeze and Harsh Winds as well.
That's such like a silver lining thing to say. It's just like, well, it's a third of the Nexus HP. It's like, yes, but this is still a really bad position to be in. Like, this is probably the apex of like a big attack swing coming in from Germany, right? Like, losing the Ashe was a huge deal, and not pulling like another Ashe or a Sejuani here for any form of over the top. And when your opponent has a Destroyer, which is still on the board and is still threatening even at 1 HP, is problematic. And we're now turn 8 with 8 mana, and A Soul is coming down to 2. And we have a hand right here where Leona, this is a gigantic Leona. This is not looking good. I would not want to be Germany in this situation. And they are also 0-1 down. If they get swept by Croatia 2-0.
That's the biggest upset of the day, like 100%. Like we called from our perspective the Croatia-Spain match an upset, and which apparently even is debatable based on the feedback of the players. But this one is definitely like inarguably, and this is also backed by the people we talked to today, one of the biggest upsets we probably have had through the entirety of this tournament so far. If Germany just like gets blown out 2-0 by Croatia in this quarterfinal.
And we need to be looking at options where Germany can save themselves. And I will say that... wait a minute. That's Great Beyond just dropped. I was going to say that Ferron is one of those cards that could potentially have that swing that you need if you can stall it out long enough. But Great Beyond right there is pretty rough to deal with that spell shield. They will be able to punch through it with Troll Chant and hit it with a freeze this turn. And they need an option for Destroyer as well. They will be able to soak the damage. Once again, Natsu is in control of the PC.
Yeah, and this is the Ice Archer there just comes in clutch. Basically ensures that there's no attack to be had here for the Great Beyond. It obviously can attack no matter what because it is elusive. But important to note here, Spell Shield only stops opposing skills and opposing spells. The ability of the Ice Archer is something that we would call a come into play effect, because it doesn't go on the stack, right? Like unless something like the Doom Beast, where you actually see the icon in the middle of the screen and priority is passed. Ice Archer just like does his thing, and the ability doesn't go on the stack. So very clutch play here from the side of Germany, and allowing themselves to potentially stick into in the game for a little bit longer.
Yeah, and even me right there, just completely missing it, even though we had an entire meta around Lee Sin and Bastion. So, you know, like, you can even get to those situations where there's so many specific interactions. Like, I remember, was it you and I who were casting that Phoenix game? Where they hushed their own Phoenix and then swung for the face?
No, I think that was you and Panda, I believe. Or it might be you and Monk. Yeah, I think it was
me.
you.
Yeah.
Is this what you seek?
Yeah, just looking at the block right here. And this is, you know, this damage is mounting up. You called it a third, and this is potentially another third. One more third, and they win the game.
Yeah, 3/3 usually 100%. Depending on your math, but
Quick
usually.
maths. Yeah. Okay, going for the full block right here. Yeah, I think at this point you do kind of have to sack the Destroyer.
Bad news, it's not a third anymore.
It's not a third, no.
No, it's actually 1/6 because now it's the sixth because now together with that 1/3, the sixth actually makes 50%. So we're now at 10.
That's true.
So
EU maths.
obviously we're rounding quite a bit here in both scenarios, but that's how the math shakes out.
It's 50%. It's fine.
Exactly.
I mean, still, if you're on the side of Croatia, you can have the pick of the litter of what to do right here. You could just slap ASOL on the board if you wanted to. There's also Eclipse Dragon.
I want them to do something. I don't want them to
me
do
too.
the same thing that they did last turn, where they're just like, oh, this is still a fine play. I can just attack with my Great Beyond next turn. I don't need to do anything. I like Leona as a good compromise. It's very, very cheap. Still allows a lot of options for next turn. And yeah, it's just like still a gigantic body. 6/8 because she already is leveled as well. Yeah, and frankly, I think from the side of Germany, you kind of need to slam Ferran here, and then need to hope that you can survive the next turn, and then just kill the Croatian team with decimates. And frankly, it looks like that is an option because there is currently no healing in the hand of Croatia, and if they are able to survive the next turn, with which they probably will be, given that they have Harsh Winds, Flash Freeze, and another Troll Chant to pop spell shields, that is a line where they can potentially win the game in their next turn.
Yeah, I think many Noxus players will understand the drop Ferran and pray. And just kind of like keep swinging with decimates. But it's not bad here. It does force Croatia onto a bit of a timer. And now they're forced to draw into healing or just end the game.
Yeah, the question is, do you follow up with a decimate here if you're Germany, or do you feel like you need all that mana for next turn? It's really difficult from my perspective. I almost feel like, they're passing. I feel like you had to decimate there because wow, another Ferran. That might actually come in clutch because the overwhelm from the Ferran might be powerful enough to force something through. Open attack here directly with the Great Beyond will get answered. And Troll Chant Flash Freeze is good enough, and that leaves enough mana open to start decimating the Nexus.
Yeah, it will be a decimate this round. You could also Ferran, and then just open.
I think they will debate this exactly that line because both of these options are totally reasonable, and frankly, another Ferran looking at this current board is almost as good as a decimate because you don't really need the full 4 damage of the Decimate, right? You have to assume that they don't have major healing, but they actually drew now the Star Shaping.
I think you have to Ferran. I think that you need to make the assumption that you're able to counter the next swing with Harsh Winds, or you're able to either finish with your swing with Overwhelm, and then you're able to finish out on your next defensive turn with Decimates.
Yeah, I also personally feel like Ferran is the better line, because I think no matter which route you go, it's more beneficial. If they have healing in hand, then you rather have the value later on. And if you think they don't have value, they don't have heal in hand, then it doesn't really matter too much, because you only need an additional 2 damage from that Ferran being pushed through, which, looking at the board, shouldn't be too much of an ask.
Yeah, now at 3 mana, Asol is a pretty free drop. Oh, I think it's probably just... Actually, a couple of those are good, but Living Legends with Asol getting the level up here probably feels a little bit too good, right?
He can't get it now, though, which is really like the saving grace for Germany, because only 23 power on the board currently, and Aurelion Sol always checks at the end of the turn, and now with the nerf, it actually needs 25. So that's the entire reason why they're going for the Spell Cascade here, to enable the level up to for the Aurelion Sol for next turn.
Yep, that will never not be scary, watching Asol level up. I still wish that you could hear the Asol theme music behind that. It's so threatening, the sound of Asol's theme. But yeah, this is a rough spot to be in.
Yeah, the top deck Star Shaping is really, really powerful for the side of Croatia, and they are essentially trying to like vomit out their hand this turn, because they can then refill with Living Legends and dump another set of threats on the German team. And the German team obviously is in a bit of a difficult position, simply because they need to threaten, but they don't have the tools to threaten enough. Any kind of healing, which we have the Star Shaping in hand for Croatia, currently is still good enough for them to not be able to win.
Yeah, and unfortunately you're locked into the open attack. That's why we were debating the Ferran last turn, so you could go in for this open attack and have a bigger swing. Because if the opponent has Crescent Strike, which is actually very likely at this point in time, then you just kind of lose. So you are locked into the open attack. And now your opponent, as you said, is just kind of dumping the hand and popping Living Legends.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, frankly, because I don't really see this Aurelion Sol block, if I'm completely honest with you. Because Germany's going to be super happy to just like kill that Aurelion Sol and make all those cards cost mana again. Because now suddenly they actually have an option to stay alive another round. Whereas if you keep the Aurelion Sol alive there and you play out your entire board, then suddenly you add a bunch of elusive spell shielded units to the board, which would have been a game-winning play no matter what from my perspective.
Yeah, now you're locked into probably Great Beyond, I think, right? Like second Great Beyond, and then you're trying to whittle down their freeze options.
Yeah, and I mean, that line is still good, because obviously Germany is on a top deck. If they are drawing anything that is not a spell that removes that spell shield, then they will lose the game. But it's still something that I feel was kind of unforced.
I think it was an unnecessary risk.
Exactly. It's smart that they're playing the Björk here on the side of Germany, because it increases the odds of them drawing another spell by removing another unit from the pool. And then I'm assuming the follow-up will be the other Decimate, unless there's like a unit development. They might go with Ash and Icefield Archer. Yeah, Germany looking at the odds here, and obviously like that Great Beyond, they know that this puts them on a top deck. There is no way for them to manufacture a game state where they are not reliant on the top card of their deck being a spell. So they're now thinking, okay, in that world where the top card of my my deck is a spell, what's my best line of play to potentially still win the game.
Yeah, and that's all you can think about. And then you have to pray to the heart of the gods.
I will unite the Freljord.
Yeah, because if it's an Ash on the top, then you get a flash freeze.
Yep, that makes sense. They're just like trying to like increase their odds as much as possible to ensure that they're that they have
This is it.
Have an out. And here we go.
Oh, it's whole.
Oh,
Not like this.
Oh. The question is, does Croatia open attack?
Well, if history tells us anything, Max, yes.
And you're right. If they lock this attack in, Croatia will be making semifinals. The biggest upset of the day, arguably the biggest upset of the entire tournament, 2-0ing one of the tournament favorites in Germany. And that's it. Germany has no options here. They just can't accept this damage. And it's the GG coming out. Fair play from the side of Germany. Good to see that. And Croatia, huge congratulations. Yeah. And he does completely elated, and he has all rights to be. I think nobody that we've talked to actually had Croatia winning this quarterfinal. And they did in a fashion which was a statement and actually also instills fear on the side of Portugal going into semifinals tomorrow.
Wow, I am honestly speechless. The biggest upset of the tournament, Croatia with a 2-0 over Germany, is absolutely absurd. I mean, I think everyone we spoke to today was talking about Germany and how they're definitely a team to be feared on the other side of the bracket. All of the casters were looking at Germany to be like a finalist level, like a team, if not the team to take it all. Croatia, as I said, was very much a wildcard team. They had a weaker group compared to like Czechia, for example, and haven't shown that much to be really fearful about, to be honest, going into playoffs, and then just sweep Germany. That is nuts. That is crazy.
Yeah, fantastic play by them, honestly. And we obviously try, as with the previous matches, we try to get the interview going to get some additional insight into this, because I want to know, like, did they expect that they would be like just coming in and completely annihilating the German team, or do they feel like this was something that was matchup dependent? Maybe they feel like their edge was created in the pick and ban phase, or maybe even lineup creation. We mentioned it earlier. Germany brought a fairly aggressive deck lineup this time around. 3 what we could consider like aggressive aggro decks, something that other teams have not seen. Was this their detriment? Was this their downfall? Definitely questions I want to get perspectives on from the player.
Yeah, I mean, I would consider a lot of these players like Gamebreaker, especially Fresh Lobster, as one of the best preppers like in the scene, flat out. Like, I'm talking like worldwide, right, for Legendary Runeterra. So like, it's difficult to even like point towards like preparation as like something that could be the reason for their downfall, but I think it's very possible. I think that a lot of those decks turned into just dead decks. Like they essentially bricked in draft, and they were forced into very specific lines. I think at the same time, like some of those matches at a certain point almost felt unwinnable. Like it's just in how the draws went and all how the matchups were. And I also, what we were talking about, I think like that second matchup, the more we thought about it, the harder and harder it becomes to win for Germany. I think that it's so much to win a Frostbite matchup into where you kind of just diffuse mid game, and then Assault just generates infinite value. So yeah, that's rough.
We are joined by Anides now. Welcome and huge congratulations. We just mentioned it, arguably the biggest upset of the entire tournament. How are you feeling right now after this win?
I mean, it feels pretty good. I mean, obviously it feels good when you win a game, like as usual, you know?
No, that makes sense. Absolutely. Did you actually expect to carry on the victory in this dominant fashion going into the day, or how did you feel going into the matchup?
Of course not. Okay, let's be serious here. It's Germany. Germany has 3 players that are all probably better than me. I'm going to just be honest. I consider Fresh Lobster a better player than me. I consider the other 2 as well. So I was thinking it's going to be hard games, hard matchups, and a lot of thinking. But one thing that I really did not expect from Germany is to bring 3 aggro decks into this lineup, while our whole basically lineup just eats aggro. So I was really happy about that, because they cannot play 3 decks. It was a game where instead of playing 6 decks versus 6 decks, we were playing 6 decks versus 3 decks. So for us, it was just like, I was really happy about that. But I didn't expect that, but it was really positive for us.
It's awesome to hear, because that's exactly what we've been also talking about and what I've been harping on. And looking at the lineup that Germany created, I felt bringing such an aggressive lineup with 3 aggro decks put them in a position where a lot of the decision making and picks and bans was very telegraphed, I'm assuming, for you guys, because you knew, okay, I can just pigeonhole them because they cannot really reasonably play these aggro decks against what I have as a very mid-range control-y lineup, where you never want to play an aggro deck against something like Aurelion Sol Leona even.
Basically, that's what basically happened. Like, I was really happy if they pick aggro because it's usually a really favorite matchup for us. So I was like, okay, like first game, they're either playing Fiora Shen or Leona Aso. And since we knew that information, we were just like, okay, we still have to like have a deck that sort of wins versus aggro. And we were like, wait, Trundle Trinda, the new version that we changed, they're going to maybe even think that we're going to play our old version from our previous days, previous week of the tournament. But we changed the list to have more units and some other things as well. So for us, it was just like, whichever they pick, I feel like our Trundle Trinda, the new version, is just going to be favored. So we were like, okay, Fiora Shen, sounds good.
Awesome. I want to look forwards now, because obviously that was a massive upset into Germany, and it means you're now facing Portugal. Was this a matchup, first of all, you were expecting to face, and how are you feeling facing Portugal next?
I didn't really expect it that much when I was looking into week 1 and week 2 of the tournament. Going into week 3, things changed with the scores and everything. And I was cheering for Portugal majority of the time as well, because I was living in Portugal. I know who the players are and all of that. So now, knowing that I'm going to face Portugal is really going to be interesting. Second thing is that okay, sorry about that. We scrimped versus Portugal before, and it was fun to talk to them and all of the other stuff. So it's going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to it, and that's about it.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time, and like best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, awesome. Yeah, great to hear from Annie Des. That's the first time that we've gotten a chance to talk to him, and obviously super fun player to watch. And yeah, as I said, like I sound like a broken record, but like I'm still blown away by the fact that this was the biggest upset we've seen in the tournament by a significant margin. It was not something that I think anyone really expected, but we really have to go back to that point that not only we said, but that was echoed by Annie Des right there. That was like 3 of those decks was just straight up bricked. They just couldn't play them. And it meant that, like, specifically into this lineup, Croatia were just perfectly positioned to pick them off.
100%. And we'll go for a short break, and then we'll try to make sense of everything after that and recap the tournament day today, and then lead you into what will happen tomorrow.
Love should be easy. Why should it not? When all you want is to be loved, is to be loved. But love ain't easy. You taught me that. I let you in, now you want out, now you want out. I don't understand why you hurt me. I don't understand why you wanna let me down. Can't understand. Was it all worth it? You play me good just for a rush, just for
What's up, guys? Welcome back to LoR Masters Europe. If you're looking for more games, there aren't any, so get out here, scram. If you want to just listen to us talk about how the day went and also look forward to tomorrow for semi-finals, third place, and finals, then stick around. We'll be talking about it. We'll give our thoughts. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Max, what a crazy day of games. We had so many 2-0s.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a crazy fast day, which is largely due to like the amount of 2-0s we obviously had. And also, honestly, like tournament expectations out the window. Graphics like a little bit up there. The Czechia team obviously has been eliminated. It should be grayed out as well. But Spain taking that win in the initial series 2-1, what I would consider a fairly close series, but definitely well-deserved win from Spain. And while we would have called that an upset, it looks like expectations from the players that participate in the tournament have been different. So I'm expecting a very exciting tournament semifinals tomorrow against France, who in dominant fashion dismantled the team from Poland.
Yeah, and then on the bottom side, Portugal with a 10-game win streak coming out of group stages, going straight into semi-finals. A hell of a lot of momentum from this team, just 2-0ing everyone at the left and right. And they're facing the biggest upset of the day and the biggest upset, honestly, of the entire tournament so far. Croatia with a 2-0 sweep over Germany, the prospective favorites to win the entire tournament. So now going into this one, it's so impossible to call anymore, right? If it was Portugal versus Germany, I would be like, hell yeah, Germany all the way, take me to finals. But now it's Croatia. I just literally have no idea. Based off of that performance, I think Croatia's preparation definitely reigned key. I think that like it was partially due to Germany's own lineup and how they mismatched into them. But that also means there's a possibility for it to happen again. So who really knows?
Yeah, the question is how many more tricks does Croatia have up their sleeves, right? And how can they get through tomorrow and then potentially like through another finals best of 5, right? And going into the day, I think the Portugal-Croatia match is going to be incredibly close, and I'm super excited to be able to watch that. And Spain versus France, obviously, also something what I would consider a fairly evenly matched game, but I would probably like have France as the slight favorites going into it.
That's basically everything. So we're going to be signing off here very shortly. Max, do you have anything to say? Any highlights of the tournament that really stood out to you?
No, I mean, honestly, big thank you to you, Panda, and Mogwai, all three of you, like taking me under your wings, teaching me the ropes. It was really fun to be part of this tournament. It was fantastic gameplay, start to finish. Big sorry to, and in advance apologies to all my new Twitter followers who will endure the horrible puns and German humor in the future. But overall, I had a blast, and thank you so much for spending the time with us.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. And also from me, thank you for watching, because this was also my first card game event literally ever in a professional sense. Obviously, if you have followed me before, I'm from the MOBA background, did a lot of League of Legends casting in LPL, OPL, EU LCS before it was the LEC, been all over the shop. So yeah, it feels good to be back on the reins. It's been a little while since I've been last casting, and yeah, it's been good. So thank you so much for watching. We're going to be signing off now. Tomorrow it will be Max. No, it won't be Max. Max is everywhere. No, it's going to be Panda, and it will be Mogwai taking semi-finals, third place, and finals. So make sure to tune in for that. Should be a banger. I'm really excited for a final no one's going to expect, because I'm sure it's going to be an upset again. All right, folks, we're going to sign off. See you later.